Hello everyone, on this fine morning for the 2022 Amazon University Esports Masters quarterfinals, provided to you of course by Twitch Student and Intel. I am of course Dan Gormo, joined by lovely Callum Melvin Iswell Isles, and we are going to find out who is going to be in the other side of the semi-final bracket today.
Exactly. We have got the latest installment of this tournament, the last quarterfinals, before we find out our true top four. All of these teams have their own journeys, and we are excited to see which ones will move on to those semis and which ones will come to an end today.
And to see what's up for grabs for all of the teams here, we have the prize pool, a whopping 14,500 euros up for play. Was kindly provided to you by our sponsors. It is a lot, and of course this is part of the reason why you'd want to be here, but of course it is also for the level of competition for those playing.
Absolutely. All of these teams are here just because they are so damn good at winning, and it's time to finally find out who is the best at winning, not just in their own region, but across the whole of Europe itself. And we have got two killer teams coming in for our first match, looking to make their way to that fourth place minimum and get out of the €750 per team area.
Exactly. Now let's have a look at the roadmap for the rest of the tournament, because of course there are still the semis and the rest of the tournament in terms of the finals in the second half of June, dates to be confirmed. But definitely be watching out for those ones.
Exactly, and it'll be all of these teams with a bit more time again to be sat there practicing their matchups and then trying to keep up to date on the patch, most importantly.
Exactly that, and we will get a look at the rest of the schedule, which will be today. We have the University of La Laguna from Spain versus the Urchiers from Turkey in Bobcats and Yenomesler in round one, and then we have Twente versus UDL Sigma in round two later on.
And not to allude too much to what we've got coming up later in the day, but that second matchup has got a lot of regional significance for our tournament. I'm very excited to delve into, but all before that, we have got to talk about the two teams right now, Bobcats and Yenomesler. First thing I'm going to say, I love saying Yenomesler. It's a really fun word.
Well, before we have a better look at those, we're going to have a look at the bracket where the teams have been placing, and a little bit on the other side. If you were not here yesterday, you would know that we have now locked in the semi-finalists on the other side, which are AX Schwer and the AZS managing to beat out Kit SCY in a nail-biter of a best of three.
I was going to say, Takua, something looks wrong. Kit SCY are two-time back-to-back winners and finalists the year before that are knocked out in quarters in their finals rematch from last year. Absolutely bonkers, and it means all of these teams now, especially our matchups today, have everything to play for. The tournament has not looked so open until this point.
Exactly that. Everyone looking at, oh, well, you know what? The reigning champions are down. It is a new era for the UEM, and we'll see who wishes to claim their title, because some of the regions coming into today's matchups have had a history.
Exactly. When we take a look at our previous winners, we got Portugal, Turkey, and then Germany in the aforementioned Kit SCY. Out of those remaining regions, we obviously have one German representative left on the other side, but excluding that, it's only Turkey in the form of Yenomesler today that can remain. Little anecdote for that one, Turkey lost one UEM in 2018 with BAO Esports, and on that roster was a player called Farfetch who went on to play at the most recent MSI. That just goes to show how much this means to players, how much you could develop yourself and really continue to ascend up that ladder to, quite literally, the top of the top.
And it's just a great segue to reiterate the fact that for pretty much all of these players, it is possibly the highest level of competition that many will ever play at, which is very impressive. Sometimes, even if you don't make it to the point that you might have wanted to in the bracket, I think it's take a step back and say, well, you know what, I've enjoyed the road here.
Absolutely, but let's find out whose road is not over. First of all, we will get the Bobcats roster, and I have to admit, this is like seeing an old friend, because it's been a little while since we've got to see the Bobcats.
Yeah, well, they have not been seen since the first group. They were in fact played in the first game of the entire tournament that was streamed to all of you lovely viewers out there, and they have not really played for pretty much at all since then.
So to give you that bullet point down of how this team kind of plays, mid, jungle, we're done. Infinity and Dark, absolute monsters, particularly Infinity on these kind of aggressive champions like the Diana and their signature Rek'Sai. These are things I expect to see removed in the pick ban if we've had Yenomesla do their expected homework. For the rest of the team, Pelu, bit of a wild card up in the top lane. They enjoy a bit of that Renekton, Jace, Akshan trio, but outside of that, they'll pull out most other champs when needed, typically the tank duty, to enable their bot lane of Winnie and Godchelle, who have got the highest of highs and the mest of lows.
Yeah, I think that roughly sums up, but just to give a little bit of context to how impactful this mid jungle is, Infinity had the highest KDA in the entire group stage, with 9.44.
Oh, that's quite a lot. That's quite a lot of KDA for them, as this is a player that we expect to be doing the main carrying for the team, so it's all about enabling a really good jungle matchup, which I think is a pretty good time for us to take a look at who they're going to be going up against, as Yenomesla have been shown on stream, but a fair bit more recently.
A lot more recently, and I dare say very explosively with this roster in particular. I mean, the entire map, to be honest, was on fire. However, I think P-God and Burkus are going to be the matchup we're going to be focusing on a little bit more.
Absolutely, this bot lane, level 2 hits, and it feels like the bell tolls for thee. They have gone in for double kills every single time, regardless of what champions they're piloting. Some of the signature ones we should keep our eyes out for is P-God, that kind of like weird trinity of Kai'Sa, Samira, and Vayne, or any of those three get through, which almost definitely one will, you need to be a little bit scared because the early playmaking is silly, and it's all enabled by their main man Burkus with things like their Bard, which is always a fun champion to see.
I think paying respect to this bot lane is something that the Bobcats definitely need to look out for doing, because I think yesterday some of their opponents may have not paid enough respect and certainly paid the price for it.
And I feel like that's a good point to mention, is that we're saying we haven't seen Bobcats in a while. Well, that's because they qualified straight out of the groups, going 8-0, the only undefeated team left still in the tournament. On the other side, Yenomesla, well, the group stage were played on patch 12.5, right? Because it was quite a while ago now. But Yenomesla have played through the last chance qualifier, dropping their first series, and then playing every single one after that, winning, meaning they've played 6 games of competitive on patch 12.8 and 12.9. Main differences, all the way back in the olden days when Bobcats had their day, Jinx, Zeri, etc. We talked about that every single game. It was the only words that came out of my mouth in the draft. Now, that's not even on the table, realistically. You can pick them, but it's not something that we really see a lot of priority going towards, especially because we're on patch 12.9, just before the durability rework.
And this is just talking about aggregate number of games played. This is not sort of counting the fact that Yenomesla have been playing in a best of series, whilst the Bobcats qualified in the group stage where it was a best of 1 format. So the ability to be able to adapt and change in a BO3 has been practiced and tried much more on the side of Turkey than it has in Spain, and the question remains, have they got the practice coming into today's matchup?
That is the thing, because we know that Bobcats can perform, but to get to this point here, well, Yenomesla just took down the other Spanish representatives. So the question is, will they be coming in today able to take the S out of Spain and take it to their matchup, moving up into those semi-finals where Turkey wants to reclaim that crown?
Yeah, exactly that. Turkey looking to go undefeated in the playoffs bracket, whilst Bobcats are the last remaining undefeated team for what it's worth. But they are still undefeated, and that is the question to be decided. Who will end up going undefeated today?
Now, we have got Bobcats starting on the blue side, which means we need to think about what kind of power picks exist on this patch. First of all, for shared picks, it's only really going to be the Lucian for the bot lane that looks to be something that is going to be heavily contested right out the gate. Outside of that, little reminder for everybody, we've had a couple reworks. Wukong, everybody's familiar with that, we've all seen competitive at this point. He's still very prevalent in the jungle and a flexed up to top lane. Talia, now we get to see her rework on the patch, not really being shown off as much, primarily in the mid more so than the jungle. And then Olaf as the other big one in comparison to Rengar, who kind of just sits there unless you're a one trick. Olaf is a lot more readily usable with that shield now added, and just absolute ridiculous champion. We'll talk more about the specifics of any of those if we see them, but all those picks really do need to be kept in mind going into this first draft.
Absolutely power picks at the moment on the current patch, and we've seen it used by all of the teams previously. I mean, right now, the two highest presence champions in the tournament, in the playoffs bracket specifically, are Wukong and Talia, two of the champions which you've just named as having been reworked recently. The Wukong maybe doesn't have the success rate despite the presence currently, but we'll see. It's definitely been piloted well, but maybe answered a little bit better.
And that means we need to start thinking about what kind of champions you have to answer a lot of these picks. And I think that's where, to bring it back over to Bobcats, regardless of how reliant on the patch you are, Infinity in the jungle has got a lot of champions to answer. Their Diana, obviously something to be feared. Their Rek'Sai as well. Both of these can get around some of the more tricksy aspects of stuff like the Wukong. While you don't exactly want to be locking in heavy AD into Wukong in the jungle because of that armor stacking, it still provides some options around that we know this player can execute on to perfection.
And speaking of the Rek'Sai, and Diana is going to the other side as well. You really do have to pay respect to some of these comfort picks, and I imagine we will see these getting banned out in the draft phase as these aggressive ADCs, like you say, the Vayne and Samira for the enemy team. And on the side of Bobcats, I think this Rek'Sai is likely to go because it was open one game and he got 25 kills.
Yeah, that not fair. Not fair to play against. Just one of those champions that I think everybody has become abundantly aware now. If the early game is just exploded, especially on this 12.9 patch before everything changed, it means that you can kind of just win the back off of that. Like, the whole game just falls apart. You can stack dragons, get your Rift Heralds, end the game in a quite clean, decisive manner. So champions like Rek'Sai, who hit first and hit fast, have a lot of additional power, just kind of circulating around the aura of them being in the game almost.
Exactly that. But that, I think, is enough of the two highlight elements of both teams, because we still have the other members, of course. So top matchup, we can maybe worth going into a little bit more there, because I think both of these top laners have carry potential. They've been carrying on some matches, but not necessarily the highlight member of the team.
Yeah, I would say that at least for Bobcats, Pelu up in this top lane, I like their champions. They do have that Jace plus the Akshan range, where they can really take advantage of getting a good counter for the lane itself. But on the other side, Avni kind of strikes me as a player that gets a lot of draft resources. Their picks are saved quite late into the draft. I mean, they can usually get counter, especially on red side for the first game. Yenomesler should be able to secure that for them. However, the most impressive part I've seen from this player is that they are pretty much the flex king of the squad. They have been flexed a Volibear up to top lane, flexed a Karma up to top lane, and that enables you especially to pick so many strange things as the draft goes, try and set up blind matchups elsewhere, and then know, okay, even if they counterpick us, we can send this up to top lane, ship it away, and then we can play something that we actually want.
Exactly that. Here we go into the draft of the game one, and the first ban will be Zoe, paying some respect to the enemy mid, which we haven't necessarily talked a little bit more about, but Fresh Killer, that Zoe and the Xerath potentially very scary.
And that was what I was waiting for, is the Xerath was actually the thing getting banned against Fresh Killer in all their games, putting them on the Zoe as their secondary pick. So it's something that I'm very curious to see if this does get left open by Bobcats. Will it be the first lock-in? Great research done from both of these teams. I'm loving this already. The Bard taken away, pocket pick, Xerath and Zoe now banned away. And I think that was Bobcats waiting to see if they knew about the old Yasuo Diana that would have probably came out in response there.
Yeah, exactly that. Yenomesler saying no to that one, getting rid of the Wind Boy in the mid lane. Instead, it will be that blue one, Wukong, as has been omnipresent in the playoffs bracket so far.
Now, that is still a flex pick up to the top lane if Pelu wants to take that. It's usually up in the jungle, though. So the question is, what will you be locking in? Another flex pick now being hovered by Yenomesler, keeping the draft wide open at this point. In their previous game we got to see on stream, we had Yenomesler's top lane, Avni, playing this Volibear into Camille and absolutely devastating the lane.
If I'm not mistaken, currently every time we've seen the Wukong Volibear jungle matchup at UEM so far, it has been significantly Volibear favoured if that is the decision to come through, but that is only statistics that may end up changing, as we see the Karma as well providing even more flexibility to the draft of the Turkish team.
Yanamezla picking up both of those picks there flexed up to the top lane, so I hate to tell you guys, you can't actually put them both top lane, unless you're swapping Burkus up there to go fill in the top lane role. Doubt that one will be the case, as now we get some expected focus towards the bot lane in pick ban, but it will be Infinity actually just locking in that signature Veigar for Dark, taking this in a very strange manner for the early part of the draft.
And Dark, one of those players when not necessarily on the Akshan, Yone or Yasuo, will resort to those control mages that they love so much. Generally worked pretty well for some scaling. We've seen Dark do some very disgusting things on those, but we'll see how well that ends up scaling today, because the problem with Veigar is it does take a while to get online.
Okay. Nautilus makes a lot of sense when you're expecting to be against that Karma in the bottom lane, because it gives you the engage potential. We will get Fresh Killer just immediately locking in the Victor out of their holy trinity of the Zoe, Victor, and then finally that Xerath. All at the end of the alphabet, and not sure why that one is, but that's because they like to get their scaling done, they like to have that prevalence, and into the Veigar, it's fine. You can exist in the lane pretty confidently, but the issue is you really are weak to that cage once you're getting focused out by things like the Naut, like the Wukong gank in your lane.
I think so one of the most interesting things here is we are saving both ADCs towards the end of the drop, both teams recognizing that this matchup is potentially the be-all, end-all for who ends up winning this game, and some respect being paid to Winnie and P-God to some extent, obviously it coming from Turkey as being respect to the other team with that Lucian ban.
And I expect Yanamezla to be locking in their ADC next once these bans are done. Taking a look at what they're against, I wouldn't mind something like the Caitlyn potentially to pair with that Karma, but if you want to keep it more open and save that as a flex up to the top lane in case Wukong turns out to not be in the jungle, then we might see a bit more of a generalist pick, something like the Kai'Sa as a takeaway from the enemy team, because you don't really want to be playing against Kai'Sa Naut.
No, not particularly. I mean, you have the opportunity to pick that up now if it is your desire, and it will be taken by Yanamezla.
Makes a lot of sense, and now is the question of how do Bobcats respond? Still have the Samira open, still have that... No, actually, like Vayne is banned away. That one is gone, didn't see that as all three of those kind of Trinity now looked at. Question is, where's this Wukong headed? Time for Bobcats to answer.
Yeah, very likely it's going in the jungle right now. I think it is definitely the dominant role for the Monkey, and it will be the Gwen locked up in the top side, as a relatively safe blind pick has been seen to be punished, but in general, you know, scaling provides pretty good percent damage, especially into a Volibear, so why not?
I like that a lot though, because we have seen in fringe cases Gwen get flexed back into the jungle, which means that now, if Yanamezla do get tricksy with the draft, you have at least one comeback tool to respond to it. We are going to see this Xayah picked up at the very end for Winnie. I like that when you're against things like the Volibear and the Kai'Sa that want to run at you. Makes a lot of sense, but the issue is Kai'Sa can always outplay that Feather recall with her own ultimate, so it means that in the isolated 1v1, if these two are ever left alone, it should go in P-God's favour.
We'll see exactly what Yanamezla are going to round off their draft with. Definitely have the flexibility right now, looking like a Graves, and if that does come through, we still won't know until the roles get swapped around. But there we have it, both drops for each team locked in.
Alright then, that is certainly a champion to lock in, and I'm being a bit hesitant, because like you have just said there, until we get to the 20 seconds where everything is guaranteed, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some last minute flexes. Graves up into the top lane against Gwen, making me think that we're back at Worlds now. Has lost a lot of its prevalence up there with, on this current patch, one of the most important changes for this game being that Hullbreaker is basically terrible as a first and even second item, not getting the majority of its stats now until after level 12, means that Avni up in this top lane will be looking towards more of the shield bow or eclipse route. We'll have to find out which way they go down there, but as far as it goes into this Gwen Pelu, for a bit of gank setup, has the potential to just run away with this game.
Exactly. Sometimes we have seen Infinity maybe shifting pressure or shifting momentum up to top side to try and support Pelu, because Pelu has been on some of those carry picks more often. I mean, we've seen this particularly when Pelu's been on the Renekton a few times to make sure that Crocodile can get the resources. So maybe it's an adaptation to say, well, you know what? Dark's on Viaguard this game. We'll let him get his stacks, and we're going to try and accelerate top a little bit more.
And a lot of almost mirroring, at least for the mid and the bot side. Mid lane with that Veigar into Victor, they just want to sit there and scale. They don't really want to be getting too proactive on the map. Even around jungle skirmishes, they'll have a big impact in the form of the Gravity Well and that cage that Veigar can chuck out. So it's something that I don't expect a lot of action to be coming down there, but we do have a Volibear locked in. And one thing we have seen from Basilion is they are more than willing to just sack everything and gank bot level 2.
Yeah, we had a very early bot gank, and it worked out amazingly for the team. We got the Samira incredibly far ahead, and it kind of just started picking up the snowball from then on. So very much be careful of that potential, and I mean, it does really look like that the bot side of Bobcats are just going to be playing weak side this game.
And I'm curious to see what they end up doing with it, because bot side isn't really where they like to have as their weak lane. Having this Karma plus Kai'Sa matchup isn't exactly the most synergetic, especially when you're into a Nautilus. Yes, you'll have the double range versus melee range matchup, so you'll be able to get some basic priority. But all it takes is a bit of attention from Infinity down there, and suddenly starts to fall apart from Yenomizla before it even comes together.
Here we are on the Rift once more. Nothing too out of the ordinary as far as the starts are going at the moment. But I do see that Fresh Killer is saying, you know what, I don't need the Airy, I don't need the Phase Rush, I'm going to try and make some more money with that first strike.
I like that into the Veigar, because you don't really get much value from having the Phase Rush. If you're going to get away from the cage, you're going to get away from it. And especially when Dark, taking this very standard rune of the Predator, it means you typically don't get to run away, so killing the Veigar is your only way out.
Alright then, very safe for the first game, of course. Sometimes you can either in the first of the best of 3 try and bank on certain strategies, or just play it a little bit safer as it is a best of series with very standard standard clears for both junglers.
Not going to expect anything out of the ordinary, but when you have Yenomizla in the game, I would not be surprised, as not giving away which side is leashing. When you have the Karma who could just chuck out an empowered ability. Okay, God, Shelly. I like the idea, right? Because it makes you think that they were leashing, but the issue was that the whole time Yenomizla were just staring out the bush like, are they going to come around that corner yet? Can we chuck out our abilities?
And you could just see the eagerness between P-God and Burkus to try and go for these 2v2s, because they are so confident in being able to outplay and win out in these. Definitely need to be watching any potential. As soon as that bot side hits level 2, there's probably going to be some action.
I mean, there always is when you have Yenomizla in the game, and it's the part that's just so interesting is how they find the weird angles to start it off. With the fact that neither bot lane leashed and they were in from level 1, does mean that you have all the priority to be able to set up. Karma Kai'Sa, though, not exactly their typical playmaking duo.
Not exactly, but it was the flexibility in draft that they gave for this, and we'll see exactly whether that will pay dividends in the end. Right now, just a little bit of farming, as you would expect.
Avni getting the expected priority up in this top lane. You do have the range advantage up until Gwen hits ult. Hold on a minute.
Speaking of, somebody did go for a 2v2, and it will be P-God coming out with not that much health, so we have to be very careful right now. Winnie and Chele still with their flashes available.
Yeah, this is very dangerous now for P-God to be in lane, but they have Basilion around. No wards currently placed for blue team, and I'm just a little scared for the Bobcats. They have their jungler around, but there was the potential if they overstep there, get collapsed on. So we'll just be Basilion taking the crab and backing off. When you have such a chunked out Kai'Sa, there's really not much you could do, and it's already taking a turn for the worse on this bottom lane.
Yeah, just opted into a bad trade, perhaps. And this is one, I guess, weakness of the ERU bot side, in that they can sometimes be a bit over-eager to be taking 2v2s, that they might not necessarily take the best fight.
Well, this lane state is absolutely dire. P-God is just being zoned off of every minion. That ward in the bush, just denying ability to stand up. Winnie doing an amazing job of just zoning. Okay, Pelu got a solo kill top.
Well, that will be the first blood over to Gwen, a massive advantage, especially given where that wave is, because that will not crash and that will hold on the side of the Gwen from what I can see on the minimap.
And I'm very glad to see that Bobcats are having a strong showing at the start of this game. I know there's not much different with the current patch in these first few levels, but it's something that you need to remember is, with the live patch having the durability update and this only being 12.9, all of these kind of solo kill window thresholds for the HP are different now. So you need to just chuck your mind back to a previous patch and go, okay, this is the actual number I can go in for the kill. Pelu kicking off the game with the first recognition of that. Very nicely done for the Bobcats top laner.
Alright, a little less of just unhindered aggression from Yenomezla. This game a little bit maybe thinking that, you know what, we just got to play it a little bit safer. We're against an undefeated team right now, one of the best teams to come out of the group stage. Let's make sure we can secure this win.
And I'm not 100% how they're going to necessarily go about it. I imagine it needs to come off the back of dragon stacking for this team, because at the moment, this team has a massive problem walking into the Bobcats. 3 of their champions, the Wukong, the Veigar, and the Xayah, are absolutely brilliant at stopping aggression. With the wall, with the zoning tools, all of that is just so difficult for particularly the Volibear and the Graves to really play against. Fresh Killer and P-God can at least chuck poke out from range. Not going to be the AP Kai'Sa this time around with that being toned down at this point. So it means that we need to find out how Fresh Killer can manage to perform against such difficult zoning tools, and if Basset can make their pressure known, as we see them once again lingering in that bush.
Unfortunately, the wave is pushing him right now. Winnie playing it incredibly safe right now on the Xayah, but you have to think that if Winnie steps up that just a little bit, might go wrong. Infinity will be here to provide the counter gank if it will happen. Macedonia's still waiting in the wings.
Spotted now, should be a free escape. One of the brilliant benefits of Nautilus is you can use that hook defensively. It's only a level 5 Volibear, so this will be a tower, or won't be a tower dive, would be a very risky tower dive is the way I wanted to say it, as now that dragon just being left again. Both of these junglers on their second full clear, and still no attention paid to this early Hex tech.
Interesting, because normally the benefit of having the Volibear and the Volley Wukong matchup is that ability to be able to match gank and prevent the Wukong from being able to get the money that Wukong really needs in the early game to just not be offset later on. But with Volibear not actually matching in proactivity, this is kind of a lot better for the Wukong than it normally would be going in the early stages.
100%. One of the biggest ways we've seen Wukong fall behind and lose a lot of their matchups is if they don't get a free early kill. They farm very slowly compared to the rest of the other meta junglers, and they're quite reliant on hitting that level 6. Like you just said, Basset hasn't been seen in a lane outside of a passing cloud, so this is just going to be complete neutrality in the jungle, which is all Infinity's way.
Just going to take the grab out of Infinity's hands here, though, as Yenomez looking to wrap around, potentially getting on a pick onto Infinity right here, going to dash away. The field will not connect, but there's just too much damage, and Fresh Killer picks that one up.
Massive commitment from the Bobcats to go for that aggressive invade will be punished by Yenomezla. Nicely done. It's going to at least do something towards evening out this game state, but you have to look down the bot lane. It is a 20 flat CS lead, going to be 15 by the time these minions are gone for Winnie, considering that we were talking about this being P-God's way to play. P-God is the name of the game for Yenomezla, and they have barely been able to get anything done to this point. Not exactly what you really want, as Godchelly is roaming up for this Rift Herald. Should be a free take with Yenomezla on the other side of the map, but now how will they respond? I hope it's with the dragon.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you might as well get that trade-off Volibear halving, and the bot's like going to do clear, and hopefully halve into that Hex tech, as we do have that bot priority as well, so there's pretty much no window for Bobcats to contest that if they decide to go for it.
We'll be a level 6 Volibear by the end of this, so it is a question of do they look for the dive onto bot lane. Godchelly is pathing back down, but still only level 5. Fortunately, drumroll, Dragon should be a free take. You know Wukong's on the other side because they've just had the Rift Herald pop up. Dark will be around to zone, but a Vigar with just Lucidity Boots and a tier is not the scariest thing in the world.
Azorian does not actually, I mean, I think actually the smite might come off cooldown. That is going down too quickly there. There was potential for that, but of course Dark was not aware. That will be the Hex stack, and the next strike will be the Mountain.
Particularly when you see your enemy jungler has Ionian Boots, it's never really worth it to guess if they have smite or not, because the assumption is they probably have a chargeback. 4 people onto the bot lane from Yenomesla here.
Responded to with the depth charge and the anchor, but there's just too much Stormbringer taking down the turret's exhaust. But Winnie doing a lot of damage. Chaos Storm going to pick that one up right at the end. Burkus almost drops, but EAU gets 2 kills.
Exquisite execution, and that feeds a lot of kills over to Freshkiller, who is going to pick up a total of 75 augment stacks for their passive in total now, just off of kill participation. Now, Infinity can pop over this wall, and it would likely be a dead Victor, but Dark is completely actually, so they can't even do anything.
No ability to set up with the Event Horizon, but Infinity still wants to go for it. There's the Cyclone still having second charge of that Freshkiller, forced to flash away.
Wow, that was certainly a respectful flash away. All they needed was for Dark to have enough mana for the ultimate execute, and that would have been a dead Victor. It's going to mean that this is a very gankable lane now for the foreseeable future. Basset Onion finally paying some attention up to Avni in this top lane, who has not been getting the best end of it so far.
Yeah, not so far. Gwen currently immune, clearing out the minions, but you have the 3 roaming members of Yenomesla. This is something we see all the time, the roams, cross-map, Pelu taking way too much from the Karma, not expecting that Q to go off, and Graves getting killed.
And has to give big credit over to Burkus, who has basically been a second jungler for the team at this rate, having higher kill participation. They have been in every play that has occurred in Yenomesla's favour, as Pelu God probably dead.
Should be a relatively easy dive in theory, but P-God doing so much damage to Winnie, actually surviving, will get the kill onto the Nautilus even. And this is why you should respect this bot lane.
Yeah, Overzealous having only the 2 people, Infinity, no ultimate, not in range at the time. This is very dangerous to face check into a Graves who's 2 levels up on you. Maybe Burkus could be collapsed on, but it looks like it will just be the play called off again. And suddenly Yenomesla rapidly accelerating the game state. Mythic already picked up for Freshkiller in the mid lane. And when we're talking about how these 2 team comps kind of interact, well, if you can build up enough of a lead, get some early objectives like the Dragons and the Rift Heralds, then Yenomesla can try and win this game before the enemy team really gets a chance to come online.
It definitely takes some time for the composition of the Bobcats to come online. A little bit of trading between Pelu and Avni, but nothing more than that.
A bit Freshkiller's up there.
I mean, oh, that hook actually landed. Threaded through the minion, but he just goes down. Burkus will pay. As Penitence, Dark picking that one up with that Primordial Burst, but it's going to be a 1-for-1.
I think it is going to overall be favoured to Yenomesla because that is more stacks over to the Victor. They've got 2 evolutions now. And Graves is going to be left alone in the top lane to farm up a treat off of those tower plates. Oh, hold on. This is very aggressive.
Alright, Voivod going in. Really wants to defend this tower. Going to take a lot of damage. Infinity going for the dive onto P-God. Gets it with the slap. There we go. 1 more onto the volley, but that's 2 more kills for Bobcats. A great response.
I would like to formally revoke my last statement of this is going in Yenomesla's favour, as now it is no longer going in Yenomesla's favour. Oh, very nicely done by Burkus to be able to stop the Rift Herald getting a second charge, though. Not softening up those very juicy tier 2 towers in the side lane. Gorcelli just going to come to the mid lane, escort this wave in with Dark, who has no ultimate, has no Predator, really doesn't want to be doing anything against this Victor, who is quietly becoming a bit of a powerhouse.
Yeah, whilst Yenomesla maybe having, responded well, and then also not necessarily made the best plays, with Bobcats having responded well as well to their response, but Freshkiller in the mid lane has constantly been here 3-0-1, probably getting almost all of his augments very soon with the 134 farm on top of that, so definitely a threat to watch out for in the ensuing Mountain Drake fight.
It's going to be very important to see what itemization they're going to come back off of this base with. I would expect, there we go, upgrade shoes, maybe a control ward? No, it's only going to be control wards on Basset Remember, you can only have one placed at a time, so it will mean that the vision control is going to be quite difficult for the Yenomezla squad. Curious to see if they can actually get some decent territory, because the thing is, this Karma on Burkus is really just requires you to have solid vision control, be able to poke out, zone, and use that big movement speed boost to the whole team to get control. Because if you look at the enemy side, well, we're talking about if Dark is ever allowed to set up in an area, it's very hard to approach.
Alright, well, Bobcats kind of have the wraparound right now, but the Mountain Drake's just going to take too much damage. Basset going to get that one going straight onto Dark, flashing away. Infinity in the backline with the Cyclone. Burkus going down, gets two in the backline. Fresh Killer, Pigod getting so low, but they're still alive. Infinity over the wall, manages to get one. Dark was responded to as well. Pigod 1-for-1 right now for both teams. Fight still going on. Really looking for more. There's the Stormbringer. Too much damage onto the Zaya. They're going to go down as well. Volibear, Burkus. Let's see if they can do it onto the Wukong and the Nautilus, who right now just having to run away. But Infinity wants to make the turn. Karma can just about hit the root. I don't think the Wukong can make it. Trading with the Volibear right now. That health regen keeping him alive, but it's not enough. ERU win out in the end.
Massively in favor for Yenomezla, and I won't be regretting saying that one. Big kill participation going over, as now we have quite an open rift. Rift Herald is still up on the table. Neither team has paid any attention towards that. A massive Envision investment from the Bobcats on the bot side. So, question is, can either team make it to this before the other does, now that there's a lot of respawns coming back?
Alright, Palu setting up the top side, getting that Scuttle Crab. You can see all of the members of the Bobcats moving up, but so is Burkus and Abney to try and make the collapse, but there's Dark as well. Dropping the Event Horizon. Gwen now comes and Burkus going straight down to half health. You have to think that he's just going to go down, but there's the shielding. Shutdown comes through, but it is responded to with Vigar as well. Infinity going forward, doesn't have the Cyclone right now. Looking for Abney, he just about dies to that red buff tick. Fresh Killer going forward, forcing out that Featherstorm from winning now. Bobcats on the retreat, having to take another loss to their bot side, and it's a double kill for Fresh Killer in the end.
Absolute monster now, as we see, going to go in favor of Yenomezla. Basset so strong after picking up a lot of excess kills in the previous fight. Same thing over to Infinity, but without the Cyclone, isn't able to have that big impact in the fight that you would otherwise have. So, where are they going to chuck this Rift Herald? Because you need to keep this game accelerating. We know that Yenomezla are one of the best teams in the tournament at playing in these non-stop tempo game states. And part of the reason for that is they really do draft to facilitate it. Pigod on this Kai'Sa can jump in from half a mile away. Basset on this Volibear with a lot of movement speed steroids contained in that Chem Tank and the Q itself. And then Burkus, well, I mean, they've just been the second jungler this game.
And this is one of the big positives of this team from Turkey, is that they are absolutely okay with just roaming as a 3 or even 4 stack in some cases, just to get picks or be able to gain advantages. But Avni right here might be in a little bit of trouble trying to get the kill onto Pelu. Will manage to do so, but will be returned by the Wukong.
Going to be a flash invested from Avni to collect that one. Does mean though, with the Cyclone down, and now Fresh Killer making this play onto mid lane.
You got in the middle of everything, the Event Horizon and the Primordial Burst enough to take that one out. Godchele now on the receiving end, meaning he will go down instead. But Infinity here with the response onto Burkus. The damage is there, but is it enough? Infinity forced retreat, Stormbringer shuts down the turrets, and Fresh Killer and Burkus pick up the Wukong.
Crispy clean, I'm expecting this to be, if not the Rift Herald push, a free turret as well. Looking to get 2 charges off of this. When you have Fresh Killer on this Victor, you can zone off so well.
Slodian looking to force, Everfrost coming through, just able to dissuade that one. Will just be the 1 charge collected by the Bobcats.
Look at the insane itemization on Fresh Killer right now. They are 2 items in with shoes, nearly stacked up the tier, so they can be building into that Seraphs as soon as they want. 10 stack Dark Seal, so I wouldn't even be surprised if they look to pick up the Medjais, because when we look at the enemy team, well, we've been propping up the Bobcats as being really good at, you know, blocking those teams that were running, stopping all of these champions that want to just aggressively walk at you. Spoiler, Victor doesn't have to, especially with this first strike.
Certainly, but I think Avni is a little bit caught out here trying to get the response, but actually he does so much more damage as Graves is level 13 and you are a level 9 Nautilus. As it turns out, he will still go down. Infinity is here to be able to pick up on the play. Burkus now in a little bit of trouble as the Gwen's going snip, snip, double kill for Dark.
We talk about one of the biggest issues with Yenal Mesler is the fact that they go for so many great aggressive plays. Well, you can trade aggression for precision. And this team definitely goes 100 into the aggression side of it, meaning that sometimes you just get a bit of a whoopsie like that.
Absolutely, and for that, Bobcats will collect that Cloud Drake, stopping the stacking of the enemy team and picking up a objective bounty in the process.
But what will they lose? Fresh Killer chunking out this tower in the top lane. This is going to be a very difficult approach if you commit to it.
If they can get the kill, that's a lot of gold into Winnie, and they will. That's a massive shutdown for the ADC of the Bobcats. Will he get out of it alive, though? Pigod flashing forward, rooted under the tower. Godchelly might actually go down here for that one, but as long as you got the shutdown, I think you're okay with it. But there's the TP from Pelu going on to the Kai'Sa. Dark flashing forward, just gonna click. Oh, that's deleted from the game. 2 kills, and maybe they can get more.
I mean, Winnie is quite low on this Xayah, so I don't think you really will be risking it. They're going to take the Crab at very least. Look at these HP bars. You can't take Baron in front of that. Especially with Avni, who has respawned their full damage itemization on the bot side. Yeah, Bassett could just cancel bases if they... Oh, doesn't get it, though.
Very close. Dark and Infinity still around.
Absolutely ridiculous. Dark?
Looking for the bait, apparently. Event Horizon does go down, root it down, going really low, Stormbringer over, and it's just too much damage from the Void Bear. Infinity all but a corpse at this point, trying to get out, but he will not escape. And now, Yenal Mesler have the opportunity to start up the worm.
And it is that mid-jungle duo that we propped up as the real driving force for Bobcats. Infinity and Dark falling in front of the Nash. This could be one of the final nails in the coffin for this game one. Collapse onto the bot lane here.
Yeah, trying to 2v3 this one. I'm not sure if you can even get one kill out of it. Almost got Burkus, but instead it'll be a double kill for the top side of Yenal Mesler and also a Baron. A huge advantage for the Turkish team from this.
Remember, whichever team wins this will be going 1-0 up in the series, heading towards the semi-finals. Only 2 matches away from that big €5,000 cash prize pool and taking the prestige of winning UEM. Something that has been sat firmly in Kit's trophy case for the past 2 years.
Yep, but unfortunately they have already been knocked out of the tournament, so it will not be Kit this year, it will be somebody else. Let's see whether Yenal Mesler can rise up, reclaim the title that belonged to Turkey some years ago, or will Spain be able to make it through to try and play for their first? See right now, because Turkey certainly has the advantage in this game one.
Maybe wasn't so much of a joke with Yenal Mesler being able to take the S out of Spain. Infinity caught in a cage, walking away, gonna be fine. Isn't going to be issues, but Basilion does not want this to be the end of it.
He wanted the flashes forward. There's the Stormbringer. There's the damage. There's the death onto Dark and Infinity. Fresh Killer feeling himself going over the wall. 5 levels up on this Nautilus, and you have to think it's probably just going to be a clean ace for the team. Okay, maybe not necessarily a clean one with Fresh Killer going down, but a Quadra for the Graves and a Baron buff in mid means you can probably end the game.
I
Actually,
would agree, but they haven't done any due diligence with the wave, and that is, if not the perfect representation of this Yenal Mesler team. They will ace you in their own jungle after you get the sneaky play on them, with the cage and the Cyclone potential setup. No. We're going to completely outplay you mechanically. What do we need to do to win the game again? Was it minion wave? Yeah, we should probably do that, guys.
Yep. Instead, as a result of the minion wave not having been pushed up properly, it's only going to be an inhib, but that still opens up the base for the next teamfight opportunity. If you win that, then you definitely can crack open the base and secure the first game of the series.
I think that this is potentially just a stylistic advantage. Yenal Mesler not only being more familiar on the current patch, having played those 6 best of 3s, on this one and the previous patch, but also the fact that they have just got such good ability to force that aggression, even when they don't have the tools to do it, right? Volibear should be the only champion on this team that is actually a playmaker in the early game, but Burkus, playing this Karma like it's a Nautilus, has been here, there, and everywhere, constantly making plays, always surviving on 5% HP as Fresh Killer. Definitely living their namesake right now.
So the 8, 3, and 7, 3 items completed alongside that death trap, a ridiculous amount of damage. Actually kind of curious how much money is made off of First Strike this game, if that's ever possible to get a checkup on that one, but this Victor certainly to be watched out for next game, and to think that this is the person that's had the target bans of the Zoe and the Xerath in draft as well.
And then it starts to beg the question of, do we have to ban 3 Fresh Killer champions in the first rotation? Hold on, this is going to be likely the last play of the game.
Alright, Dart taking so much damage, so along with the collateral damage and the rest of it, but it seems like the Bobcats are actually winning out. Gwen with the needlework just shredding through the line of the Yenomesla team, but unfortunately, still 2 members alive. Pelu going golden. Can they make it happen? P-God, can he make the outplay? Nautilus, Gwen, the healing is there. P-God is still alive, and he secures the kill. It's a double kill for the Volibear. And with a wave this time around, they might be able to close this one off.
Dark respawning in 20 seconds will be up with that Primordial Burst, so I think this is very dangerous if they look to try and commit for the end. Free inhibitor. However, at very least, the inhib itself going to be a bit more risky. Looking around the map, there are a few TP wards if Dark wants to look for a flank. Objectives will not be up though, so in best case scenario, you could try and pick up a kill, but yeah, not even going to invest anything, because what do you gain off the back of it? A measly 600 gold shutdown? Because I really don't think you're going to be able to get through this 2-item Volibear just yet.
Right now, so accelerated on this back. We'll probably be able to complete that 4-mail or potentially go for the Zhonya's instead, as that Zhonya's does get completed, giving you the stopwatch effect and the extra damage on your abilities, all about having really high AP ratios if you didn't know.
It's pretty absurd, that champion, as Fresh Killer just looking to keep control of this jungle with Burkus. Now, the thing is about these 2 champions, disgusting zone control. It's very difficult to walk into them in these choke points, but they're extremely weak to things like the Nautilus ultimate, things like the Cyclone from over a wall, if they are standing too far up. And you can see that the Bobcats are attempting to build up a vision line, but it is being answered so well by Yenomesla, putting down their own. I'm expecting more control wards, more scryers to come out here and start to take away that preliminary vision. As you can see, Bobcats being pushed gradually and gradually back towards their own base, losing everything they established. This will be the tower taken down for top lane. And with Baron spawning in 35 seconds, Yenomesla should be able to turn around, grab that, and then end the game. Question is, will they take a cheeky fight before then?
We saw it in the last fight. Pelu on this Gwen finally scaled up, 3 items now available, was able to do so much damage with that needlework through that corridor. Bobcats, if they can find the fight at Baron along with objective bounties, have a chance, a sliver of a chance, but it is a chance nonetheless. If they try to go for this fight, Pelu does have the TP in the bot side, so will be able to join the team if they decide to contest the Baron, but it looks like that's not what they're going to do.
Bobcats, this is likely to be the lights being turned out on you unless you can find some kind of miracle team fight in the base. The issue is about fighting in the base is your champions kind of rely on guerrilla warfare, with Gwen and Wukong being very good in choke points. Spoiler, there's no choke points in the base, so you're really going to need to get some kind of mistake from the enemy team if you're going to look for something. Oh, I like this hold. They're going for very aggressive posturing. If you could get a pick, particularly onto Fresh Killer, that removes a lot of the siege potential of the enemy team, as Avni's going to be the target.
Alright, 3 members. He has a level 17 Graves. There goes the depth charge. Already does half of Dark's health bar. Goes golden. Actually dodges the primordial burst of that, but it's just too much, and Dark gets the kill.
There's a lot invested, though. All 3 of those champion ultimates. They'll need to get back to the base if they want any chance of denying this top lane tower take, but I feel like P-God and Basilion can just stroll on up and start freeing, but Dark is back in time. They managed to keep it safe.
Still have to be aware of these bound up minions. Of course, one inhib has respawned, and the supers in the bot side are going to take a very long time to catch up. Bobcats looking to stall it out.
Watch this, Victor. Every laser that hits is so significant. The slowing effect, the Liandries, it just means that you cannot stand forth and defend your inhibitor safely, because if P-God ever gets a follow-up on you, it will just drop. Going in for the autos. Infinity still got about 20 seconds left on the Cyclone. Predator used.
Oh, Doc trying to land one of these cages right now. Bassioyan instead going for Winnie. That Kaiser W isn't going to connect with the Featherstorm, but he goes in with the Killer Instinct, and P-God collects that one. Now Fresh Killer and the rest of the team make the collapse. That's a double kill for the victor, and it seems like that's just going to be the game for Yenomez.
Pops the enemy Vigar, as this will be a statement game from Yenomezler, issuing the first loss of the tournament over to Bobcats. Last attempt will come out from the remaining Bobcat members, but as we see in that little face-to-face in the gold, yes, you're probably wondering how I got here, says Pelu.
There it is. That's the first game. 70,000 in the bank, and almost 60 kills in half an hour. What a game, and what a bloody one at the end.
When we went back and looked at the VODs for Yenomezler, I thought to myself, this is either going to be really fun to cast, or just a complete sweep that we don't really get to talk about anything. I'm glad it was the fun option. They most definitely kept that action rolling the whole way through, and now it really starts to show, is it Bobcats being less familiar on the patch, or is it them just being outclassed overall? Every little thing goes towards that, and they need to come back, because if they lose another game, they're out of the tournament. This is a best of 3, guys. Yenomez only need one more to advance to semis.
Absolutely, Yenomez are now taking down the undefeated team at last, and we have some replays for all of you. And at first, this will be that P-God play where he manages to get the 1v2 under tower, lays the damage onto Winnie first, and just Nautilus taking too many tower shots and too low of a level to be able to resist.
Not having their jungler there. This one was a bit of a whoopsie. This bot tower seems like it was a bad omen for both teams, as every play that went on down here was definitely one that the team making the play would regret. Basilion finding their only death of the game over there, as far as it went, the team fighting just became so dominant because Fresh Killer got massively accelerated off of those early skirmishes and roams to the bot lane, and it just means that an accelerated Victor with a Volibear to set them up, really hard to answer for the enemy team. I want to see Infinity on a different champion. We thought coming into today that Wukong would have a lot of priority, and it does, but is it deserving of that priority? A bigger question that I think has a different answer.
I'll say it again. Volibear has an incredibly positive win rate matching into Wukong, and I simply think that if you're going to pick the Wukong this early, maybe you need to ban away the Volibear, because it just seems impossible to actually win this matchup. As we see Volibear just... I mean, these Stormbringers are really, really big for the whole of Yenomezler to be able to provide these tower dives even.
But the thing is, even in this game, Bassioyan was not that proactive in the first few levels. It wasn't until after level 6 that we really started to see them come online and start making plays. And most of them were actually facilitated by Burkus on this Karma. So that is a real question that I think Bobcats are going to be sat around right now talking about. How do we answer this player? Because we had a champion like the Nautilus who should have been able to answer, but because we didn't have an aggressive ADC, something like the Samira the Kaisi herself, you couldn't really punish it, and then they just got to skedaddle out of lane. The one time we tried to attack this Kai'Sa when Burkus was gone, we ended up dying under tower. So I really do need to see a different kind of draft come together from Bobcats, something more coherent, something that can better answer the enemy team's aggression with aggression of their own.
I think one thing with Bobcats is, it was game 1, it's first game of the day, you're just warming up. I think there's a slight resorting to scaling in terms of having Gwen and Vigar, so maybe let's step it up, let's bring it back to what we saw in groups, some of the energy, some of the aggression that we definitely saw coming in from that team. Yasuo Diana indeed, but also some of the other aggressive themes, maybe an Akshan or a Jace being able to be flexed around. But I think that's it for now. We'll bring it back to game 2 in a little bit, just after a short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2022 Amazon University Esports Master, provided to you, of course, by Twitch Student and Intel. Check them out if you haven't already. And we're back with round 2 of the first best of 3 of the day between the Bobcats and Yenomesler, with Turkey going 1-up in the round 1.
And Yenomesler, the team that we're expecting to come into this series with a bit of an advantage, not necessarily because they were the higher praised one, but because they had a lot more experience on the patch and are very good at being proactive early game. Well, they did exactly what we expected on the tin, just a bit slower than expected.
Yeah, in their previous performances, it's kind of just been straight from the onset, let's go full ham, that's what we're going to do. A little bit slower, maybe recognizing that Bobcats were a more formidable opponent than maybe who they've played previously, so taking it slightly slower.
So let's pop the Bobcats back up on screen and we can take a look at where we really want to see the priority change. Infinity going over to that Wukong, a champion that we do not really like. Yes, every team seems to like it, but it's most definitely not our favourite one.
Going into today, Wukong has had a 37% win rate, and now it's even lower after this loss. So, despite the presence, this champion has really not been succeeding.
Absolutely not. It has not really had the early proactivity that something like the Volibear on the other side managed to have. Basilion having a much better game one, combined with Burkus on their Karma, managed to be a bit too proactive for Bobcats to handle.
Yeah, let's bring it back to Yenomesler as well, taking a look at that roster, of course, and Fresh Killer, mid-bans. Will they make it free this time?
Yeah, losing out their Zoe and their Xerath. Still not got to see them play the Xerath, banned by every single team against this squad. Now, the third ban from the Bobcats was the Bard against Burkus. And we just saw Burkus roaming around the map on the Karma as if they were playing Bard. So I feel like it might actually be worthwhile for them to just say, alright, give all the bans over to Fresh Killer, don't give them any of their main picks. Know that Silas is their fullback and pick something that is going to play fine into that on its own. Maybe something like the Yasuo, it seems like a fine matchup overall for them, especially if you do pair it with that Diana that we want from the Bobcats. Then, and then only, might we get to see a much more competitive matchup.
I think the key here is just to give more playmaking to Infinity, because every time in the group stage we've seen Infinity on good playmaking junglers to be able to pair with Dark and the rest of the team, but it just wasn't present in game 1.
No, it wasn't. Even on the Wukong after level 6, we saw him have some decent fights, but it wasn't really something where it was that shock factor that we've had so many times burned into us of, oh my god, look at Infinity go, wow, look at that play, that's brilliant. Because this isn't the kind of player who is constantly ganking, constantly on the map. They have those key moments that turn the tide of the game. Something like Diana is a lot better for that than the Wukong, who struggles to get into the backline, struggles to make those singular picks, and is disengaged a lot easier. Outside that, maybe we could see them go over to their signature Rek'Sai. I would also be fine with that. Remember, this is do or die for the Bobcats. Lose here, and then Yenomesler has eliminated both of the Spanish seeds in playoffs, and will be heading up to the semi-finals.
An impressive run indeed for a team that didn't even make it to groups in the first place. They had to make it through LCQs from the second round of their regional league, so it's arguable that they weren't necessarily even the best roster coming into, I guess, the tournament initially, but boy, they have been a surprise.
That's the thing. There's a reason they call it a last chance qualifier, and Yenomesler used it literally. They lost their first series and then had to fight the entire way through losers bracket to make it back. It is just top quality to see that this team has made it here in dramatic fashion, having only lost that one series at this point, dropping singular games on the way. Yenomesler, with how explosive, I'll call it, their team is and how proactive they are, it means that they do forfeit a bit of the precision, which means that when it comes to making some of these plays, we saw it in the last game perfectly a few times over. Sometimes they'll just do a little bit of trolling. They'll overextend a little bit too far because they're already thinking 3 plays ahead of, alright, Rift Herald, we just killed it, how are we going to set up for the next one?
And that's something that Bobcats really have as an advantage over Yenomesler because we've seen it in groups. They're actually a relatively precise team when they can actually put Infinity and Dark on a good mid jungle duo where Godchele can occasionally make the roaming plays. I mean, we've seen it on the Rakan, we've seen it on the Nautilus, we've seen it on the Zillion, in fact. So let's see what the Bobcats can do this time with the draft for the second game.
Now with Yenomesler on the blue side, where are they going to place their early priorities? That Lucian still a contested pick for the ADC role. Outside of that, I don't think Yenomesler will be falling into the Wukong bait anytime soon. As we do get the immediate Rek'Sai and Yasuo bans away, Infinity not being enabled right here to go towards their Diana or their signature Rek'Sai, as it will actually be the Bard staying banned, saying, alright, yeah, we know you can run around the map on Karma, but we just need to have a better bot lane to punish when we do see P-God left alone. Not really able to get it done in the last matchup with the Xayah Nautilus. I'm hoping to see potentially early priority for Bobcats of the Kai'Sa Nautilus themselves.
Continuing to deny Chele's Zillion as well. Yenomesler paying respect to that one, not allowing that support to be able to match the roams of Burkus quite as proficiently. This time, Yenomesler with the blue side.
Roll. I'm honestly not sure what this first pick is going to be. I would expect it to be a standard ADC, something as a takeaway, but the Volibear is always open. It's a flex pick. They've got their Karma as well if they want to lock that in. I mean, why change anything if you win the first game like that?
And this Volibear has just been such a great pick for this team. I mean, the ability to say, you know what, sometimes just throw it in the top. Good matchup, we'll give it to Avni, give him a lane kingdom, put something else in the jungle so we can have a better jungle matchup. And Yenomesler are constantly flexing picks early in draft to give them these advantages.
And the thing about this Volibear, when it is put up in the top lane, is it doesn't have that many clear weaknesses. Unless you're playing something like a Trundle or a Darius into it individually, you can't really go for the isolated kills. You can pick a ranged champion and avoid it altogether, which is something we know Pelo can do. But with that Trundle locked in now as a potential answer to the volley that can follow it between roles, Bobcat's saying that we've got a little bit of the ability to chase you down and have that prio. It's not really a pick I'd want to see going over to Infinity, though.
Alright, this time P-God just being confident and saying, you know what, let's just lock in the Kai'Sa again, we'll run it back, it's fine.
No reason not to.
Map do the thing. Yeah, it worked well enough. Early lane phase, slight mistake with an overeager trade, and instead this game, Fresh Killer feeling himself with the Silas.
So what are the other champions we've seen them play? And when you're against a Trundle, which is a top-notch ultimate to steal, a lot of the times this pick is only locked in for the ultimate, be able to drain the resistances, the HP, the stats from the enemy team, picking that target. Well, if you steal it as Trundle, and then Silas steals them from you, suddenly that is a superpowered Silas romping around your backline against two mages. So I like this a lot from Yenomesler. Question is, though, can Bobcats get enough tools to keep them at arm's length? Because that looks to be where they're going so far.
This time targeting out Avni a little bit. That Graves was actually also one of those silent carries later on, being just so over-leveled and really hard to deal with going 1-for-1. And in a lot of situations, they had to dedicate 3 members to kill him later on in the game.
And it nearly didn't work. Despite getting first-blooded solo killed in the top lane, well, it didn't stop Avni having a dominant rest of the match after that point. As soon as Burkus made their way up there, it was all but over, as the Nautilus will get taken away, not going to be picked up now. Bobcats, I would hope to see an AD, but are you going to run it back on the Xayah? You had a fine lane, but not really a rest of the game.
Alright, well, certainly a safe pick. Let's see what else Winnie has in store. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily mind something. I mean, Winnie has resorted to the Ezreal in some cases, but instead looking to just go with the Xayah again, having the utility of that Featherstorm to self-peel.
Doesn't self-peel from the Kai'Sa is the only thing, who can obviously reposition around those feathers. So question is going to be, what support matchup will we be getting, as now the Bobcats will get the counter pick in that bottom lane, as we expect it to be a Trundle in the jungle would make the most sense, not having that heavy AP top plus jungle or anything like that, as we do get the Karma, the run back. Just not many good answers that we have seen. The Nautilus is the previous one from Bobcats. Karma, one of the real mainstays of the entire tournament. If we had a championship skin at the end of this, it would most definitely be going to Karma.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think if you add up collective games across all rounds of the tournament, I'm almost 100% certain that the Karma would actually be the highest, and there is a Wukong.
Hmm.
This time it might go top.
Could. It is flexible, but I don't know if I like it conceptually. I mean, we've just seen so many failures from the Wukong as a pick. Question is, which role will it be heading towards? Because if they are just locking in to follow the Trundle and have the ability to really, well, laugh in that pick's face, then that's something. Renata Glask will get locked in, though. In the support role with Desire, we know this is a very dominant lane. Having that double ranged is able to contest against Karma. Conceptually, I like the idea. Kai'Sa, quite a short-range ADC, can get poked out heavily from these two. In practice, also works quite well, because everybody on the enemy team wants to run into you. You chuck up for that Renata ultimate, and suddenly the entire zone is just blocked off. Combine that with Dark's Vigar, you've got a lot of very good tools for denying access to your backline.
So much area control right here for the team of the Bobcats. I mean, Infinity, Pillar, Pelu just being able to create that zone of, oh, you know, you want to step into me, I'm Gwen, I'm immune. And then you have the Baby Cage, you have Zaya just being able to provide feathers. Everyone has a area denial tool.
But we said last game that that was what Bobcats had planned for, and we thought they could execute on it. They couldn't. Yenel Mesler's relentless aggression and roams for Burkus on their support, once again going to be reprising the role of Karma, was just way too much to handle. So it doesn't necessarily need to be a different kind of draft of what we've seen from Bobcats. They said it was down to our execution. It wasn't down to the picks. So that is going to be the main thing of seeing how they can actually, well, execute differently, right? Because Renata is not a champion renowned for her roams. Karma a bit better off with the constant movement speed steroids of that shield. So it really does start to leave those question marks over your head of, will this just be a repeat of the first game, or if Bobcat's got something sneaky up the sleeve, maybe a level 1 cheese?
Exactly that. We'll just have to wait and see once we load it onto the Rift. But Bobcats with a noticeably different draft this game. Still some of the same tools coming through with the scaling and the Gwen and the Vigar. But, you know, Dark's Vigar, that game ended up working relatively well. It was just kind of got out-accelerated. Is a little bit too fast for Vigar to be able to keep stacking up his darkness.
And this time, you're against a Sylas in the mid lane, which is very different to the Victor. If Sylas ever looks to be going too aggressive, you put down the cage around yourself, and you just waddle your way out of it. So this should be a lot safer, especially once they get that Everfrost as well. It's going to be very difficult to see anything really proactive from Freshkiller, but that means they can be proactive around the rest of the map. Suddenly unlocking this mid laner to go roaming. They've got the teleport in pocket. Now, don't expect anything too big from these first few levels, but which team will draw first blood? Which team will make the first moves? Tools in both junglers to really get a lot done in those early few levels. Question will be, which one will strike first?
Apparently that was Volibear, because Infinity takes a little bit from the storm that he has summoned, revealing Trundle. I mean, doesn't necessarily mean Infinity will start the top side despite that. See exactly where the pathing goes, but it does seem likely at the moment.
So, a question that we need to keep in mind. Are there any lanes that Bassaonian can level 2 gank? Because we've seen them do it on the Volibear.
Yep.
Up in top lane, Pelu has Ignite and not Ghost, which means that combined with just the fact that this Volibear can flank around the Tribush and then the early damage from a Conqueror Wukong, we could just see an immediate focus up here and take Pelu out of the game again. What's this?
A little bit of stutter stepping, gotta do it. Off the last
They're
game.
practicing the clone.
Oh,
They're
what
practicing
is
clone.
this?
I mean,
Like,
Burgess can
Darkest.
look to poke, but that's about it. Maybe forcing Smite.
P-God wants to auto a little bit. Lays down the Acapian Rain, but that's a level 2 Trundle. Slow from the Mantra Q though, enough. And also chunking out Winnie for so much HP.
Okay, that's amazing, actually, from the Yenel Mesler side, as this will be the first 3 minions denied away from Winnie, and slowing down Infinity because they started Pillar second. They don't get that attack speed field, so that means that Bassaonian, while they won't be taking a level 2 gank themselves, they will be excruciatingly quick on this clear compared to the Trundle.
P-God Burkus always looking for a fight here. I mean, incredible going for this level 1 play. Taking a little bit of a worse trade here, but on the level 2 they can probably go a little bit more offensive. Dark getting pushed in, Fresh Killer
Mm-hmm.
going to the top side setup.
Well, you know where Trundle is, right? So unless Infinity does a really sinning path where they go right back down to bottom lane, then this is all you need. Amazing stuff from the Enomesla top side. Putting down these 2 wards just completely deny Infinity from doing anything. Trundle, one of the worst junglers in the game for clearing early Krugs and early Raptors, so you always expect them to do a 4-camp clear into a gank. Now, Infinity, having been spotted out and slowed down on the first 3 camps, they're going to finish red, and their only avenue is to go mid. But hey, Fresh Killer knows that, right? They could just back off on the Silas, so it's going to be completely fine for them. Really clean stuff from Enomesla without having to do anything flashy.
Not at all. Just these little advantages certainly adding up. I mean, the vision here potentially being so paramount later on. We'll see how they utilize that. But for the time being, very, very standard situations going on in all the lanes. Bastilian, though, holding on the bot side, maybe looking for a collapse on the bot. Either that or it will just be a recall.
Considering how slow this early game is going to be, it is a fine occasion to take the Krugs. I would be doubtful to see a dive onto top lane against this Wukong. So this is just going to be both junglers pivoting back. Going to full clear, including crabs for each of them. Is going to be absolutely fine. Which I think you're okay with, because when it comes to level 6 ganks, that's when Basset becomes a bit favoured. Whereas at level 3, Infinity just having the pillar can really get a lot done. The fact that you've now kind of bridged that gap that allows Basset to not have to take anything too inefficient, not make any super risky plays, and still keep all lanes completely safe is just stellar from this squad.
Level stuff indeed. Bobcats maybe looking for something here instead.
All that.
Handshake away. Godchele forced to flash. Both flashes gone now. The side of the Bobcats. A nice little play coming out. However, of course, it's the both flashes also gone for Enomesla.
No clone, they can't jump over this without committing a flash.
There's a flash. There's the pillar. There's the ignite. That's the kill. First blood yet again for Pelu.
Very greedy from Anthony to stick around after using that clone. Not flashing immediately over the wall, but Infinity getting something done early. This is what they need to do on the Trundle. While it isn't what we thought would be the best thing for this player on the team, it at very least keeps them in the game, managing to secure first blood, like you said, once again for Pelu. Now, last game we saw it backfire, but this Gwen into Wukong matchup should be a lot more difficult for Avni to get that back in their favour on their own.
A little bit of autoing Dark, stacking up his stacks. Continuing to go through the top side, just clearing for the time being. Both junglers yet again. I mean, Infinity did have gang in the top side, matched bot side, but for the most part quite quiet. But Winnie gonna be a lot less quiet because he's just gonna kill Burkus. And this is a very different game.
Top-notch punish right there. The enemy support commits flash to force you to use yours. Alright, you're not allowed to play far up in that case, Burkus. Now, I'm wondering where he's actually going to go. Are they just going to come back to the bot lane to save their Kai'Sa, or are they going to go elsewhere? As now, Basset does not have upgraded Smite. I don't think they've seen the dragon yet. They don't know it's being taken. This is going to be a big collapse.
Alright, but Gotcha is only level 4. Handshake away, flash through. Fresh Killer looking for it, but the Primordial Burst is not enough. Infinity, the next target, but instead, Fresh Killer goes down to Dark.
In the defensive tools of Bobcats coming up trumps as Basset will not be able to get in their Fresh Killer using their flash, and there are a lot of susceptible targets to Pillar now. Both of these junglers perform so well when the enemy team doesn't have flashes, and now is going to be pretty much free pickings across the map of which lanes you want to be going towards, with actually taking a look down, only one flash for each team remaining.
Alright, here we go, 0-3 right now. Bobcats in the driver's seat this time around, very different to last time, and maybe it is the proactivity from Infinity, maybe it is other reasons, as we see Winnie just being able to get one of those 2v2 kills. Bobcats really saying that they do want to stay in this tournament.
Fighting for their region, fighting for their reputation as Avni, being ignited.
Cyclone away, has the clone, should be able to get out just fine.
Just gonna have to burn the ultimate in exchange for ignite. So, you remember how I said in the pick ban that Godchele on this Renata much worse at roaming than Burkus? Well, they took that as a challenge, and clearly they are getting a lot done. Forcing out that ultimate from Avni means that there is realistically no chance for them to solo kill Pelo in this lane unless they go way, way far up with no HP. Okay, this is something.
Alright, there goes the root, there's the Soulfire, Fresh Killer's here to collapse, but there's the handshake and the exhaust. Winnie now going into the bailout, just a little bit too much damage. Peacock gonna pick that one up. Will they look for Chelly? Flash forward with the Cathian Rain, and that secures the kill from the Plasma. Peacock really looking for it. 2-0 now on the Kai'Sa.
There was a reason coming into the day that we said, how can Bobcats keep Peacock down? How can they resist the pressure from Burkus across the map and in the lane? And as Pelo being chased down by Basoyan, he's going to get themselves out pretty positively after killing Avni under tower. Well, the question continues to get asked is, what on earth are you supposed to do as the Bobcats about this bot lane?
It's an interesting one. It was looking really good for the early game, right? So, yes, you were pushed in, you lost 2 flashes, but that was trading. They also had to expend 2 flashes for that, and then you got a 2v2 kill versus Burkus. However, we're going to have a fight ensuing now, so Fresh Killer looking for it, Infinity getting really low, and so is Pelu. The numbers, they started this Rift Herald so low, and they're continuing to do it. But Pelu is healing through, gets the 1 kill, it's the trade. 1 full 2 right now in favor of the Bobcats now. Dark, out of mana, Infinity and Chelly looking for Burkus. They're wanting the chase, they want the gold, they want the kill. Not sure if they'll get it just yet. There's the Pillar Infinity, traded back by Burkus. So much damage from the Karma, but I think that'll just be it.
What a ridiculous fight. He's going to just barely edge out in the Bobcats' favour. Oh, okay. We can take a moment, as that will be Pelu losing their shutdown. But overall, I think you're still going to take that as an absolute win. This is support or combat to a new level. Avni might be able to collect this one, forcing Godchilly to flash. Burkus saying, no, I am the true enchanter. You are not allowed to roam around the map and use your pitiful abilities on laners. That is my game.
It's impressive how Burkus is playing this Karma. Absolute roaming madman right now, all over the map, making the plays. Probably, it's just a second jungler, honestly, as you say. I mean, Bassa, Oya, and Burkus just always in other people's lanes.
And I want to point out the fact that in that last fight, Fresh Killer stole the Trundle and started regaining a lot of HP, but they were still able to get dropped just because of the focus coming out from the entirety of the Bobcat squad, putting a lot of damage down onto that Silas and saying this person will be a raid boss if we don't drop them, dedicating a lot of resources onto it. This team, like we said, they're very good at establishing a plan and then executing on that plan. This game, the plan is, don't let them monkey on top of us, in the case of top lane literally, and then kite out the fight, play it, killing those key targets, stop Fresh Killer, stop Avni. Then if Peacock dives in, they're the priority. They have set out everything like clockwork, and provided that Yenel Mesler can't throw a spanner in that works, game is definitely looking to be going their way right now.
And you have to also think, if Pelu started that fight with more than 20% HP, that Gwen was healing for so much, staying alive. But I'm going to hold that thought for a second, as Dark, flash in response by Fresh Killer, there's the Primordial Burst, not enough damage to kill Infinity. Taking a beating from the Volibear. Burkus in the back, the Comet does not land, here's the Volibear looking for it. Bastion will get the kill. Traded though, Ignite now onto Infinity, free on the tower dive. Will they get it? Fresh Killer taking so many tower shots, but here comes the infection from the Renata. Burkus gonna go down now. The collapse onto Peacock and Fresh Killer seems all but lost for the side of Yanelmez, and maybe they trade one into Infinity, but the bailout bails him out, and Bobcats win out.
Bobcats win out and will be able to walk it down into this Inferno Dragon as well, losing only 1. And because of that bailout, not even dropping the shutdown on Infinity, a very scary Trundle. One of the best champions in the game for just stopping dive by being a stat stick. And when you're far ahead, a Trundle stat stick is really difficult to actually answer. With that lethal tempo, with that Renata Glass on their team, they are an absolute raid boss in kind with Fresh Killers when they steal theirs.
Alright, right now, 3,000 gold lead, 2 Drakes in advantage. Mountain is the soul of this game, and boy, is that a soul for the Bobcats. If they can get that, those resistances really nullifying the damage of the enemy team.
When you think about how much burst across the board comes out, like you say, pretty much the entirety of the Enomezla squad needs to kill you on run rotation. We saw just before that entire play kicked off, it was Freshkiller trading flashes and looking for the solo kill onto Dark. They couldn't finish them off though by barely a couple autos, just because they had already used everything. If a Mountain Soul is there, that means there's really no situations where Dark should be dying.
Rift Herald crashing into topside, Bellu and Infinity both cashing in the plates. This will be the turret down, first turret secured as well for this Gwen. Riftmaker complete and even more money in her back pocket.
No objectives up right now. This is just going to be Basset Oyen being forced out of their own jungle, slowly.
Trapped behind a pillar and a wall. Rift Herald gets the second charge. Pelu and the rest of the crew will be here to take down a secondary tower for even more gold, accelerating the lead to 4,000.
4 plates go down. That is impressive right there. As on the other side, P-God looking to go on to Winnie. Great exhaust.
Immediately exhausted. Killer Instinct. Those are the feathers set up. Exhaust in response. Burkus is here. It is a 1v2, and as such, Winnie will go down, but not without a fight.
Oh my goodness. Oh, the fact that the minions were alive for so long meant that Burkus was just getting away with murder, poking them, and then be able to walk out. Felt like the aggro was juggled ever so well by the Enomezla squad, and this bot lane, man. When we're talking about the real playmakers, the real win conditions for both of these teams, it's bot lane for Enomezla, it's Bobcats mid jungle. Right now, both of them having a pretty damn good game. Obviously, we see that Bobcats mid jungle a fair bit further ahead, at least in the kill aspect, but we know for a fact that P-God can take this game in their hands if given the chance. So, we have got very fair playing field for both squads in this do-or-die match for Bobcats. Lose and you are out. The Enomezla win and you get to go to semis trying to fight for the next Turkish title for UEM.
And remember, it's not just about pride, it's not just about securing the title for your country, but also about the prize pool available, and I guess the bragging rights of saying I got to win the highest level of play at University League in the entirety of Europe, because that is a hell of a bragging right.
This Rift Herald will get started up off spawn by Bobcats. Pretty sure there's one of those new achievements for doing this one, as they're going to look to take this away and then presumably chuck it down mid, because at the end of the day, that is what unlocks the map, and that is what allows you to play with these very clear plans. Setting up vision is something that even in the last game, we saw Bobcats doing a very good job of, despite being from behind, able to set up and then proceed to look towards plays. Obviously,
right.
Okay, that happened.
So, Pelu gets another solo kill. Right now, I feel like this Gwen may be coming into game 3, if that's a potential thing that happens, which right now is looking like a big possibility for the Bobcats to come out on this one. Rift Herald dropped to mid. Pelu, maybe some respect needs to be paid, as Infinity pillars down Burkus, and he's forced to flash.
Early game versus mid game. And right now, mid game is online and most definitely winning. Bobcat's going to look for the second charge. On the other side of the map, Avni is split pushing, but it's just a Wukong getting towers at the end of the day. You're still losing out mid.
And breaking down this mid makes this enemy jungle so dangerous to step into now. Imagine just having Dark and Infinity sat in a bush somewhere, waiting in the wings for you to approach, and then you just get executed by the Vygar's Primordial Burst.
It's good. It's even worse, because on the Mountain Rift, it actually creates more choke points by adding in these additional walls. So the Vygar and the Renata get even more value. I mean, Trundle as well. We don't need to recount it every single time, but everything about the Bobcat squad screams, fight in the jungle. Fight us in the jungle, do it, you can't. And so far, Enomezla definitely have been fulfilling that and haven't been able to get it done.
Alright, just
10 seconds.
Pushing in the wave. A few seconds, Freshkiller. Vision all set up. Control warded. Basset Oyen going to be the target of the cage. Forced to storming out with there. There's the hostile takeover. What else can happen? Infinity taking so much damage, but still alive right now. Through the shielding, through the ignite. Starting up the dragon.
Oh, it's a very low Infinity. Oh my goodness. They have Flash and Smite, but Basset Oyen has no mobility themselves.
So careful here, but that's the cage. That's a lot of damage. That's Freshkiller going down immediately. Avni now looking for the Cyclone. but the exhaust means he just does nothing. Infinity managing to heal up through the frozen domain and more, and it's all Bobcats in this fight.
Able to take it away, moving up to Soul Point with kills as well, and not a death between you. Brilliant execution from this Bobcat squad, and it makes me so happy to know that both of these teams can show exactly their chops, exactly how they want to play the game, and execute on it clean as possible. Pelu, no ultimate, no ignite. This should be a dead Gwen, but, you know, we've seen Gwen get a lot more cheeky plays in the side lane before.
Paying the respect of the TP as well, ensure that Gwen gets a kill, but maybe onto Avni. Exhaust forced away. Avni having to execute the Gwen eventually with the shutdown. But, you know, that's TP, that's exhaust, it's a lot of resources.
A lot of resources, and the big shutdown goes over to the Wukong, which I don't think really swings this side main matchup when you're considering it's a 2-item Gwen who is running Lucidity Shoes plus Ignite, meaning Pelu can pretty much chuck that out willy-nilly whenever somebody comes to contest them. They will end up going down now. Baron is not up though, so there will be no actual recourse for Yenomesler or the Bobcats after that one resolves. Just going to be a bit of aggression, taking control of the jungle is Bobcats. They want to make sure that there is no way for Yenomesler to contest.
There's the Pillar of Ice onto Burkus. TP gets laid down. There's the Subjugate stolen by Fresh Killer. Storm Killer into the back. There is no hostile takeover this time around. Pelu on full health. Needles available. It's a corridor. It's Gwen. They're shredded. Snip, snip, snip. And there goes the Needles. 3 kills to this top laner.
Easy triple kill, and Baron is still not up, mate. It's 19 minutes. They can't even go and end the game because they're just far too good at it. That is the problem for Bobcats. As now, they took that first loss of the tournament personally. Will be walking down mid, taking this inhib tower. I'm very curious to see if they'll take the inhib. There is no obligation to. Oh, that is exactly the kind of play I'd expect from Bobcats. Not overstaying your welcome, recognizing that all we need is this inhib open. Because with our siege potential, we want to be fighting in the jungle. So by leaving the inhibitor up for Yenomesler, they will come into us and they will give us more fights like this.
And they absolutely will, because it's Yenomesler and they will not want to stop fighting. Avni still having to back off after that one.
We'll leave 16 seconds before the Baron spawns. Basilion can potentially look to try and secure that Scuttle Crab, but look at the vision surrounding them. While there's no TP from Pelu, it means that Dark can get any kind of flank they want, which is just disgusting with the cage. If they pick up a stopwatch in the near future, then they are going to be just a complete roadblock for any attempt from Yenomesler to go in and do anything.
Burkus finally completing the Moonstone Renewal will have it for the increased shielding and the healing procs in this next fight. Now available Karma being a lot stronger, but of course on the other side the Bobcats have had their resets and Gwen is approaching that Zhonya's Hourglass.
Have to say that this game has delivered in a big way, just really adding that extra flair to the series that we wanted from our quarterfinals. Both of these teams showing that they would make very valid semi-finalists competing for that title. Dark taking control of mid lane. They are on a ward, they know that. There's no issue here by being this far up, using the Predator to assert dominance. But if you look right now, there's a collapse coming down from Yenomesler. They are going to be spotted out by the minions though, so Basilion can't get in. Has the ultimate, but no flash for volley. This steal would be difficult.
8,000, probably 6,000 now. They don't know the hell. 5,000 UL going for the collapse instead. It's going to leash. It's going to heal up. Only 4 members right now. Avni goes in the back. Chile almost dies. There's the killer instinct though. Pico gets the assassination in the back line. But will he get out alive? Flash away to safety for the time being.
No way.
No way he actually manages to pull this off.
He's out. He's out. They've got the blast cone to escape. And the dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. This is Yenomesler using their guerrilla warfare to maximum potential. They have got the Renata ultimate on Fresh Killer, meaning they can go to this dragon, stand there, and just say, you can't walk in because we have your own turn tool, and you don't.
You just decision check the enemy team. Pelu may be on the turn right now. Bapaoon go for the dive. They're taking too much damage from this Gwen. One in return. Bobcats may be looking for more, but instead just going to shut out the wave.
Yenomesler's greatest strength is also their greatest weakness. They will execute so cleanly on any play.
But Dog's just taking too much shutdown over to Fresh Killer, just stepping too far into Fog of War. It is this guerrilla warfare. And
They're a
yet again,
seesaw!
just
They
one
made the
kill
best
after
play, and
another.
they throw it away. Okay, Dragon is up. TP coming in from the Gwen. Pelu is about to have the ultimate. You cannot win this fight. I don't care how good your execution is. You need to skedaddle. But the thing is, you're just going to give up this Dragon Soul. You have to fight it. You've got to get rid of Infinity.
Really wants it, going for the substitute right into the enemy team, and the Kaiser is just doing so much damage. Peacock in the backline, it's all Pelu. Pelu has to win this fight for the Bobcats, going golden for a little bit. Infinity's going to go down. It's going to be a 1v3. Infinity manages to get the kill onto the Kaiser there, so at least Pelu is able to keep going, and this Gwen certainly does keep going.
Bassett is in there. Go try and execute the Gwen using everything on them, but they're going to survive on a slight HP! Oh no, and now Bassett's committed every cooldown they have to try and drop the Gwen. They can force the Dragon in front of a Vigar, but not in front of two. And the worst part about it is that was Flash, that was Ultimate. That means Dark can just say, here's a wall, you're not coming to contest this Dragon if they want. But actually, it's
Red buff
Bobcats.
healing.
Oh my god, there's a TP on the bottom lane.
It's too much. Pelu can just go for this. It'll just be too much for 1,000 cuts. Look at that damage onto the volley bear. He just cannot do anything about this Gwen. Wait, the TP's coming back. They really want to. Yellow Mesler still going forward, going golden to save himself from the primordial burst right here. Still has it stolen with the hijack. When he Gale Force forward gets the kill, now Avni having to retreat. You just have to leave now.
It's the soul. If you lose this, your comp falls apart. We're already seeing them struggle to get the kills, and that is with the mountain not even taken. Oh, Dark doing such a good job. This has got to be unstealable, you think?
There's no flash on Basilian. It would have to be that E, but instead Pelu with the smite. Pelu with the smite. Infinity with the smite, even taking that all away.
Okay, so main takeaway is that there is a 12-2 Gwen in the game now. And now with Mountain Soul, they're going to be strolling on over to this Baron. We have P-God hiding in the flank. We know they could get it done. We just watched them do it in such amazing fashion. But they are spotted out by the minions. This means that it will not be a surprise if they go for anything. Actually just taking as much farm as possible. This is a very dangerous place to be, Avni.
Oh, hand shook back into the cage. Just try and get the recalls off. I mean, you might be able to want to fight your Gwen. It is so fed right now, and they're looking for a fight. Hostile takeover goes down. Avni going to be the first target. Fresh Killer will be the first one to drop instead. Now onto Avni once more. Infinity with a chase. There's the Pillar of Ice.
Oh, I love what P-God's doing. They're just trying to clear out the minions. They know that this siege will be unstoppable. You have to stop the wave. Managing to get about half of them down, but with Baron buff still active, this is definitely enough to end the game. No inhib tower to slow it down. Top wave still has a siege. Is going to be looking for the game end from Bobcats. A reserve team, but they have nothing left to wait for now. Massively fed across the board.
Just not much you can do to stop this. They might play it safe, wait for the next waves to come through, escort those ones in. Instead, looking for some recalls. And they will just go to safety. Make sure you get the win. Don't overextend, because if Yenon Mesler gets any gold back, P-God could become a problem.
This is just the Bobcats' way. They will play it reserved, and they will play it safe. Off the back of that recall, we see main thing, Medjai's for Pelu, Rabadon's for Dark. These two are so insane right now. If somebody gets below half HP, Dark kills them. Just hands down, the target dies. There's no big MR itemization on the enemy team, as P-God doing everything they can. They know if they are forced to hold the base against multiple super waves, their team does not have good wave clear, so they're getting ahead of schedule, moving up and saying, forfeit the bot tower tier 2, we're just going to give that, let me get this bounty gold and try and accelerate myself further, and we can look for a final fight in the base.
Imagine trying to get themselves to that infinity edge. It looks like Dark making Burkus flash away the cage, providing so much threat to the Bobcats.
1 minute left on Baron. You have to get this fight. If you lose triple inhibs, even without Baron, they'll be able to look for the game.
P-God's back, they're ready. You have to make this stand. Basa Oyun's going in, and he's going to bring the storm. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the damage. Pelu in the back line, just doing so much of the Gwen, the collapse onto the rest of the members of Avni and Fresh Killer, and it's just too much at this point. The wallet difference is too high, the Mountain Soul is there, you just don't do enough damage.
Reservation of Bobcats will pay dividends as they're able to secure this one. Crispy clean off of that. Oh my goodness, we have both of these teams showing they will not go down quietly. They both want to fight for this UEM title. No kit means that this is an open game, and the Bobcats know it, Yenomesler know it. Game 3 is happening.
There is a reason the Bobcats went undefeated in groups, and they are showing it today. Once you put Infinity onto a champion they can play make with, and Pelu onto one of his carries, certainly blew the game open. And it really begs the question, how do you deal with this Gwen? Is it just ban it out, or are we going to play something else in the top side?
Well, the Graves matchup worked extremely well in the first time around, but with that banned away, well, like we saw, just let's take a look at some of those replays and really get to recount a bit of that game. A bit slower than the last time around. I think that I can actually talk about these a bit more analytically because it's Bobcats just making smart plays right there, knowing that the enemy support just burn flash, so when he gets the freebie, some of these dragon fights, that one that went on for the best part of 50 seconds, a minute and a half.
A long time.
People respawned, came back and died again, and then respawned and were on the map for Baron. Just absolutely absurd. The aggression from Yenomesler, demonstrated firsthand right here, is able to be stopped by the Bobcats and really just kept them at arm's length. What they planned on doing in the first game but couldn't execute on this time around worked so well.
I mean, you could just see some of these plays from P-God earlier there, and then the aggression from Yenomesler always diving around, and this was just a bit of an overextension. It's the main problem.
Bit?
Yeah, I mean...
A volley bear just flash ulted.
Maybe for Yenomesler it's a bit. I mean, they've definitely done more than that.
True. On the scale of things, this is a massive overextension for any team not named Yenomesler, but for them it's kind of, you know, maybe this time we'll say that was a bit too far, as some of these dragon fights were just absolutely brilliant to watch. Bobcats using every cooldown as well as possible, particularly Dark's cage on this Vigar was top-notch throughout the entire match, just buying so much space, and it was just astounding to me that this was competitive. Like, yeah, okay, Pelu was disgusting in some of these fights, but the fact that P-God actually kept the fights going on this Kai'Sa, getting into the backline, I hope we do get to see one of those as we get the next one of 10 Dragon contests.
Exactly,
look
that's what took
look at him.
So close. I mean, this was all Pelu right here, having to make the 1v3 and just being able to do it by nature of being so far ahead at this point. Free item, 10 Dark Seal stacks. Not easy to stop.
And this is only about half of the total fight. This keeps going and going and going, and it's that moment there, right there, when Basilion commits everything and can't kill the Gwen, where the play is basically over. Because now, enemy team jungler can come on over, Infinity and Dark are ready to start taking over the game once again, and overall, we've seen both teams succeed on their win cons. Now the question is, who can put that together for our third game?
Exactly that. But in the meantime, might as well check out Twitch Student and Intel, because we're going to throw it to a break again before we get into the game 3. So once more, we are here with round 3 of the first best of 1 of the day for the 2022 Amazon University Esports Mastered. Joined again by myself, Takua, and Melvin is all over there. And it is game 3 at last between the Spanish and the Turkish seeds.
Yeah, Spain's Bobcats putting up a big performance in game 2, and they needed to do it. As we take a look over to the other side, well, Yenomezlo for Turkey, they had an amazing game 1, exactly what we expected. Non-stop aggression, constant picks, every play happening, some a bit misguided, but at the end of the day, when you execute that cleanly, it doesn't really matter. But in the second game, Bobcats managed to temper that aggression, change up their picks just slightly, and remove just enough counters that they were able to dominate the game pretty much from the get-go.
Absolutely. I mean, Infinity finally on something that he has a little bit more agency in with the Trundle, and then Pelu getting another first blood in the top side versus his opponent.
And this time, when they're playing the Gwen, it didn't backfire for the rest of the game. They weren't playing up against that Graves who could keep you at arm's length for then come in and burst you later on. They were just up against, what? Nothing remotely that intimidating. Come on now.
I think this Wukong is cursed.
It's
not. I don't know what it is. I mean, that's now 2 losses again. It was 37 coming in. I don't know about the exact number, but it's probably like low 30s now with win rate. So,
just not a pick that I want to be seeing. Both of these teams have now lost with the Wukong in this series. I feel like it's a champion that, while it is strong on the current patch, it is situationally strong. It's amazing for stopping the enemy team, who is primarily physical damage, running into you. That wasn't really the case for either team last game. It's being picked as a primary engager. Things like the Diana, who on patch 12.9, which is what we're on, are still completely fine, is way, way better for that. The Volibear we've seen has got the better end of it, both times around, in the jungle at least, just against Wukong. And then for other picks we've seen, we saw that Trundle come out. I would even be happy to see Infinity go towards their signature Rek'Sai if we get a lot more focus on the bans, because the question is for Yenomezlo now, what do they actually put the priority on in the first rotation? Because dear God, if they first pick Wukong, we can prepare for a quick game.
Yeah, potentially it definitely doesn't bring a good omen. I think the Gwen is going to be the main thing, maybe considering to ban that one out. Obviously, they seemingly scared of Chele Zillion, but I don't know how scared you are. Yes, Zillion can match the roams, provide the resurrection, which, given how aggressive you can be, might put a cog
Makes a lot of
in
sense.
the works for that, but you know, it's a consideration.
I mean, we just saw the Renata coming out from God Chele, and it most definitely got a few bailouts that really changed the pace of things. Stopping Infinity handing over their shutdown in one of those instances really goes to just double down your lead in the game, which is perfect for how Bobcats like to play. Bobcats, they want to slow the game down, they want to play better map setups, and then take fights exactly how they want to. They have got their clear plan from the draft, and you can see it. It's just, can you beat it? In the first game, Yenomezlo tore it apart, like, just completely.
Absolutely.
Just every single aspect of that draft was like, no, but what if we just kill that champion a load of times over before they get to the items? How's that sound, Vigo? You don't like that? Well, tough.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're still looking to see the same aggression come out of Yenomezlo, and just the only difference is just to provide the answers to certain things that Bobcats put out last time that were a bit problematic and maybe veering away from some of the more, not so good picks. Is the Wukong that we talked about. But regardless of that, both of these teams have had such an amazing showing. So no matter the result of this, I think you can be proud of the run that you've had.
Absolutely, and this is going to be Yenomezlo looking to take down the second Spanish team in a row. With all their practice they had going through the last chance qualifier, they are ready to go on the current patch, but it's good to see that Bobcats are not just completely out of the game, because one of the biggest issues we're looking at for these two teams of the live patch is now completely different. The durability update is out, which means that practicing in the same environment as you're going to be playing is quite difficult. Everybody is currently competing on patch 12.9, so people are still squishy. You've just had the Talia reworks, the Wukong, the Rengar, the Olaf, and speaking of, no mention of Olaf throughout this entire series yet. He's one of the few reworked champions that have just been sidelined by both of these junglers and top lanes.
Yep, definitely not the case for the rest of the tournament. Have been seeing it played by the other teams to I would say pretty good success, actually. I mean, some of the lead, the top lane of AGH Alchemic has been piloting that one really well as of late, especially with support from picks like the Renata and the Zillion. But we'll take a look at the rest of the bracket and how semis might be looking later on in the day.
And something that I think could really help if Basilion can pull that out, especially if we see Burkus going towards the Karma again, which, you know, mixed. They had a very good Karma performance, roaming like a Nautilus, actually ganking like one too. In the second game, it didn't really get the same work done, having to stay in lane a lot more because of an early lead built up by the Bobcats bot lane. So if we did see an Olaf Karma come out instead of this Volibear, you have a lot better access onto the backline. And the biggest issue we saw from the previous game was you can't get onto the Veigar, you can't get onto the Renata, you can't get onto the Xayah, ... what do? My biggest issue with that is, though, we just saw Infinity play Trundle, who is the biggest counter to Olaf in the game, so you would need to be putting a lot of ban resources down to enable that, which again, everything looks to be coming up Bobcats right now. The question's just going to be if they don't get sidelined by a completely different Yenomesla draft.
Exactly that, and sometimes you've seen Yenomesla just come alive in the first few minutes of a game in the past, just off the back of some really early game play. As you mentioned beforehand, the level 2 gank in the bot side can sometimes really accelerate that, because P-God last game might not have been that accelerated, but for the entirety of the match was a problem for the Bobcats.
Even staring down a Mountain Soul fight, their Kai'Sa performance was exquisite. Managed to assassinate members before the Baron could be started, and then escape off of the back of that, set up that extremely tense minute and a half, 2 minute long dragon fight that ensued. And if it weren't for that initial pick coming out from this ADC, then suddenly, well, that's just Bobcats getting to execute on their plan. And that's the kind of spanner in the works that Yenomesla need.
Exactly that. They've executed on that a lot of times. I mean, it's what you want to call it, and then you also have to sort of inhibit the overforcing. We saw it in the replay, we saw it live as well. Don't tower dive too much or go too deep, because it's not good for your wallet, and it's very good for their wallet.
And Bobcats can definitely play from ahead. It's just getting to that initial place.
Yeah.
So as we are preparing for the next game, the main things we need to be keeping in mind is, firstly, can Yenomesla blow open the game before there's any chance to respond from Bobcats? If so, that sets them up to take this series 2-1 and move on to the semi-finals. Second, can Bobcats pick stuff that just negate that early aggression, that can survive under tower, that can lose gracefully in the early game, just until you get to the team fights? Because as soon as this squad for the Bobcats groups up as 5, they have pretty much been unbeaten throughout the series, with the exception of being 10k gold behind. Yeah. So I think that those are the two things we need to look at for both of these teams fighting for not only themselves, but their regional pride as well.
And maybe it's worth returning to the mid matchup a little bit as well, because we saw the Sylas coming out for Fresh Killer the second game, which looked significantly worse than the Victor in the first, and then Dark piloting Veigar again, a comfort pick for this player, putting out so much pressure, so much threat with those cages throughout the entirety of the game.
I think the reason that we saw Fresh Killer move away from the Victor is because they had seen the Trundle on the enemy team, and when you see that pick as Victor, I'll tell you, I played a lot of Victor this season, it's awful. He walks to your lane and puts Pillar down, and combined with Veigar, the slow that it puts down means you have to flash early, but then you could just get caught by the cage anyway. It is one of the least playable mid-jungle duos, because they just kill you so slowly and in such a non-satisfying manner that it really does leave you open. So the Sylas, being the safer pivot that they decide to go for, just couldn't get online on their own. So I completely agree. Potentially something like the Ahri, maybe, that's kind of in that middle ground. If they can survive ganks like that, but they aren't completely useless in a team fight if they aren't already snowballed ahead.
Yeah, absolutely that. And I would like to see Bobcats just keep the same bans down onto this mid laner, because it just seems, remove the Xerath, remove the Zoe, you remove a lot of problems from potentially happening there, because we have seen the Zoe come through for this player before, and it was not very pleasant.
Yeah, they're really good at Zoe, and I feel like that's all you need to hear. You don't need examples, you don't need to see clips. If you think really good Zoe, and similarly, really good Xerath as well, there's a reason it's been banned in every single game. We haven't got to see it. you kind of get why at the end of the day. They hit skill shots. That's all you need to think about when you think of Fresh Killer. They're very good at getting those skill shots down, and that's all that matters on those kind of picks, especially for a team that skill checks so hard.
And you got to think about mental too. This is a game 3. For both teams, you lose this, you're out. That is your tournament run over. That's it. So, comfort picks that you are more used to playing, you have more experience on, these are going to be so valuable in a game 3 environment to know, you know what, I've played this champion so many times, I'm confident on my damage thresholds, I'm confident I can execute, and removing that can give you an advantage.
There's no reason for Bobcats to let them play it because we've had Dark lock in Vigar twice. I'm expecting to see it a third time around unless it's banned away. Xerath has an amazing matchup into Vigar. You really don't get to do that much to it. And then for the rest of their picks as well, if they were ever allowed the Zoe, you can get a bit tricksy. It's not as cut and dry as the Xerath, but you can get a lot of extra mobility with the portal jumps and whatnot. Means you're a bit predictable when you come back. So these are just picks that I expect Bobcats are saying, there's no talking. We can't leave these open. It is a game 3. And with that Bard still on the ban bench, it means that you come into this game as Yenomesler knowing exactly what's being banned against you. The biggest issue for this team, though, is they don't have enough shared picks to really steal something away.
Yeah, there isn't enough. I think the identity of both teams in terms of the champions that they play and what they want to do is just so extremely different. And we've seen that. We've seen the way that Yenomesler won in Game 1 and how Bobcats did it in Game 2. Two very different playstyles interacting with each other, and it's a delight to watch.
Yes, it definitely is. Both of these games have been presents as far as it goes. Completely different,
absolutely.
But most definitely entertaining both times around. Just the issue of you go to open the gift and you don't know whether it'll be a 20-minute stomp from Yenomesler or a calm, collected 40-minute game where you just sat back, leaning in your chair. Ah yes, Bobcats. Do we take this inhib? No, it's suboptimal. We'll return after we get the Baron. Okay. Alright, very calm. Very nice, very collected. Exactly what you want from this kind of squad that wants to elongate the game.
Yeah, precisely that. And you know what? It's game 3. It's worth making this point about mental. Both teams, as we mentioned, it is the end of the road if you lose. Now, coming into it, it's not just about being on comfort, but it's about, well, the literal looming threat of being ejected from the tournament. There's no better way to put it. And that does have a mental toll on the way that you play, that you know that this is what you have to fight for. And that can have an effect.
Can absolutely play with not only your mental, but also your mechanics, which is something that I think is a lot more significant for Yenomesler than it is for the Bobcats. They have played a lot of these champions that not only require skill checks, but live and thrive off of it. As we are about to hop into draft, remember, patch 12.9, the bans are pretty much set in stone at this point for the Bobcats. The question is, what will Yenomesler do differently? They have immediately removed the Yasuo. They were normally doing that one second. Thinking about that Rek'Sai potentially being left open. Nope, they're just banning them in a different order, guys. Don't worry, you've seen this draft before.
Yeah, that Rek'Sai and Yasuo, I mean, you just have to take it away. It's too dangerous otherwise. Bobcats are on red side this game. Yenomesler will have the ability to pick Volibear B1 if they do desire.
And it would make a lot of sense. It has been successful for them as a flex. They will remove the Vigar, potentially the biggest issue they have had, as Xerath will also be taken off the table. Like we said, there was no flexibility for Bobcats. These weren't champions you had answers to. And now, that Gwen is on the table. It will be taken away by Avni. Pelu, we get to see something different out of them. We get to see something different out of Dark. This is going to be a very different draft, if only just for that.
Yeah, turning the tables over, saying, you know what? It's my time to pilot the Gwen, and I'm going to do it better than you. So hopefully we'll see Avni maybe getting the revenge first blood onto Pelu. Wait for that top matchup. They do have the ability to pick it later on, or just a flex. And as you talked about, there is an Ahri coming through, but not necessarily for the same player.
I think this is fine. It suits how Dark wants to play, having both the Yasuo and that removed from them. I think that early picking the Victor can be a bit troublesome. It's a fine blind. Now it's something I expect Fresh Kill is likely going to default to. You could go for the Sylas, which has a good matchup into the Ahri. That is the one pick that we have talked about but never seen. The Zillion, though, being banned away twice, finally open. You have to think that Godshelley wants that one immediately, locking it in. Now, This is a disgusting Silas angle. If you don't lock it in Fresh Killer, that is only because they're upset with how the previous game went. Two amazing ultimates, a great mid lane matchup already. The only issue is it means that we would have to see an AD jungler, not the volley bear, else you'd have full magic damage.
He's an AD jungler though, you certainly asked for it, and here comes the monkey once more. And it is almost definitely going the jungle this time, because I highly doubt that they are going to be flexing this Gwen around.
That was quite literally a monkey's paw situation where I call for an AD jungler and then I get given Wukong. Oh, Yenil Mesler, I'm sorry for cursing you in this way. As there's a lot of more thought actually going into this pick than I expected. That seemed like a really safe lock-in for the Silas, but actually they pick the Karma up. Potential flex to mid lane, not exactly what you'd want from Fresh Killer, but we know they can play it. But putting way more priority on that, saying without the Bard, Burkus needs this kind of comfort. Sorry, it means that you will be losing out on some of those really ideal mid lane matchups, which means now Bobcats, they can lock in wherever they want here. I would guess potentially just, okay, counter pick into the Gwen, that's fine. We know Jax loves that matchup, and you can now ban away some of those mid laners that you don't want to face.
Yeah, absolutely. Pelu again, potentially a threat to be reckoned with later on. Also really good into the Wukong as well as Jax. Really needs to, I mean, the enemies need to find an answer to this Jax, otherwise it might just get left unchecked. You can potentially just pressure it early on, because Jax's early game isn't excellent. It's not terrible, but it's definitely punishable. But rather later game answers in team fights. I think you need one.
I'm feeling like potentially we might see a Cassiopeia angle from Fresh Killer, because I would expect a next ban to be a Victor coming out here from Bobcats, right? At the end of the day, they had a really good Victor game in the first one, and it would just make sense of how this comp is currently crafted. The only reason I could see banning something else is you either are prepared with a jungler who can really focus down that Victor early, like the Trundle again, or you're looking at it from a different perspective of we want to prioritize AD now, because we've got double range support matchups. What kind of ADs work well with that? Things like potentially the Jhin are going to be ever present here.
Alright, there is that Victor taken away. Fresh Killer's pool is still relatively wide open, but of course Victor and Ahri both outside of that, so it is still that Silas, as you mentioned, open, and of course the Cassio as well. See if they resort to one of those, or maybe pick something up that is not been seen yet from the tournament.
It'll most definitely be a very tense ban here, as it will be the Kai'Sa removed, saying that it's not something we want to be giving Winnie. You already have the dive potential of that Ahri, so having somebody that could dive in with them and the safety of a Zilean backing you up makes a lot of sense, as we said, give Infinity the ability to playmake. That is a champion that can do it. Is it the one they're going to go for? I don't think so. At very least not yet. It doesn't seem like it's super up their alley, as we will just get a safe Ezreal lock-in saying, alright, you have Karma, with no Kai'Sa in the game. That's the worst you can throw at us. Yes, it is.
Alright. If people have watched the last few Yenil Mesler games, you might know that Peacock is a really good Vayne player. So this time, pulling out all the stops. Gonna try and go back to comfort. More comfort than the Kai'Sa for this player. One of these really signature picks. And then the Talia to come through for Fresh Killer.
Okay, I was just about to interrupt and say, but the issue is you still can't stop Jax. You just locked in an auto-attack exclusive champion. How do you keep Pelu off of you? Well, somebody that can now stun when you dash through these rocks does a pretty damn good job. Admittedly, as well into the Ahri, also does a pretty good job mitigating that aggression. And it means that now you got a lot of options left for Bobcats, but it will be Infinity picking up the Xin Zhao, who has fallen out of favour in the jungle for quite a while now.
Certainly fallen out of favour, but absolutely not a champion that is bad by any means. And Infinity, piloting this champion, of course, it was back on 12.5, but played a lot of Zen during the group stage to pretty big success.
So, how do these teams want to attack each other? Well, Bobcats, they've done their standard. They have got a really good counter pick for the top lane that answers most of the enemy roster. So it's going to be about Infinity getting Pelu ahead and then meeting up with Dark and these two roaming to side lanes. That is all this squad has going for it. When it gets to team fights, they're really hard to get onto because of the Zilean, because of the Ezreal. Everybody has their way of escaping. Short cooldown dashes across the board. On the other side, Yenil Mesler, they've dived again. They've gone for another comp that jumps into you with a lot of minute outplay potential tools. The Talia, you can really get some dirty stuff down there with those rocks. We can talk a bit more about them, be able to consume that work ground for the still unnerfed, because this is 12.9,
Yes.
big rock that she could chuck at you. And that's the only way I can describe it. You'll see it firsthand. It's a damn big rock and it hurts a lot.
So an interesting fact with Talia, I mean, we haven't seen it, well, this is the first time we've seen it in today's series, but throughout the playoffs tournament, it is the second highest presence pick behind that Wukong, and it's only been played twice. It's just been banned out a lot of times, but both times, it's been a win.
And I feel like this is a really good game for it right here, if only just for stopping the main playmakers of the enemy team. Having that Zinza at the end now, everybody on the top side gets stopped by Talia because you jump in, and now some of the other things that changed about this pick is the W, that little rock flip, doesn't do any damage. So you could use it completely freely as utility only to save yourself. Which means now, Freshkiller coming into this game with Ignite is going to be a really important player, and we know for a fact that they can carry. Not only that, they've got great champions around to facilitate. It's more of a utility as opposed to a burst pick, this Talia now. And when you have things like the Vayne, things like the Gwen, to really get the benefit of you doing all that zone control, that burning enemy cooldowns, I really like what Yenomesla have going for them.
I'd just like to highlight the summoner spell selection for the bot side of the Bobcats in the respect given over to P-God, because those are double exhausts.
Another thing, should probably bring up, Vayne was nerfed on the most recent patch. This isn't it. She still does that max true damage of 14% with a fully leveled up W. So those silver bolts will continue to hurt even through exhaust. It just means in the early game, like you said there, really difficult for P-God to get anything done.
Yeah, of course, there's also before durability, so Vayne being really hard to kill as well, with base health nerfs coming through, but also not present. So we'll see exactly how this ends up going through, but just be aware that P-God is a very strong player and also blew a flash.
Huh? That happened. I don't know why. Might have been a misclick, but I don't think it was on vision, so the enemy team doesn't know. That is going to be critical if the enemy team isn't aware you are a Vayne without flash, because if that was the case, Infinity would be taking this camp and then strolling down to bot, because that's a free kill.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm pretty sure it was outside of vision, so there's no information on it. They can't abuse it. However, if Infinity does come for a gank, could be more likely that P-God goes down.
Going to be playing on hard mode is P-God, not the Kai'Sa this time around, so they cannot get that long-range engage they are so used to. Burkus is on their Karma, but the issue is this time around, Vayne a lot worse at being that independent sit in a side lane carry while your support roams than the Kai'Sa is, because Vayne doesn't have that ability to shoot off the Void Seeker and continue to farm from range. Infinity looking mid lane right now. Freshkill is level 3. What can they do to stay safe? Not much here.
Alright. Keeping to the other pocket. Doesn't give Infinity the angle just yet. Dark doing a little bit of trading, but nothing more outside of that. And back down to the bot side. Really nice wave position for P-God.
This bot lane, regardless of the situation they find themselves in, Yenomesla just managed to get it done in this lane. As Bassett will be spotted out on their red buff, and Infinity, having not been seen yet, it isn't necessarily clear that they haven't done anything in their top side just this moment. Very behind in farm, as Wukong is somehow getting the first gank of the game, actually just pathing around to check the crab. Don't think Godchelle knows. Don't know, chat, but it's fine.
Gonna back off level 2 Zillion, not much to do right now, can't really reset either. Ezreal likes to get the early reset. If they've gone long swords, you can get the tier to start stacking that as soon as possible, so that's absolutely fine. Infinity finally taking the time to do his top side.
Really wanting to accelerate Dark in the mid lane. Talia is just such an oppressive champion for not getting engaged on. And it's going to be difficult to actually break this mid lane open, because Freshkiller, the ability to... Okay, top lane's dead. Counter pick.
So, 3 games in a row, Pelu manages the first Blood Avenue, which is...
impressive.
The Gwen did not help at all.
Okay, well, I mean, at the end of the day, this is another instance of the first time around where we saw that Pelu even in a situation where they should be pretty damn behind, is doing completely fine with the Ignite on the Jax. So clean right here. We didn't get to see what happened, but at the end of the day, Avni is going to be able to push this wave in. I don't know. Will they get it to crash? That is really important. If they can't get this wave to crash, then Pelu could just run this lane onwards. They will. Okay.
Oh yeah, Infinity not able to do those Krugs in time to potentially look for a collapse onto that one, so just going to reset afterwards. The same goes for Avni most likely, or they can stay around depending on how much gold they have in the back. Just going to get the ward down. Pretty standard phases being played out. It is a game 3 after all, so slow, calm, and collected may be the way to play, as the first Drake is a mountain.
You can see right here, this is one of the reasons why Talia is so obnoxious at getting mid control, which enables you to look for those early dragons, enables you to roam to the side lanes, especially once that Weaver's Wall is unlocked at level 6. It is a much smaller range now at level 1, or first level into the ultimate to level 6, but overall, it is still useful for roaming up here, especially with Pelu going so aggressive.
Does not know though this time. Basilion is there. Ignite comes down, the flash forward, and the autos gives Wukong the kill and the gold he needs.
We'll be forfeiting this dragon. Rift Herald is not up, so there will not be a counter objective taken, just trying to make sure that Avni gets to play the lane, which is going to be quite important, considering P-God is going to struggle to get into these fights against the enemy team, so Avni really does need to be on the right foot.
Alright, very, very even right now. Both teams matching each other relatively well. Just wait and see for these fights to come down later. No significant advantages in either way right now, but you wouldn't necessarily expect there to be at 6 minutes.
Nothing. Well, I mean, you would if we saw Yenil Mesler getting super far ahead, but that's the only situation where you're really thinking this series could get blown open. Burka's going to have to flash if they want to live.
Yeah, flash in response for Infinity, and Winnie gets a kill. Really nice gank there on the control ward, not being able to see this Xin Zhao, ended up causing the enemy support to die.
It's been a fraction of a second that Infinity got into that bush before Burkus came around the corner and could have seen the trap coming. Again, minor advantage over to the Bobcats, but nothing to really shout about yet.
Alright, Basilion going for another one again. Pelu here, it's a 2v1, which means I think you're just gonna go down, but no, he's on 1 health, survives with the potion taking.
Oh, that was tragic. Basilion hit level 6 off of a minion dying in the lane, so they could not Cyclone to finish off that one. Pelu, gonna be counting their blessings right here, walking away with so much jungle pressure put up onto you and no real weakness to speak of. Yes, you died the one time, but it hasn't took you out of the game. You're still in the superior end of the matchup. So overall, game is still completely fine for Bobcats, as now Yenil Mesler getting prior on this bot side. Basset Onion pathing down to bot. No Dragon of to speak at the moment. Question is, will teams be rotating to that Rift Herald?
Alright. Still looking for the rotate Infinity, maybe trying for a lane gank in the top side. Pelu going to need to kill those 2 minions first to be able to get here. There we go, just about sneaks into the bush after he'll kill this one, I think. Avni needs to watch out. Going to go in, there's the counter-strike. Nothing more.
We've seen Infinity burn a lot of time in bushes this game. It paid off in the bottom lane. Will they be able to get it down up here? Because we do have Basset Onion pathing up with the Wukong. Interesting interaction we could see here is that based on whoever the Xin Zhao has marked, they will or won't knock away the Wukong clone. So this could backfire quite significantly around this Rift Herald objective. As mid lane's been focused out. Fresh Killer's dead because of a roam from God Shelly. Burkus at the Herald. And okay!
Wow! Speaking of, this is why the Vayne and the Zillion were so feared in the first place. Both teams demonstrating that right now, but with the priority gain from mid, Bobcats will collect the Rift Herald.
I love it when people get to flex their mains of, okay, you let my Vayne through? Fine. You let my Zillion through, says God Shelly. That's the one you need to be scared of. Using Dark's ultimate with that one, will be able to secure a kill as it is traded across the map. Rift Herald, weather going in Bobcat's favor, and not sure if you remember, my friend, but we were talking about the early game. Going very slow so far. This is what Bobcats want, not what Yenomesler are known for.
Alright, slight advantage, only 600 gold over to Bobcats-ish within the regional. We now evened up a little bit because of what's going on with the farm. Pelu almost dying to Avni in the top side. A very volatile matchup right now.
Infinity will be lurking in the side, as I don't think Pelu was spotted. They're just going to try and facilitate this. Oh, it has the potential to go so right and yet so wrong at the same time. No ignite on Avni.
Yeah.
Okay.
Winnie's in a spot of trouble here because Fresh Killer's going to pick that one up, and with the Cyclone, so is Godchelle. Going to save a little bit of time there with the Chrono Shift, but nothing more than that, as he will also go down to the roof.
As P-God is actually rotating into mid to eat that farm, while their lane just sits there and gets something onto the bottom. As we see Fresh Killer with a great roam so far.
Oh, lands the charm. You might be able to look for lethal there if you wanted to, but no, not quite enough with that rotation without the ultimate.
Spirit Rush will be up shortly though, so if P-God sticks around, we might get to see some fancy footwork either way. Really good read from Dark, having played 2 games of Vigar. Must feel good to actually get to throw skill shots.
Themselves on the Ori. We'll see how that executes in team fights later down the line. 10 seconds on the next Drake, and it looks like Bobcats are trying to get the setup.
I would say it should be a freebie, especially because you have the Rift Herald in pocket. Infinity, if they don't want to just start this up, can chuck it down mid first of all, which means that then Yenomesler would have to go answer it. But with all the resets coming out from the enemy team, they say, hey, this is our dragon, we're going to move up to 2, and we finally get to see which kind of Rift we're getting for our final game of the series that determines who will be our semi-finalist. We get a Cloud Rift.
Well, not necessarily the Rift you wanted, but, you know, Ari and Jax do both benefit from this Rift a lot on the side of the Bobcats, and likewise Wukong, Vayne, and Gwen also do, so... Maybe
is pretty bonkers, actually. When you say it like that, yeah. This is definitely a Yenomesler kind of Dragon Soul. Now, it'd take 20 minutes for them to get there because they've not got either of the first dragons, but that extra move speed when you ultimate is insane on these champions. Again, quite a while away, and if you're saying quite a while away, it's not really something you associate with being the Yenomesler plan.
Not particularly. It's not really the identity that they've shown so far. I don't think Bobcat spotted out P-God doing these Krugs, actually.
Ooh, that blue trinket or even the blue plant will spot out both sides, as P-God, completely alone, not able to walk to their bot lane tower, which is going to get Rift Heralded, and result in just losing first Blood Tower of the game.
Alright, but the response is coming on the top side, where Pelu is going to have to be sacrificed. Fresh Killer gonna get that one. Dark now forced to retreat, but the Spirit Rush, providing the mobility, will get them out of there.
Bobcats will secure this first tower on the bot lane, though. Will be responded with some plates up into top side, but a Vayne Karma can't really stop this Herald getting the charge. So this is going to be a lot of damage going down and set up for this tower take later.
Oh, there's a lovely bomb setup with the exhaust. P-God just going to go down to that one exhaust in response, and then the Chrono Shift to save your own support. Lovely play from Bobcats.
Well, technically, this is later than what I just said, so they still managed to get the tower, as that is going to be an insane influx of gold going over to Winnie, Infinity, and Godchelle. And on the other side, P-God getting shut down again, just not being allowed to play the game on their signature pick. We know if they're left alone, they will kill anyone on the enemy team, but numbers advantage is all that matters, and that is most definitely the Bobcats' signature way of playing. They will send exactly the right amount of people to handle any situation.
Exactly, Van is definitely worth highlighting this game. Chelle on this Zillion, with the roams, with the area denial, right now providing so much power to this team.
I'm curious to see if they're going to be heading towards these Shirelias as well, because it just means combined with the Zillion speed everywhere on the map. As we see some tiers being stacked up, no items completed for those as of yet. Ezra will be the first one to pick up that Mirror Mana. Nothing else too interesting beyond the fact that we see triple mythics picked up from the blue team, but nothing else on the other side. Yenomesler looking to position. Rift Herald will be spawning very shortly. The question is, will they be able to contest for that time around, or are they going to hand over another one to Infinity?
Despite what it might seem, Yanomeza still has the kill advantage overall, and the gold lead is only minor in the favor of the Bobcats. It is just those 2 Drakes that is the main advantage, and the structures in the bot side. Very up in the air right now with with carries on both sides being in position, so some of these fights might be quite decisive in the time to come.
So I didn't really think I'd be talking about scaling in this game, but before this Rift Herald spawns, I want to chuck it out there that Taliyah is a champion that is now online. Level 9 is her big point because she's got the fully maxed out rocks, meaning that she can pretty much be chain gunning these out in a team fight. Sets up the workground, and when she throws out one of the big rocks, it reduces the cooldown by half, so they can do stuff like this.
And there it is, just demonstrating it, not able to connect the last few, gonna go in with the Weaver's Wall, just one more will do the trick, and he's on a killing spree as Winnie goes down. But there we go, pan back to the Rift Herald, and Dark is slain. Avni, next on the menu is Godchelli for Basaoyan. No Chrono Shift this time around, and the Wukong collects it with the Sundra healing so much. Can they kill Infinity? No. Instead, Dark gets it, but he is now with the blue buff, regenerating a little bit. Charm goes down, but here comes Fresh Killer. Can they make it happen with the Taliyah Percus? Flashing away on a sliver of health. Taliyah able to get the kill. The knockback onto Infinity stays alive now with the double buffs. Infinity can't finish it off.
It's going to deny the Rift Herald take. Neither team wants to risk it right now, but the Dragon has spawned. So biggest question for both of these teams is, which do we care more about? Will it be a case of rotating down and securing that? It looks to be what the plan is for Yanomezla, sending 3 members immediately to the bot side.
Oh.
Taliyah shoved out top. Oh my god, did they actually just do that? That was insane by Winnie.
Yeah, I mean, it had to be a tree shot barrage. There was nothing else.
Yeah, no, they threw it down mid, and it hit perfectly as the base came out from Burkus. So that means now you do not get your support around this dragon, and I think off the back of that, Winnie has just secured their team's soul point.
I mean, that is absolutely massive right now on the team. You get that 1-pick advantage, you get the dragon. Next 5-round fight is going to be all to play for, because you saw last time Infinity, if they just had a little bit more move speed, probably could have finished off the Taliyah. Helu really benefits from this as well, for example, just the ability to be that stickiness, to have that stickiness even to just keep on the members of the enemy team.
Especially when you opt for this Ignite Jax and you don't have to flash, that extra bit of mobility is really all you need. When you consider you just got to get on the short range Vayne, and the mid-range Taliyah becomes a lot more feasible of a task once you have some Cloud Dragons in your pocket. As now Rift Herald being started up this time by Basillion, they should be able to secure this one for free. Nobody is going to be here to contest, as Igor, he's just being left alone in side lanes, being given the right to farm, is a bit worrying, because despite Yanomezla being the team that we say wants to accelerate, wants to win the game early, they have, for my money, got the scaling advantage this game. Pelu will become an absolute monster, but we're between the Vayne Condemn and the Taliyah rocks that they can chuck on the floor, it's going to be really difficult for them to actually show that impact. The pick itself, conceptually, beats everything on the enemy team, but it can't get to them, so how is it supposed to do that?
Good question right now. Maybe Yanomez looking for a fight. There comes the Weaver Wall, gonna split off the team into 2 sides, dividing Infinity. Infinity cannot get over to help Pelu out. Chrono Shift gonna buy some time, though. Maybe they can make the turn. Pelu will go down, but at what cost is the question. Basaoyan is the first. P-God, however, on the back of Godchelli, without any Chrono Shift, he's just gonna die, and that's 300 gold over to Vayne.
So Rift Herald will get stopped after getting the first tower for side of Yanomezla. A lot of cooldowns invested from both teams. It will just result in some kills on a top lane tower. Rotation coming out to mid from Avni, but I don't think you'll be able to get anything done here. You're being chased down by a lot of Bobcats, and I would say that they're a bit quicker.
Alright, gold lead still in the favor, now not even still, now in the favor of Turkey for a little bit. Not too much at this point, it is virtually even, but with the 3 Drakes, advantage is over to the Bobcats.
And they're really going to need to leverage that dragon advantage. The fact that this mid lane tier 1 is still standing means that Bobcats aren't able to use their best advantage, their vision, their smart plays. If you give them information, they know how to play with it. And by securing this tower here, they'll be able to set up around objectives and utilize their pick potential of Dark Sari, of Infinity Zinzao, and of Realistically, God Shelly be able to follow up with the insane speed they provide to this squad. This game is most definitely not over, and I wouldn't even say it's a clear winner right now. You've got 3 dragons to one side, but until you get Soul, that's really not going to mean much.
So point all to play for in 2 minutes to come. Likewise, Baron spawning in 30 seconds or so. Also on the table if one team wants to start it up or gets the opportunity to off the back of the pick.
Ooh, Winnie actually opting to go for this Ravenous build on the Ezreal, meaning that they'll have a lot more wave control as the game goes on. When you take a look at the enemy team, Fresh Killer on this Talia, absolutely insane wave clear on this current iteration of the champion. But outside of that, it means that there's only going to be 2 main people that really get to slow down the game.
Infinity gonna trade over. Bassaoon goes over the wall. The new Wukong clone allowing you to do that, but there it is. Gets the flash onto Fresh Killer. A double kill earlier down Winnie. I have no idea what's going on with this. Pelu trying to get the kill onto Bassaoon. If you can get this one, at least you get something back. 1 HP. Fresh Killer gonna pick that one up, and it's just traded on the other side of the map.
Insane decision making right here from the Bobcats on mid lane, using that 3-stack to collapse onto Peacock and Burkus. The Everfrost, the speed boost from the Zillion, way too much for this Vayne to resist right now. Not got their wits end, still only 1 item, no cleanse as well. Means that they are a sitting duck if you can get Ahri into melee range. So, we see that that is going to win them 1 tower in the mid lane, and then on the other side, Yenomesla will secure 1 tower on the bot lane. Slowly, this map becomes more open, and that means that both teams can use this Cloud Rift to start those quick rotations, those fancy plays, and the biggest question is, who's going to use that to set up for objectives better?
Right now, Yenomesla with the setup, 20 seconds left on this soul point. Really important right now. Chele trying to land the stuns onto P-God. They're only able to get 1. Bomb landed, but instead, Dark just gets annihilated by Vitilia. Push back into the rest of the team. And they're going to take a lot of damage, but the 1 pick they might need is been achieved, and I think that means they can start the Drake.
Fresh Killer, absolute MVP performance so far on this Talia, but the Baron is on the table. You do have a Jack Zinzal, so it's not the slowest objective in the world. I do think that this is more of a fake out than it is an actual take, though, as Bobcat's just saying we want them to have to run across the map, because right then, you can see because of the bot lane that was set up by Avni earlier, there was a really big potential for Yenomesla to run bot, get a tier 2 tower, and continue to just open up the map. They will be able to secure mid here, so they're not going to be complaining. Yenomesla's going to walk away with 2 Ws in pocket. On the other side, Bobcats managed to find a response to form this top tier 1.
And it's just the person to watch out for right now, if you are a Yenomesla supporter, is Fresh Killer on this Talia. Single-handedly securing them that Drake, taking that away from the Bobcats, denying that Cloud Soul, delaying it another 5 minutes before the next one spawns. This Talia right now does so much damage.
So can we take a quick toggle over to the gold numbers, and then we'll come back and look at the itemization, because we see that Dark has now picked up their Rabadon second. The full-on Ravenous just finished off by Winnie, but it's Fresh Killer that I want to talk about. Look at these items they've got right now. They can finish the Seraphs, they can finish a Dark Seal into a Medjai's, and they've got that Needless in inventory for a Rabadon's. If Fresh Killer continues to be allowed to just walk around and eat up farm, they are going to have non-stop spike after spike after spike, and we can see how much damage they're doing right now. It only gets worse for the Bobcats if they cannot find a way to access this Stoneweaver.
Alright, setting up around the Baron once more. All the vision is in the favor of the Bobcats right now. Again, gold virtually even. Both these teams matching themselves so evenly in this series. Just going to show the level of play that we have at UEM right now, and everyone going into the semis are all very capable contenders.
And this game, I'm very impressed by Yenomesla. This is not the style they're renowned for. And they're pulling out this Talia, a champion that is freshly reworked. You need to have put in a lot of hours to be able to do it, and now they need to show it.
Shock Barrage laying down the rocks. The charm lands onto Fresh Killer, and that's a shutdown for Ezreal. Barcelona in the back. Can they make the return? Shelly getting very low. Unable to go into Chrono Shift, though. It might time out before he dies. Instead, he just won't die because the Wukong's going to die first. Winnie now with a double kill, triple kill onto the Vayne. Can Avni make the turn? Can he replicate Pelu last game? I don't think it's possible, but it's still going on. Gwen's still alive on 1 HP, a double kill for the Ahri in the end. And Bobcats win the fight.
Turning the lights out is Dark right here. Take away their Veigar and they do not care. 3 essential charms that fight. They start it off by hitting Fresh Killer. They turn off the Vayne by getting P-God, and they finish it off by removing Avni. Do not run with scissors. Dark is looking out for you, going to be able to walk away from that one with a big win. No objective to be seen, but it is still an insane amount of shutdown gold picked up. Take a look right there, swinging themselves into the lead. Something that right now Bobcats hadn't been for quite a while. This game's been slim margins, hundreds of gold apart, and now got just a little bit more, but the point goes to show that can they get a counter-attack from Yenomez? They're looking for it.
Yenomez want it. They have the speed. The Wukong's there. It's a shutdown available if they can get it onto Dark. The collapse is as well controlled to provide the vision. It's just going to go down, trying to donate it over to Fresh Killer instead. Snowden gets it.
No bad people to get resources as P-God is taking Baron. That is a Vayne. On the other side, can we pan over to mid quickly? Because I want to see them looking down, taking this tower. Will there be any way back? They've got to get the Baron down fast and use these recalls, because they're going to lose 2 inhibs.
Yeah, I mean, Chelly just needs to stop the backs. He just needs to be really annoying here as a Zillion, because you can do so much damage to the enemy base as long as he does it. Seems to have managed to delay it a little bit. I think you can get this inhib.
It's going to be very close, but what happens after is the question. No Weaver's Wall. P-God going.
He's got the passive, the move speed coming through as the Hunter. All of these autos, look at that coming through. But true damage, flash forward. Winnie needs to get the kill, but the shield protects the Vayne. Pelu's still alive. Infinity goes in, gets the shutdown onto it. Can he do any more? It's another kill for the Bobcats, but can they survive in the rest of the fight? Bassett Oyen having to go down. Dark is available. Bobcats managed to get out.
They get out with a person advantage too. Teleport's available for Pelu. If you overstay your welcome here, they could just TP into the base and look to win the game. As now, I think that, yeah, Yenomez just have to forfeit this dragon. There's no way they can defend it. They know that TPs are available from Pelu, and a Jax at this point in the game most definitely would whack your base to death in just a short period of time. Will be the soul going over to Bobcats as we get a perfect demonstration of the macro fluidness that is this team. Understanding we cannot contest Baron. We have just lost our mid laner. Okay, what can we do? This.
Charm comes through. Basso and just gonna go down. There's nothing more he can do versus 4 members of Bobcats.
So good. So good. One of the biggest critiques for pro play this split has been people playing Ahri. People have not been doing it correctly. They have been trying to burst when they can't. They've been trying to go utility when it's bad. Dark are very proficient Ahri so far.
Avni. Yet again, matching themselves. Dark waiting there for something, but I think you're just going to let the backs go off, play a little bit safer, because Gwen can't do too much outside of pushing the lane, but might be able to kill you in a 1v2.
Going to be a slow game state now, and thing is, right, we know that Bobcats are very good at ending games in a clean manner. The issue is, if they want to end the game in a clean manner, i.e. get Baron, siege the last inhib, maybe knock down the other 2 once they respawn, go Elder Dragon. That's how Bobcats want to end this game. That is exactly their kind of personality in gameplay. The issue is, that means you're leaving Vayne to scale up to their full Gwynzus. You're leaving Talia to hit their full 5, potentially 6 items at that point of the game. So, do we see something uncharacteristic from Bobcats and look for those kind of forces, those more egregious plays, as now this duo of Dark and Godchelli putting so much pressure down?
Certainly have the ability to do it now with that Cloud Soul online. Dark has mobility galore, able to dash alongside the move speed with the Zillion as well, trying to fish for some of these charms. Get one landed, you might be able to get the pick you need.
Ooh, Winnie, eating forward. They're going to get killed here.
Having to flash him in, the Cyclone goes down. He's going to go into the Chrono Shift shortly as long as they dish the damage out. They're waiting it out. They might be able to get the kill. There it is. Fresh Killer collecting that one on the sleigh.
Ooh, this is...
Give us wall to split the fight, but I don't think they can follow anymore because Pelu's in the base.
EP nearly up from Envy, but will they get back in time? They're going to lose 1 tower minimum.
I mean, you could keep going for this, arguably.
I think he can take the fight.
Ward hop out, P-God. With the chase.
Oh, Bobcats, never mind. Why would they ever risk that, you know? I keep forgetting, because Yenil Mesler just get into my brain and I think there's aggression. It's got to be non-stop fighting, but Bobcats just so clean with everything they do, getting exactly the amount without putting themselves in any risk. Winnie, bit of a misexecute there, eating forward, is going to lose the flash and their life, and somehow, off the back of that, Bobcats secure a Nexus tower.
It's the split map macro. This team just does it so damn cleanly. Yonomez are looking to try and match a play on topside. Pelu recognizing this just says, you know what? I'm just going to split. If they don't do anything about me, I'm just going to win the game off of my pushing.
So, we have got the final moments for one of these teams in the tournament. Whichever team wins this will advance to the UEM semi-finals. Oh, Yenil Mesler fishing, but Godchelly on their signature Zillion, banned for the first 2 games. Bit too elusive. We'll be able to just slide out that one. With the Cloud Soul as well. Just adds even more obnoxiousness to this champion. Dark, nearly level 16 as well. That's going to be a significant one. We want to see as many Ari ults as possible if this is going to be Bobcats ending the game in their typical fashion. Now, look at the minimap right here. We have got inhibs starting to respawn for Yenil Mesler, which means they're going to be able to come out onto the map. They're going to be able to start accessing their own jungle and try and push back the vision that has been established. The issue is, you see this bush right here, that is a death trap waiting to happen from Dark and Infinity, the main names of this team.
Chalet onto a clone. That's where the time bomb goes. The vision is all set up. They want to turn the jungle red.
So tense. This is just Bobcats playing the absolute waiting game. Knowing they have got priority on this Baron, but they don't kill it that quickly. And you really do not want to get funneled into a pit against a Talia, against a Wukong, and against a Vayne. It would be like shooting fish in a barrel. As Dark, the patience. He has stood still for quite a while here. Will this be the pick? Will they find it here?
When is immune, that time bomb isn't going to land onto anything significant. Still playing the long game. Remember, Pelu is in the bot side with the TP available to join the fray if he needs to, but also providing that threat.
We need to
He
see
gets this push going.
some of the signature Yenil Mesler aggression here. You're going to get split across the map otherwise, as Pelu basing. Ooh. Oh my god. It's cool. I don't know if I can handle this. This game has just took a turn for building up for one final crescendo. Baron is on the table, but Elder seems to be the focus for both of these teams now. With Bobcats putting so much time into establishing vision on the top lane, but now they're just completely pivoting and saying, aight, we know the team we're against. Fresh Killer has so much damage. They will kill us in a single ability if they get this dragon. It's all about mid-pro.
They have the map priority, but can they do any more? Dog just gets annihilated! Fresh Killer doing way too much damage. P-God now onto the backline. 4 autos onto Winnie. 70% of health bar gone, and that's probably just the Elder.
It's the Elder, but will it be the game? Your team doesn't respond with Baron that quickly, as it will be the immediate move from Bobcats. I feel like what they want to do here is they want to force them to come to Baron and potentially have Pelu TP bot. That is the only way I can see this working out for them. The Weaver's Wall coming in at a good distance.
Could get quite risky. It's 3,000, but the members of Yenil Mesler have that buff. They steal it! Fresh Killer saves the game! They get away on murder!
I can't believe what I just saw! Fresh Killer is putting their team on their back this game. Absolute absurdity on this Talia. Using the rework to its full potential. The safe jump too far away. And then the steal so clean Infinity, nothing they can do against that kind of damage. And now, the question is how the Yanomezla want to try and end the game. Because there's so many towers still left alive on the enemy side. I don't know if you could do it with this one push. You need to get kills as well, which we know is Yanomezla's specialty. But Winnie has a lot of wave clear. They've got to be able to do something. Baron up for a good 2 minutes still. Elder up for a good 2 minutes still.
They have all the tools. Yanomezla have the aggression cyclone, maybe a bit too early. There is no follow-up. So dangerous. Triple Barrage doing a nice little chunk there, but to put on such a good defense here. If you are the Bobcats, that's a 4-man stun. That might be what they needed. Flash Killer going down really low.
Oh god, Chelly just saves the game with that on their signature Zillion, managing to buy time. How fitting is that?
This game could not get any tenser. 35 minutes. Finally, Yanomezla have achieved a gold lead of some variety, but can they utilize these tools to push enough?
Game is for all the marbles. A win here doubles your minimum prize pool and moves you towards the semi-finals, one step away from securing victory for your region. Game feels personal at this point. Tower being sieged. Mid lane being pushed by Avni. It's exhausting to look at this point, but in all the best ways. What do you do, Bobcats? You're on the back foot. This is not a game state you're prepared for. The Elder Dragon nearly expired. Baron, though, still got best part of a minute to go. This is your final
Elder's gone.
Have they managed to do it?
Oh,
that's a big wall.
I mean, that's a wall. It's not really going to do much other than shut Pello off a little bit.
No minions to finish off the siege. And that Baron buff is going to be all gone. This minion wave is going to come in, and as soon as they start to crash, the Baron is going to expire. 10 seconds to make a play. 10 seconds to use this buff, or you're going back to frame 1.
Ultra Broad, there's the charm. Avni going to 20%. There's escape.
And it's almost as if all of those plays didn't happen now. The Elder Dragon take the steal on the Baron, and all you get for it? One side lane tower. Feels dire. Bobcats, amazing. Amazing defense.
Chele, with that stun, might have just saved the game there. Yanomezla not wanting to overextend there, as they have done a few times before. Don't want to risk losing the game off of a flip, despite having that Elder buff. Now 2 minutes again to play for, with the next dragon spawning. Elder once more might be the target.
My god, the speed of this Zillion just enabling him to get deep vision in. This is really overextended. TP coming in.
I think
where's
they
the
might be able
Weaver's
to get
Wall?
this pick. Level 18 Gwens. Let's see what they can do for members of Bobcats right here. Gonna go golden, buying time. 70% killer damage from Fresh Killer gets Chrono shifted into 1. Avni's still alive, gonna finally go down, but this Talia is online. P-God in the front, taking so little damage between the shielding. A double kill for the Talia that cuts off the flank. They cannot move. There is nowhere for the Bobcats to go. They are outed, and they will all fall down.
God, Chelly, what on earth can you do here? You have to try and cut waves as best you can. And will this be another one of the weaknesses that we've seen from Yanomezla of not preparing their minion waves? In fairness, they responded to that play expertly. They do not have to play against the super damage towers of the live patch. But you take a look at the enemy team, 15 seconds on Infinity. I would be shocked if this is the end of the game. This will be at very least something, but Baron's not up, Dragon's not up. It's kills for the sake of kills. Amazing response again from both of these teams, but the fact that they don't end the game off of them is just absurd.
Yeah, it's just not doing the due diligence to actually prepare these waves in the event of something. Of course, that wasn't an engage that they initially took. It was the counter engage there, but just the lack of preparation, meaning that nothing more happens. And now, with 35 seconds on an Elder Drake, I think you know what's going to happen.
It's going to be such a close fight. The Weaver's Wall will be up for this one. So there is the potential for Fresh Killer to just stand in mid, get this prio, and then cut off any attempted entrance. Force Bobcats to burn their dashes to get in. It's a vision game right now. Turkey's winning currently.
Jungle is all blue. They have to back off. It's about to spawn. They need to find a way into this jungle. He's so careful of Fresh Killer. It's going to go down so fast. There's a Vayne and a Gwen. It's already dead.
Are they just walking down mid to take inhibs? Because this is 5 recalls. That control ward in the river perfectly saves any attempt to end the game. They know that the Bobcats are rotating down mid and not going straight to Nash. So they come back, save the game, can group up, but they are split right now.
Oh, it's only 2. They can look for the pick onto Gwen. Maybe there's an opportunity, but with the Elder buff, they do kill Avni. But for what else? Chelly managing to stay alive for the time being. Cyclone forcing him into the corruption. Dark going golden. It's a 1-for-1.
And I don't think they even care about the Baron at this point. That could be the secondary objective. If they can get this Prio down mid, you could just end without it, or at very least start to open up the enemy base and get the minions in your favor.
All you need is one rock. One rock to yank them back into your team. It's just going to be the inhib, playing it safe, does not want to overextend. The Nash is on the cards.
It's on the cards, and Avni respawns in 20 seconds. There's the potential for a flank. There's the potential for a TP to bot to split end the game. All of the cards are currently in Yenomezla's favor. How will they respond? Infinity can get in the pit, but they do not have flash. So they have to go in
the
soon.
Revenge Steal. It gets burned so quickly by this Vayne. Vayne will secure it. Can they take the fight? It's going to be a hard one to do with the Elder buff. It's not going to be taken.
It looks like they're actually just going to keep Avni in base, have them push the wave.
Oh wait, they went for the reset's going to have to go into GA there. P-God's going to slay that one with the Elder buff. Too much damage from this Vayne. Infinity's just going to go down, staying alive a little longer between the Chrono Shift as well.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is it. This is it. Yenomezla have got it. They've clearly gone and got it now. 60-second respawns. There's no way Dark can put up a miracle performance here. Left alone, they just have to try and stop minion waves. Is the only thing for it, as Burkus knows.
Beaver's Wall coming through. Burkus trying to land these Soulfires down. All you need to do is force Dark away and you can end through mid. You have Baron, you have supers, and I think Yenomezla is going to make it work.
Taking the S out of Spain, removing both of the representatives. As Dark is doing everything they can, but there's too many stats. It's too late in the game. Soul didn't matter. Baron didn't matter the first time around. It's all about the skill check, and Yenomezla have it.
In a 42-minute nail biter, they make it for another best of 3 through the LCQs, into the quarters, and now into the semis. Congratulations to Yenomezla on that win.
Absolutely beautiful performance, showing complete tact from this squad that we didn't think we could get, going from the insane aggression of the first game to being swatted away in the second, and now they take the series 2-1 with that performance. This is a team contending for the title. They want to bring it back to Turkey.
Absolutely showing the diversity of the squad. We have some replays to relive some of those moments, as tense as they were, coming up shortly for all of you. And this is the beginning of it all, although I'm not sure if this is the correct... I mean, it's for the whole series, of course. And there we go. Infinity on this dive. I mean, this was great earlier on.
And I think that, at least to go off of this first game, the main thing that I was worried about was that it was going to be just Yenomezla dominating in a quick 2-0. And the fact that we saw Bobcats come back and fight them off is really important, because it means that this was a full-on series with legs to it. Bobcats then proceeded to, in the second game, manage to get the better end of Yenomezla. And the thing is, if you look at this game right here, it's not necessarily about the comp. They had good tools. They had the Wukong as well, which, you know, we can debate until the end of time of being pretty meh. But they still have the ability to really hold off the enemies and keep Yenomezla at arm's length.
Yeah, there it is. Doc with the cages. This Vigar finally banned out in the third game. The Ori performance was excellent, but it wasn't quite enough. Was Fresh Killer later on saving that bomb, but we'll see that again in a moment to come. This is the collapse on the domination of Yenomizar in this first game.
Set the tone for the series, and while it looked like it was a one-shot and that was all they had, they still managed to come back. Still managed to dominate the series at the end of it in a fashion that seemed like it was Bobcats. While we expected it to be a pretty clean performance from Yenomizla after this opening, I just can't believe the form that they came into it with, honestly. Like, this team was something that we were looking at going, are they really, really good, or are they just good at skill checking and not necessarily around the map? We saw that Bobcats were still superior on the map itself with the rotations, with the plays like that, so credit has to go over to them. Especially for Dark on that Ari, managing to save the game at one point. This was a game of mid laners, of all things. While we were looking at after going, wow, P-God's amazing on this vein, they got their signature pick that they were happy to play. Fresh Killer and Dark did so much to keep this game intact for both sides.
I mean, just have a look at this. This was an amazing play. Infinity providing the productivity, really, just denying like his own farm. In fact, just to be able to sacrifice 4 lanes. Of course, it was matched in the top side by Bassa Oyen, and it was a lovely matching. The gold was so even for the vast majority of the game.
And I'm glad that Infinity understood after the first game that they needed to be on the map. They played the Trundle and they played the Xin Zhao. Not necessarily the strongest champions in the meta, but they are most definitely 2 of the best champions for impacting the map from level 3 onwards. And we saw it throughout the entire time. This play on the bot lane just goes to exemplify that. I really thought they were just going to call it off. It seemed like a Bobcats thing to do to just stroll away, but when you have Zillion, when you have Xin Zhao, you can kind of just make these plays for free. However, we saw that the Bobcats weren't the only ones being proactive on the map, as Yenomizla playing almost like a mirror team against them at times, perfectly executing off of the back of Fresh Killer on these Talia walls. It is a pick that I feel like has to go up there with their Xerath, with their Zoe, and with their Victor on the ban list, which suddenly, that's 4 champions. You can't get rid of all of them first rotation.
Fresh Killer ensuring the 100% win rate of Talia in the playoffs bracket continues for the next round. We'll see whether later on in our second matchup that changes at all, but just showing the power of this pick on this patch in particular. Mostly in the mid lane, it has been played once in the jungle to relative success as well, but just the power, the scaling, and the playmaking certainly was shown in this series.
So, for this Yenomizla squad, as they secured the game... Oh, this part. No, hold on. Oh, this steal was just so good. The E into Q.
Yeah. Just didn't have the vision on it, didn't expect it, and too much damage came through. Saved the game.
Save the game with that one. So, I believe we've got an interview coming up in just a moment, as we will have Burkus coming on to speak the support who played 3 Karma games, none of which really looked like Karma, for my money at least.
Yeah, it was more like, you know what, can we call it Bard? Can we call it Barmer? You know, just trying to play Bard as Karma instead, because Bard was banned away, so just tried to roam around instead. But no, excellent Karma player on the roaming, and just general execution.
Absolutely, as I am excited to hear some of the post-game thoughts of that one, because it was a nail-biting game. Let's find out firsthand.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you feeling after the win?
I'm still shaking, you know. It was so intense, actually.
Yeah.
So I'm really nervous. I was really nervous at the game, actually. I thought we are going to lose there.
Really, it felt like such a different game from the style we came to expect of your team. How did you guys really come to that conclusion of we need to pivot our style for this last one and come back and show what you did with that insane, slow, controlled performance?
Actually, in early, we thought that if we survive early game, we could win in last game, but Zillion pick was so good. We know that their support going to play Zillion, but I think we think that we can play against it. But it was really hard to play in late game too. We couldn't think about it. We thought it was easy at late game, but it was really hard. So I think they won the draft, but Talia pick was the game saver, and Fresh Killer played great actually. Like I mean, like Fresh Killer and Pigat, they both carried this game. I played Stark, and I think me and our jungle and our top lane was not even in the game, like for 10 minutes for last game, if you talk about last game.
No,
But
but at
then,
the end of the day, the execution was absolutely there, and you come out into it. Is there anything you're sort of looking forward to coming into the semis? Any teams you're looking forward to facing?
we saw German team, he was okay. I think they won, right? Or Polish team won. I don't know which one won.
One Polish team won, one German team won, so it depends. So there were two seeds.
Oh
So it's
yeah,
AIX and AGH on the other side.
yeah, okay. I think Polish team is not that good, but we are kind of afraid of German team. But if we try hard and if we play some scrim games and if we put up our game, I think we can be winner in this tournament. I believe so.
Completely believe you after a game like that. Pivoting styles like that in a series is not an easy feat to do, winning in both the early and the late game. There were still some jitters at the end of that when we saw minion waves not necessarily where you needed them to be, and even that Zillion bomb that just stopped you ending on the first Baron Elder take. It was a bit on the side, but that was the real strength of Bobcats. For a lot of it was running around the map. What was the hardest part for you guys outside of that Zillion pick in the third game to play against this whole series? Was there a player that was a thorn in your side? Was it a specific champion or anything like that? We saw the Vigar get removed in the last game.
I believe actually we should have taken Nautilus or something like Engage. Talia wasn't enough and Karma not good without against Celion. And if we had taken Nautilus or Thresh or something like that, it would be a more easy. Even Rakan would be okay. But if they had Veigar mid and also Zillion, it was definitely lost. So we had to ban Veigar for 3 games. We made a mistake in second game actually. First game we know that he was going to play Veigar, but second game our picks are so bad against Veigar, so we played really bad there. And the stress of the second game made us to lose the early phase of the third game too. We played and we were really nervous actually. And in the last
Yeah.
game, I think Talia pick won the game. And if they hadn't picked Ahri, I think it would be a really hard game for us. Ahri pick was so troll in my opinion. To blind pick Ahri when Talia is open, it was so troll. But Zillion pick was so troll. And I want to say that their support deserved win. I didn't deserve win, but their support deserved win. I want to say that.
Well, at the end of the day, the result is the result, and you'll continue your, I guess, your spree and your run in the tournament. Is there anything anyone you'd like to thank for like where you are, or just bring out shout outs?
Yeah, I like to thank our mid lane and AD carry definitely, especially that Nesh steal was incredible in my opinion.
Oh,
Like,
filth.
like we screamed and here's Pigar actually. If you can see him in the back right, he's our AD carry, and I want him to find a team. So I always say in the interview. So if there's any coach or something watching, I think he
That's
deserves a
true
good team.
supporting right there. That is
Yeah,
true
exactly.
supporting.
Absolutely. I mean, after
Yeah,
that performance, Turt definitely deserves it.
yeah, exactly. And other than that, I have nothing to say. I'm really happy, and I'm still, like I said, I'm still shaking. Like I couldn't even control my mouth. So it was really incredible. We won this game in 40 minutes. I don't know. I have nothing to say.
All right, well, congratulations on that, and we wish to see the best of you in the next games to come.
Thank you.
Oof. There it is. Yenomizla winning out on this one. Turkey will advance, potentially reclaiming their title from a little ago. Anything else to put in before we throw to a break on our next matchup?
Yeah, make sure you tune in because the next series is postured to be a very important one for two specific regions.
Ooh. There we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2022 Amazon University Esports Masters, of course, powered by Intel and Twitch Student. Joined once again by myself, Takua, and Melvin Izzle, and it will now be the second best of three for today between Esports Team Twente and UDL Esports Sigma.
3 of our full semi-final teams locked in. This will be for the last spot, last chance to move yourself up that prize pool, up into the next phase. And let's start off by looking at the Netherlands roster.
Here it is, Esports Team Twente. And this is a roster that made it out of an incredibly contested group with a very shaky week 1 due to not having the full roster yet. And week 2 came alive and dominated the competition.
One of the main reasons that this team actually dropped games was due to them not having their completed roster, and the two teams they dropped games against were the other side semi-finalists. AIX and AGH were the two teams that managed to go 1-1 with a not fully completed Esports Team Twente. Let that sink in a minute, that the team that just beat Kit, the previous winners, only beat this team with an incomplete roster. That is how scary this team is. Gabush, absolute monster player, NLC Div 2 player, very, very scary, main driving force for the team. We'll talk more about him later. First, let's take a look at France.
Here we go, UDL Esports Sigma, another one that has made it through, up for a few best of threes. They have more experience recently. It was the same sort of thing we were going in with beforehand, with Yenor Misler having played so many best of threes, and it's the same case here, because the Netherlands qualified via groups, whereas this is not the same case for the French team.
So, we'll put it lightly. Just looking at the strength of the teams, we're expecting Esports Team Twente to come into this with an advantage, just from the power of the roster. But like you said, it cannot be understated how significant coming in through that last chance qualifier and getting experience on the most recent patches is. The fact that Esports Team Twente haven't done any comp in this tournament since 12.5, we are on 12.9, the durability patch is out on live, so you can't practice anymore on the patch that this game will be played on, which means that it's all about that recent experience that UDL will have in their pocket.
Exactly that. And you know what UDL have is flexibility. UDL in draft are very versatile and have the ability to be able to position picks everywhere to give them advantages, and this is the main thing we're going to be looking out for.
Absolutely, and it's important to have that versatility with a patch where there's so much wide potential. We just saw Yenor Misler take the previous series 2-1 off of the back of some of those flex picks, things like the Karma putting a spanner in the works of the enemy draft, the Volley Bear. Now, I would say for this team, it's not necessarily those ones. We've got things like the Olaf and the Poppy as a multi-role flex. Wukong, obviously, a champion that we're like, sure, it exists. It's been reworked. People keep picking it. Yes. Is it that good? Only in specific circumstances. I think Wukong's just a bit of a trap pick there. However, we saw the Talia in the last game of our previous series go absolutely monstrous in the mid lane. We do have one Talia player minimum in this game as the jungler for UDL Esports, that is Hidden, who is hoping to not have the same namesake as a performance.
Hopefully not, although maybe hiding in the brushes to secure some kills. We'll have to wait and see, but certainly moving back onto UDL's sort of flexibility, they do have that Olaf flex in the back pocket on this patch, which is also potentially a very strong pick.
And when we try and look at how UDL want to win the game, it's kind of similar to what we just had in the last series of Bobcats, where Bobcats were a very slow macro-orientated team. UDL is a very draft-orientated team who pick their goals, shoot their shot, and know exactly what they're going for. So, question is, where's your priority? We get an immediate pike ban away from Student in the support role, and I feel like now I'll let you gush a little bit more about the Netherlands teams, because there's a certain support champion that we do need to keep an eye out for here.
Absolutely. Cutie Katie, absolutely monstrous Blitzcrank. We saw it a few weeks back, and it won them team fights single-handedly with that Predator. Some of those hooks were disgusting, and you do need to pay respect.
A lot of star power on this squad. Mechanics, since they've rejoined the roster, has been nothing if not consistent. Very, very good, and extremely versatile with the champions, as we do see Talia and the Olaf taken away, implying that Esports Team Twente do not want to prioritize either of them. ADC is still up. Other priority picks Wukong fortunately won't be played this game, so we could all sleep happy on that one. Deciding where this priority is actually going to go, since we could even see potential Senna shenanigans from this team.
Wukong still with 100% presence though, despite the lack of picking, and it is immediately a Lucian locked in for mechanics, although it can certainly be flexed around.
It's just one of those ones that leaves the draft open, doesn't give anything away necessarily, but it does mean that in most circumstances you can secure yourself a winning matchup. Now, how does the flexible squad respond? Because I'm very excited to find out where their draft priorities go. Looks like it will be an immediate pickup of Desire. I don't think it's the best thing to instantly lock in the support, but they take the Rakan away, who is quite good with the Lucian. Having those extra shields and heals can proc the Lucian passive, where every time he's enchanted by an ally, he gains bonus damage. So deciding we don't want to risk handing that over, take the Lovers Duo. Now, I'm curious to see if Nami is the place that you go. It's the standard pairing you get with this Lucian, but like you said, that Blitzcrank is also something that has a really good showing into the Rakan.
We're going to go really fast to the draft. It will be Nami in the end, and paired with the Volibear to provide that early aggression, early ganks, and pressure, especially to help accelerate what is an incredibly lane-dominant bot lane pairing.
Very minor thing coming out from the Netherlands squad there is they understand the UDL team is super draft reliant about having that time to think. And so by snap locking 2 picks at the same time, you minimize that amount of just thinking that you get to do on the enemy squad. We get a Jarvan coming out now from Hidden, as that will be against 2, I say in air quotes, immobile champions of the Nami and the Volibear. Means that we need to see a lot of proactivity from this team to try and match Gaboshes early.
Being able to counter gank is going to be paramount here. Going to deny some scaling as well away from Clonky in the mid lane with that Veigar ban out, which is one of those champions that he does have comfort on, and it is pretty scary if you leave it unchecked, as we did see earlier with Dark.
Absolutely, Veigar is just one of those champions that you don't want to leave up when you can avoid it. Another thing that I'm curious about is Clonky does play a good amount of Kassadin. That is something that we could end up seeing, because while you expect it to be Lucian Nami in the bottom lane, obviously the flex pick will exist until we end up seeing it moved on. Now, what on earth are you going to remove here? Do you remove that Kassadin? Is that something that you're really scared of? Because this is the first game of the series, remember, so you can choose whatever route you want to go down, and if it works, you get the benefit of sticking with it for the next time around.
There is a Katarina instead, another one of those champions for him. I mean, Clonky has, I think, what we would, I guess, colloquially say as a solo queue champ pool. A lot of those very obnoxious mid lane champions all in that roster.
Which you don't really want to be playing against when this roster is as stacked as it is, and you have already got the Volibear coming in. We know Gabosh is very, very good, the player to watch throughout this entire series. They're having a good day, then it should be a pretty clean sweep for the Netherlands roster. But France does not want to give up just yet, as they pick in that Seraphine to pair with the Jarvan. A big wombo combo available for these two.
Yeah, another one. Seraphine, actually, in fact, a contested pick between these two teams. It will probably be going to Chris in the mid lane. That is the expectation here. And being used to pair with the rest of the ganks. And, well, we'll see how it goes.
So, as we get our last 2 picks to come through, will be that Kassadin. It's going to just be Clonky saying, alright, you've just given me a free lane mid, and you don't want me to lock in my signature champion? Sure. Alright. As that may potentially be a misstep from UDL unless they can focus them down early. The Jarvan and Seraphine duo has a lot of great gank potential. It's just if they can manage to execute on that consistently against such a high skill team player.
Finally have the top to be locked in, and it will be the Gnar. Pretty generic here, but good team fighting and can have a lot of good lane matchups.
Couple different options available. The Jace is still open. What has been minutely nerfed on this patch, it's something you could go for. That is aggressive, as it would start to lean into what we expect from Repulsive, who is a player that very much likes to play these heavy bruisers. They have seen Olaf top play in their time. The only issue is both of these top laners aren't the most consistent. It's definitely the area where there's a lot of volatility in this matchup.
Well, the Akali instead, another one of those champions Repulsive is also famed for, but very, very different, leaning more into the AP side of things. Of course, assassination attempts try to get onto that Lucian and the Nami.
So, overall, we take a look at these teams. I would say that UDL have got a pretty decent scaling squad. However, they have, for my money, only one okay tool to actually handle Clonky in the late game. And on the other side, Esports Team Twente, well, they have great acceleration in this bottom lane. They have a jungler who can facilitate it. They can bully top lane as well with the Gnar and the Volibear onto a no-flash laner. And then Clonky just gets to scale in mid. It can't really get much better for them if they aren't just completely blown open in the first few levels.
Alright, well, expectations have been set. It does end up depending on the execution. As we say, the expectation is that Twente will have the advantage with their comfort as well and the aggression in the bot side. It's just to see whether UDL can use those tools against them.
Do have the favourites coming in as Twente. And just for a little bit of backstory that I absolutely love, one of my favourite anecdotes for the tournament is that last year, Esports Team Twente reached the peak that we have seen from any Netherlands roster at UEM. They reached semi-finals. That's what they're competing to get to by winning this series. And then they lost versus AGH, who's on the other side of the bracket, fine. But they have multiple returning members in the form of their top, their ADC, and their support QTKT swapping down from jungle to allow Gabosh into the roster. Very, very scary upgrades. And in last year's quarterfinals, where we are right now, they beat the French representatives. And now that is both teams' highest positions at UEM, so this is going to be a battle of the regions to see if UDL Esports can come back and take their highest placement the region has ever seen, and knock down the Netherlands who did it to them last year.
It's certainly also worth stating that neither of these regions have ever had a UEM title, so being able to make it to semis, being able to be in the running to compete for that title, to bring glory back to your region, it's up for grabs.
And regardless of which team promotes from here, we will have a straight 50-50 split going into the semi-finals on both sides of the bracket for regions that have and have not won a UEM before. So no matter what, we are going to get a lot of drama. The question is going to be, can Esports Team Twente keep their reputation high moving on into that semis?
Precisely, that will see whether the rust is going to be there or not as we start loading onto the Rift once more for the first game of this second best of 3.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
We load onto the Rift. We just get a standard opening from France and an aggressive play coming out from the Netherlands. Not going to get anything beyond the ward. That will go over to Clonky though, who I'm not sure actually how many people hit the ward, but if you end up getting it and getting the majority of the XP from a ward, you hit level 2 on the first wave.
There is certainly an XP advantage, but I believe because of the 4 people, I'm not sure how much of that would have been shared, but still, richest man on the Rift Clonky is right now, and 2 wards in the enemy jungle, so UDL will have some information about the pathing of Gabosh.
Which is important. The reason we're hyping this player up is, well, they're very good, and when you have your best player on such a good proactive champion in the early game, you can compensate for any lanes that would normally fall behind. You can shut down the enemy's strength. As we look across the board, Zedidi on this Xayah has actually gone for the lethality build by opting into this Airy first. Has been nerfed on this patch 12.9, and this question will be, will they even get that far?
There's level 1 exhaust immediately, cleanse as well to be used. Zedidi getting incredibly low, traded back onto QTKT. Very aggressive level 1.
That's actually going to be a massive summoner win over to the UDL bot lane, with mechanics burning both of theirs to remove the exhaust and avoid getting knocked up and traded on. As Hidden, yeah, I love this a lot. They are going to immediately make their way down to bot lane, and that's a spellbook Jarvan, not something you see every day. We'll see about that later.
Well, they are going to be revealed, having to back off for the time being, save to get punished by Hidden in the jungle, so he can return to his clear now.
I really hope that wasn't meant to be a first strike into a misclick, because that very well could be the case. I don't know that for a fact. I know that spellbook on jungle is fine, because one of the main issues with the rune is you basically don't get one for the lane phase until you manage to get to those swaps. In the jungle, obviously, you don't really have a lane phase, so it's not that impactful. You manage to swap to exhaust later to really hold Clonky down in the late game. So it has some potential outplays, as we do have Zombie Ward about to spot down this Volibear, immediately stopping Gabosha in their tracks, but the wave is really not good if they can hold it on the side of the Netherlands, in front of the tower.
Yeah, France really wants to get the crash. It will happen, although, of course, it's still kind of pushing. They're hidden here to make sure that they can continue getting that as a Mew. Just going to do the same thing by shoving this wave topside.
I think too out of the ordinary for what we expected in these matchups. We do have Hidden, quite literally, hiding in the bush. Not too much more to say about that. This means that Mechanics and QTKT do not really want to step up, especially knowing that there's no flash on the Lucian. Gabosha going for something onto the Seraphine. Fine.
Away. Nothing more.
I'm sorry to tell you, this is what we should be getting from all of these lanes. There's not meant to be aggression in this matchup, as Mechanics... Oh...
Ooh, not quite there, but still gets the knock up onto the Nami. Maybe that's enough of the drawback. First blood for Sadidi.
Not the intended target, but we'll take it most definitely. As that will be UDL getting off to the right foot in this lane that is meant to be a solid kill matchup. The Lucian Nami only really functions when they're able to dash in and just burst you out. The fact that this Zyra Khan is able to respond in kind and really mitigate that aggressive potential is going to pay dividends as the game goes on.
One of the big weaknesses of picking the Nami is the vulnerability and the low health. Mechanics trying to go for the 1v2. I don't think it's enough. Student with the heal gets the kill. Overzealous there on the Lucian.
UDL really coming in with a statement to start this game. I know we were saying that the favourites should be Esports Team Twente, but part of that just coming down to maybe a bit patch advantage as well, knowing that this Zyra Rakan is something they can lean on to. More familiar with the numbers and all that kind of stuff. We get a Hex Tech to start off the game. I doubt it'll be taken in the foreseeable future, just because both of these junglers care a lot more about the ganking than they do about the actual Rift.
Yeah, Gabosha, very proficient Volibear, has yet to actually drop a game on this champion in this tournament. A force to be reckoned with for sure. We'll see with first Hex Tech having spawned now, exactly where the priorities are going to be going.
Right now, taking a look, we will have Hidden pathing onto this bot side. You are currently against a Lucian who's about to have flashback up, so for Jarvan, that is like saying, I am not going here under any circumstances. We'll have the Hex Tech. I don't think that's been started up, it was just Vision being established by Student, doing their due diligence, making sure that Gabosha isn't going to sneak it. That insane dash range just means that Student can get such cheeky wards down and then come back with no cost.
Nothing at all. Hidden just clearing out some vision, making sure that their bot lane is safe and sound. Alright, early lead over to UDO.
Now, the biggest cost for what Hidden has been doing is the fact that Gabosha is just getting to free farm, and Mechanics is dead.
Alright, well that is the power of the Zyra Khan, and able to just execute that one. Apparently, Mechanics just not feeling themselves right here, and another kill over to UDL.
Now, despite the level lead on this jungle, that is a heal Jarvan right now, so they could definitely take this fight.
Alright, then looking for a battle dance, does connect. UDKT gets the Aqua Prison on the other side now. Nami is the target, incredibly squishy at level 4. I think the move speed's just about enough to get them out of that one.
Ooh, this is risky if Gabosha commits. He's gonna be back up soon.
Still wants it. Mechanics is almost there, but I don't know how long you can really delay this for.
Just gonna be pushing out the wave, and considering that Clonky has got entire priority over the mid lane right now, they're either gonna chase this down or just turn it into a dragon. This is really big win right here that the Netherlands needed after losing that second kill in the bot lane.
Yeah, not exactly what you want when you pick this matchup, of course. You expect to be able to be lane dominant, deny farm, and put out pressure, but it's just gone the opposite direction for them.
And we'll at least be able to use some of that pressure to start off this dragon. Will be a freebie. Hidden, pathing up to the top side. Just try and catch up on farm. They're a level down on their counterpart, as we do get a nice cinematic view of the dragon beating up a bear.
I guess the bear also beating up the dragon at the same time will be secured right there. Next strike will be a mountain.
I do like how reserved the UDL bot lane is playing. They understand that at the end of the day... Hold on a minute, I've just noticed that Student also has a tier. That's cool. At the end of the day, that goes towards my point. We're just scaling. We don't want to get killed by Nami Lucian under any circumstances. Especially now the fact that Sadidi has picked up a shutdown. Any option they have to try and avoid being focused out by this engage, especially post 6, when Mechanics' ultimate comes online and the culling becomes an absolute monster move. Just going to be very reserved. Nicely played from UDL so far. Again, it's too early to call this game when you have a Kassadin in it. I don't think you could ever call a game over when you're against a Kassadin.
TikTok 7 out of 16. Rift Herald, the next target for Gavusha, should just be secured. There are no members of UDL up in the top side, but that's absolutely fine. It is first Herald. Try and get some plating with it, but it entirely depends on how well that Rift is utilized.
And we've seen in the top lane pretty much neutrality from both sides. Gnar not really able to get much done. Imu just existing in the lane as Gnar. No CS lead established, and Repulsive is more than happy to, similar to the enemy mid laner, take a scaling matchup. I will happily be here as Akali, because as the game goes on, they hope to do their best Clonky impression and dive in and stop Mechanics from playing the game.
Alright then. Just gonna be the slow burner this time. 2,000-ish. I mean, it's really close to 1,500 for UDL at 9 minutes. Not an insignificant lead, but also not a huge one at this point. Playing it out very clean. Mechanics on a trade. Battle dance forward. Returned. Good play.
As far as the game plan goes for both of these teams, it's definitely going in UDL's favor right now. However, they haven't even acknowledged Kassadin mid. Clonky hasn't been ganked. Clonky hasn't been roamed on by the support. They are just existing as a Kassadin, and the biggest issue of that is it means they're able to walk around the map like this. And if Clonky ever picks up 1 to 2 kills in a skirmish, maybe it's a dragon fight, maybe it's a roam on the bot lane, then suddenly this Kassadin accelerates to Mythic, and then they accelerate to Seraphs, and then it never stops, and the champion becomes completely unruly and uncontrollable.
Alright, Student looking for the steal on the red buff, maybe? Not able to get that one. Volibear still very, very ahead of Hidden in this clear because of how the Jarvan is deciding to play things out.
There's split map, and then there's actually just playing one quadrant.
Alright, well there it is. Rakan with the engage straight onto the Nami. Too much damage coming through. Culling in response. Hidden. All the health bars are relatively decent. Student will go down. 1 kill. Kassadin, will it be any more? That's a double! Can they make it a triple? I think Clonky's a little too low and Gaboshi's a little bit too far forward. But still, 2 kills for Kassadin.
Oh, the words that I speak come to fruition. Kassadin picking up 2 kills. Let's see what Clonky does with that money. It's an even trade on the gold at least, but I think that regardless of where you put it, you're going to be happy with a Kassadin getting accelerated. Biggest winner out of that is going to be Sadidi, who is sat at the highest gold of the game, 4.5k, just over. Kassadin for Clonky, only slightly below that though.
Zaya being able to scale into items, he will be the main damage threat. There it is. Going to be a really big force to be reckoned with in the next fight. Zaya having to watch out on this because yes, you have the items, but you can still get assassinated.
And one of the things about this that really goes to hurt the mid matchup now is that Chris has been allowed to just exist in the lane because neither of these mid laners want to scrap. But now that Clonky has picked up that Everfrost, they are able to, whenever they want, free engage onto Chris and then just saunter away after the fact. No easy comeback maneuver, no hard CC that Chris can chuck out to immediate response. They can start the encore, but at the end of the day, you're only going to keep the casting off you for a few seconds.
That is the power of the Rift Walk right there. Once that Seraphs or the Fimbulwinter potentially come online, then they'll have the extra mana to just keep spamming that ability. It's worth saying that, you know, with each consecutive cast, yes, the mana cost increases, but so does the damage.
One of the few champions that actually gets damage scaling with mana, absolutely insane to think about.
Oh
Okay.
my word, that's so much damage coming on from Mechanics there, but the range is not enough. Aqua Prison able to do a little bit more. The forward with the Light Slinger gives the Mechanics another kill, showing off his Mechanics right there on Lucian.
Ooh, Clonky decide not to go for it, knowing that Hidden is there. I feel like he would have been alright to invest the further on that. They're just going to return back to mid and safely eat up the farm. Bot lane will lose a majority of this tower, if not the whole thing. As like you said, mechanics showing off their namesake. There was a reason we were so scared of this player, but one of the things you were talking about, that the biggest issue Esports Team Twente had was that their lane phase was not fabulous. It was definitely their weakest area, and now we are starting to get out of there. And the fact that Lucian has just had so much gold funnel back into them, can we toggle to the gold a moment? Because I think despite dying several times in lane, yeah, they're even with their Xayah. This is their weakest point, just subverted entirely now.
Power of the Rift Herald, if you utilize it correctly. Hidden looking for the engage. There's the Cataclysm. There's the Battle Dance, but the follow-up is not there. Mechanics able to do a lot of damage. Now exhausted. Clonky on the other side. No kills yet.
Have a lot of gold, but they haven't had time to spend it. There's so much sitting money for Twente.
Encore isn't able to land. The damage is Negabush stays alive.
This is a free dragon, unless he wants to commit a flash smite, which is excruciatingly risky. It's on vision. They can try it. Just
There's
gonna
no
be
way that gets it. Alright.
Oof. Damn.
Well,
A dangerous game we are seeing currently.
UDL being the more practiced team as of late, this is the thing. What we've seen out of Twente was great in groups, but it was still in groups in a best-of-1 format. UDL have had the practice, and maybe coming into Game 2, they might have the better idea of what to do.
And even though we saw one of the only remaining undefeated team Bobcats go down in our previous matchup, could be the same story here. We had so much praise for him, but at the end of the day, if you're not ready, if you're not up to date on the patch, if you can't get that practice, then it doesn't matter. As one of the things that has been nerfed on this patch, though, is Emu building that hull breaker and almost goes to double down on the point. On the patch they're currently on 12.9, this item sucks as a first item, to put it easily. It doesn't start getting the majority of its stats until level 12, and it's really poor for ranged.
However, Tsunami might get abused. Again, a lot of damage coming out from mechanics, but likewise onto QT. KT Repulsive secures that one.
I mean, Emu's here, but what are they going to do? It's a big gnar for a few seconds. They could even end up backfiring further. Clonky's over here to try and collect something, but I think this will just be a start-up at that second Rift Herald.
Alright then, Gold still dead even. Drake's dead even. Anyone's game right now, still a lot to play for.
Gonna be a dragon take. Rift Herald take, sorry. Gonna be a freebie. Dragon is up in 3 minutes, meaning that this Rift Herald will persist in inventory long enough that they could use that to just say, you have to go answer this Herald, so we get the Dragon. It's a very easy, very standard form of play, and considering how experienced Gabosh is and the Esports Team Twente squad, I would expect something similar.
A little bit of trading, too much else. Well, game plan very slow right now. Rift Herald getting dropped. What do you think is the macro decisions that Twente should be making right now?
At the moment, this is fine. Similarly to the reason I was going with, it just opens up the map. And when you're a Seraphine, that's awful. There's these champions like Xerath, like Ziggs, like Seraphine, like Twisted Fate, even Galio, that really love having their mid-tier 1 up. And the reason for that is because they want to be able to hide safely and then have their impact without worrying about getting constantly dived, constantly ganked. Seraphine sucks in a side lane because she can just be volley belted over a wall. Gnar will be able to get her later on. She can't walk up to waves, so Chris is going to be in a pretty dire spot. And that means that Sadidi and Student have to take the L, go to a side lane, and have to really risk the potential for Netherlands to be super proactive on the map, which is what we want to see from them.
Alright, Twente now with a minor gold lead after that mid player opening up the jungle a little bit more. The vision is mostly blue across the map as we still have a minute and 30-ish to wait on this Drake. Both teams still continuing to scale up with their comps.
Blue on the top side though, so we need to find out if QTKT can make their way down here and start warding up around this dragon. Because otherwise, it's going to be a bit dire. You don't want to be walking into Chris on this Seraphine. You don't want to be walking into Hidden on this Jarvan with their ultimates up. Even Sadidi on this Xayah, one of the best ADCs in the game, for just denying you pushing into them. Not got the Mirror Mana stacked, shouldn't be able to get that done before the Dragon. Might be close if they take a long fight, but otherwise slightly weaker than what they otherwise could be.
Okay. Much of the same right now. Well, we'll bring it to the farm levels. I mean, it's pretty even for the most part. Slight advantages over to Gnar and Lucian here. Very, very even in the...
Question is just going to be about the Dragon setup. We're talking about the Vision. QTKT has got it, at least to an extent. The Scuttle is going to be quite significant because being able to maneuver around in front of the Dragon is very big, as UDL happily going to take this. Gabosh could look for a steal on this Dragon if they look for that, but overall, nothing too important happening.
Alright, the setup is here. Scries will reveal the team. Positions and battle lines drawn to watch out for Clonky in the back.
Oh my. Where does Chris throw the Encore?
Okay, well the Encore goes forward, only lands onto Volibear. Stopwatches get popped, the Castin is in the back. It is a threat, trying to watch out. Nobody's dropped just yet, as I say that, the Nami does. Volibear forced to flash away. Hidden, gonna get one, but then Clonky in the backside with the Rift Root, with the damage, the presence of mind, providing the mana, completely cleans up with a Quadra.
I'm going to call a GG on that one. That was Clonky against the world, left on the back line with 3 people, drops all of them one by one, and then gets the reward of Hidden at the end for the Quadra kill. This Kassadin is a ticking clock, and oh boy, the clock tolls for thee.
Absolutely 4 levels still for that final Riftwalk upgrade, but now 10 Dark Seal stacks unlocked. Seraph's almost complete. Now Archangel's just needing a few more stacks. On the way to the Frozen Heart, seeming like a force of nature for the rest of the UDL team to deal with.
I mean, they could even buy that if they wanted to. They're that far ahead in the damn game. It doesn't matter what MU has. It doesn't matter what the rest of the map does. If Kassadin is left alone and not being actively peeled, then they will just kill everyone. And we saw it happen right then. And the worst part is, there were still 3 people clubbed together, right? And while Clonky had to burn Flash, they outplayed a lot of them, managed to get back in. And the only tools that UDL have to stop this Kassadin are exhausts from either Spellbook or Sadidi, a point-blank Encore, which is not reliable once this Kassadin looks towards his Zhonya's later, and that's it. That's not much.
Well, game has been blown open certainly at this point now. A 4,000 roundabout gold lead for the side of the Netherlands. 2 Drakes secured. Kassadin 6-0-0 right now, living the dream. See what UDL's response will be.
Let's toggle it. Let's see the gold amount. Come on, how much money is in Clonky's pocket? 9k! 2 over their opposition, highest in the game by a fair margin. Their ADC, though, mechanics, quite close.
Here comes the collapse, the tidal wave, the Volibear, the kill on the Student. Hopefully it manages to survive. The shielding a bit too much between the Rakan and the Seraphine. And the play gets disengaged.
Nothing too significant invested beyond some ultimate cooldowns. Clonky quietly allowed to side lane. Guess what? Biggest weakness of Seraphine, she can't side lane. So Repulsive's coming mid, they're looking for the big commit.
As the Cataclysm, Nami cannot escape that. Instead will be forced to go golden. 2 teleports in response. Mew and Clonky now in the fight. Can they make it happen? Kassadin Rift walking all over the place. Student on the backside now. Should be going down to Clonky in a moment, but on the other end...
Mechanics will be the
Alright, well there you go. Mechanics with the triple. Just doing so much with the Lucian. Shutting down the rest of the team. Clonky now out of mana. Mechanics with a Quadric. Will he make it? A Penta. Hidden just a stone's throw away. And it will be for the ADC of the Netherlands.
Quadra into Pentakill. Mechanics saying, hold on a minute, I had a rough lane phase, but you do not get to upstage me like that, as this will be a pretty damn free Baron take if I've ever seen one myself. I don't think Chris is going to be able to do much even if they wanted to TP. This is the kind of domination we expected from this team. They finally turned it on, and they turned it on a big way.
One of the biggest things about this team that we saw is their ability to make the team fight, make those scrappy fights work, and damn did we just see it there.
Okay. Take a step back and let's analyze the game state. First one. You got the God tier Cassidin 3-item stopwatch. Save me. You got the Lucian. 3 items and a Nami who has gone 2nd item Zhonya's so that Cutie Katie can't be picked off, as we have seen the only real attempts succeeding from the UDL squad. 4 of their 9 kills have been onto this Nami, and now Cutie Katie is completely safe whenever you go in. Ways that you could try and come back into this for UDL. Go next.
Seems like the adaptation needs to come in the next game, because this is, as you say, looking quite dire. Baron buffs coming through. I feel like it is just a matter of time, but the base defense needs to be put up.
Only thing they can hope for is a massive amount of picks in a row. Student has the tools, Hidden has the tools. This needs to be it.
Oh, what was that from Mechanics? Gets the kill in the end, the electrocute from the Nami. First is just that obscene Hidden, makes it a double. Can he make it a triple yet again? Encore comes through.
Enemy's just there.
5 can just keep going. You have the health bars available, you have the damage, and you have the wallets.
Absolutely
domination.
brutal. We knew this team was good coming into the day. We were a little worried that they wouldn't be ready for the patch. Now, I don't know if that even matters when you're this good, honestly.
Well, if we want to bring it back a little bit, we did see that the lane phase, as we mentioned, was not the strongest at points. They were losing bots. Sadidi was 3-0 at that point just because of lane mistakes that Mechanics and Cutie Katie were making. But as soon as it gets past that phase, it's a hell of a different team.
What learnings can you take away from this, UDL? You could see that the enemy team has a clear weakness. You managed to exploit it, but I don't think you did it enough. This Cassidin is just the final puzzle piece in the problem that UDL will have to solve if they want to reach the highest placement that their region ever has at UEM right now. So in the first game, we've seen the previous series go to all 3 games, though it isn't anything too absurd to expect, as we do get Hidden now with an Ignite, with a stopwatch able to go in themselves. But how do you stop Clonky? There's just no way.
It's going to be really rough now, especially with the Infernal stacking. I mean, you're building defenses items. The Magi's is now online as well.
15. It's nearly there.
It's almost there. Clock
About
has
to have the
almost
sub-second
stopped.
cooldown. Oh.
It's a rough one.
Yep. Good reaction. I think that's the reaction of UDL right now. Ah, okay. Let's just go not let them play Cassidin next time.
Yeah, I mean, we did call that out in draft. They gave them the window to open it with the Seraphine, and maybe it is just trying to match Clonky in lane, perhaps, because this was a free lane for a Cassidin.
We never even looked at mid lane. Like, the camera never panned to mid because nothing happened there. The only time we saw Clonky or Chris was when they were in a different lane. Oh no.
Mechanics half-healthing with literally Q auto burst, so...
I feel like if they had had the Nami E on first, then the extra damage might have been enough.
Yeah.
But we will just get a very standard siege. Baron not up for 2 minutes.
They want the engage. There's the tidal wave. Can they make the last stand happen, or will the wallet slap come through? I think it's going to be the latter, but they're going to put up a little bit of a fight at least. Only going to be 1 member dropping, but there it is, a double kill again for Mechanics. 11, 2, and 7 after that poor lane phase. Not died a single time afterwards. A Queen Ace. And a
Devastation. Really goes to beg the question, what can UDL pull out of the hat? Because they most definitely need to dig deep and find something. This game just basically didn't even feel like it happened for them. Esports Team Twente too good out of lane. Does mean, though, there is the option for UDL to pull out that aggression. We saw in our previous match that the early aggression can win you a game, especially if you take the enemy team off guard. But the question is, was that the one opportunity that UDL had and they wasted it against Twente?
It might be, although I feel like with the Xayah and the double, the sort of duo that they decided to put in the bot lane, yes, there was the J4, but it wasn't necessarily the most aggressive they can have. Maybe it's your time to take the Lucian army, but first, some replays.
Take a look at how that game got to where it was, and throw ourselves back to a simpler time when it didn't look like Twente was an unstoppable monster of the tournament. As now, we just get very standard looking plays. This was UDL getting the advantage, mechanics getting caught out a couple times, a lot of the focus going down onto them and their support, QTKT getting picked off. It's a Nami at the end of the day against a Jarvan Rakan. If you're not killing them, well, who are you killing? But this was the point where Clonky got started, and it was most definitely not the point where they finished off their impact on the game. Oh no, this is it. This is the fight. Just keep your outcast then.
The patience to get this Riftwalk in, forcing out the feathers from Sadidi, otherwise you just take way too much damage. Still there in the backline, because they need to focus out the front lane to be able to win this fight. But then Clonky goes untouched, so it's just a double threat, which you just lose.
1, 2, 3, 4. Like dominoes, they fall. All in the favour of this Kassadin, who just went on from this point pretty much just domination. There wasn't too much to counterattack. Clonky just always in the right place. The only reason that they don't get the kills here is because they were being a great friend and giving the pentakill over to mechanics.
Yeah, there is. Even that one got taken by the Arc. The Ardent Flare, if I remember correctly, on that one, and then there you go.
Look at this support in here. Clonky, completely out of mana. Watch. Bam. Everfrost. You got it, homie. I got the quad, you can have the penta. That's teamwork we like to see.
Good stat padding too, you know, for the team in general. Anyway, a strong performance come from Twente, which is expected out of having won what was an incredibly competitive group. I mean, we called it the group of death, and it was that for a reason. Anyway, we'll see how UDL reacts after a little break. Hello again, once more, and welcome back again to the 2022 Amazon University Esports Masters. We're in the second best of 3 of the day between the Netherlands and France, and currently Esports Team Twente from the Netherlands are 1-up.
1-up and indecisive fashion with both a quadra and a pentakill on separate members last game. Something that UDL will definitely be remembering coming into this one. How can they answer Mechanics and Clonky? Let's take a look at the first roster.
Here we have it, Esports Team Twente once again. Clonky that game, that casting, and Mechanics later on with the Lucian, especially after the lane phase, absolutely blew it out of the park, and UDL really need to find some answers to them.
I would say most worrying is that we're coming into the game with not any experience seeing Esports Team Twente since patch 12.5, and we were just talking non-stop about Gabosh. They're the person that runs this team, they're the dominant force, they're the NLC Div 2 player who is in, they bring the proactivity. It wasn't really the case in this game. It was Mechanics and QTKT having a meh lane phase, but then coming back into it once they got out of lane. Clonky never got approached whatsoever, and it kind of just fell apart for UDL after that point onwards.
Exactly that, and I think the area to target is, as we alluded to, in that maybe the lane phases are the weakest point, which we definitely can say they were, because we saw how Evolution was played out. And if we remove the priority tools like the Volley Bear for Gaboosh, then maybe you pick the priority, you pick the aggression in the early, and that's how you can win.
I think when we look at the France roster, the bot lane of Sadidi and Student playing that Zyra Khan worked quite well, and it was a nice answer when you see just the Lucian, and the fact that they were able to execute on well in the lane phase is very encouraging, right? Because we know how scary Mechanics can be, and while QTKT got focused out a lot, that was just the nature of the draft, right? You're playing Nami into Lucian Rakan, into Rakan plus Jarvan. You're not meant to survive, and the fact they even built a Zhonya's later on, really good in my eyes. So the question is for me, coming into this next draft, UDL, how can you remove scaling from the enemy team if you want to try and look at that angle? And alternatively, can you just remove early game stuff from the enemy team and just go, okay, we're going to pick raw early game, UDL is going double down, we want to play non-stop lane phase dominance, and that is all we can really look for here.
I think that is pretty much, as you say, all they can look for, because when it came down to team fights, there really was no hope when you didn't have that advantage coming in from lanes.
And it's very difficult to accelerate when you have a Seraphine or an Akali. These aren't lanes that can normally get those individual leads, and while the Hullbreaker itself isn't an amazing item right now on this patch, or at very least not for ranged champions, it didn't matter. Emu in the top lane just existed as the Gnar, went even with Repulsive on the CS. I was like, okay, I'm just here. They didn't need to do anything except for when it got to the team fights. They were similar to Gabosh, just a big brick wall in front of that Lucian and the Kassadin, which is all that was needed.
Yeah, at the end of the day, as long as you give the opportunities and give the time for the Kassadin and the ADC to deal damage, they can do that, and they most certainly did. So, the other thing is, ban out the comfort, because I don't really think picks like a Kassadin or just anything signature coming from Twente, I think you really want to take some of that away.
Could potentially try and force Gabosh onto one of these scaling junglers, and I mean, they removed the Vigar, which is a better, I say in air quotes, scaling pick than the Kassadin because it can slow down the game itself. Kassadin can't really do that. So I don't think you would complain if Clonky was playing it again. You just need to make sure you're not playing something like the Seraphine yourself. Only issue is, I imagine part of the reason that Clonky felt so confident to lock it in was they were looking at a Seraphine mid, which can't do anything to you. Even with a Jarvan, those are two awful champions, no instant CC, no point and click on the team. They need to have some more of these answers to almost remove the skill check nature that you can see from the other squad.
Well, you know, one thing that might do that is a point and click stun. And off the top of my head, there's a player on the side of UDL in terms of their mid lane who has once played mid Renekton. That's a pretty lane dominant champion against a lot of matchups.
Yeah. I mean, if you could leave the draft open in such a way that you can flex around, Renekton would have absolutely obliterated Kassadin, right? At the end of the day, even if they're not in an amazing spot on patch 12.9, it doesn't matter. You're not looking to play the optimal draft right now. You are looking to play a game that wins before the second item is completed. And if you can't do that, it's going to be rough. Unless, and I mean big unless, that was the first game of a best of 3. Maybe we see a completely different style from UDL Esports and suddenly they step it up, France comes back and then contests the Netherlands and said, this is what you get for knocking us out last tournament, now it's our turn.
Yeah, it does certainly get personal when you realize what's up at stake here, you know. The narratives, the timelines, the history coming into this matchup and just fighting for what's at play, you know. We'll say it again, it's the semis that you're fighting for. You're fighting for a spot in the semis to continue your run at UEM 2022. And, well, everyone wants it.
Exactly, and these teams are competing to reach that 4th semi-final spot. We know all the other ones. We've got AIX, AHG, and then finally, after a mortifyingly long game, we have Yenilmeza joining from our previous best of 3. Now, we are in. We've got UDL on the blue side. It's all the marbles for them as they immediately take away Azilium, one of the best champions for slowing down a game. Fine, makes sense. You do not get your Pyke though, student, I'm afraid.
And yeah, Pyke absolutely something you want to keep off the table because Pyke is also a very lane dominant champion that can also go and roam around and playmake. Could definitely cause a lot of problems for Twente stylistically, as well as just being a pick that Student is incredibly proficient on.
So, what exactly are we looking at this game? Will it be a first pick Lucian, potentially, for Sadidi, taking that away, as we once again, thank God, get a Wukong ban? Oh, it's music to my ears seeing this champion not in a game, just completely pivots how it should be done. Might see a Jinx, could potentially see Sadidi go for something like the Jhin and then enable Student to roam around the map on something else. We get the Talia taken away, no wanting to first pick that, which I agree with. Why would you want to first pick a champion that doesn't come online until level 9 if you need to win the game before level 6?
Alright, we'll see what comes through. Still one more ban for Twente to be there, and that is an Olaf, another one of those strong picks with the mini reworks coming into this patch. And finally, the B1 comes through. There is a lot of just straight power picks you can play here, and we'll see what Repulsive has to give to the team.
This is really going to just sing the story of the game. If we see a scaling champion locked in here, this is UDL putting down a statement saying, no, actually, this was just execution. We know that this team's good, but we can outscale them. As it will be the Volibear, both a takeaway from Gabosh, big win, and a good proactive early game champion, another big win.
Yeah, I really love this decision from UDL. Just the recognition to say, you know what, we need to remove this from them. They're very confident on this, and we do need the aggression. We need the proactivity to be able to drive ourselves through, because we did win bot. And if we have other champions that can do this and match their team, then we have a chance.
Oh, this is an important point. Do you just lock in the Lucian Nami here and give it all the way? Because there are other options on the table. Lucian Nami was always the strongest since that mini rework Lucian had a while ago, because Nami can just add so much extra damage to the burst combo. But then you're walking into a Zyra Khan again at the end of the day, and we just saw how that went. It looks like, don't care. Twente will say, this is how we play, this is our lane, and it was just a whoopsie from us. I got a pentakill last time, why would mechanics not want to play it, you know?
Exactly. I mean, his mechanics were clean. It was just the lane phase that was the problem. And we keep nailing this point home because, to be honest, it is the best win. It is the win con for UDL. It is their win con because the team fighting was simply unrivaled. And when you are outmatched in one field, you just have to match them in the other.
Okay. We have Vayne Lulu. Fine, question mark. Very good scaling lane. Vayne has a pretty decent lane phase as far as it goes. Is it as good as Lucian Nami? Absolutely not. If this bot lane gets to level 6 though, they have an insane amount of outplay potential, which, while not exactly what we asked for, if Sadidi and Student are comfortable on this duo, I'm not going to judge them for it because they have a Volibear now who can roam on down to that bot lane and keep it accelerating, and they need to because there's the big break that we expected to see Clonky locking in their Vigar. Terrifying to play against. We saw what Dark did with it in our previous series. This champion does such a good job of slowing down the game and gives Clonky that late game scaling that we just had.
I mean, especially into things like the Volibear and the Vayne. I mean, when you can point and click or execute once you do some damage threshold, there is no dodging away, there is no kiting, because it is just the click of a button on your keyboard.
And yeah, more of Malmortius is good. You can survive against Veigar if you have that a bit, but that's not going to be till 3rd, 4th, maybe even 5th item, because you need to survive Lucian Nami before then, which also means that if Sadidi goes for Cleanse, that can also backfire, because if you don't have an exhaust on the enemy side, then suddenly you're just a sitting duck. So we have a lot of questions coming into this one, as 2 out of 3 Powerpuff Girls are banned, with the Gwen and the Seraphine taken off the table. Last one left up will be a ban from UDL. What do they fear in the jungle? I imagine that has to be it. Will be the Jarvan.
A nice one there, Jarvan, able to give a bit of proactivity in reaction to the Volibear. Nice little takeaway from Garush. We'll see whether he does opt for some of those scaling picks in the jungle, as you might imagine, or if it will continue to be something else. I mean, there are still options like a Xin available that can still be an early game jungler.
I really like Xin plus Veigar because you can knock people into the cage. As currently got this hover, it will actually be the Nocturne lock-in. A lot of dive onto Sadidi's Vayne right now. Conceptually, fine. Issue though, is if you can now pivot and lock in some more peel for this Vayne in the other roles, then UDL suddenly only need to handle Veigar, and then everybody else will just be fodder for the Vayne.
Alright, then the Victor hover so far. I mean, I'm not entirely sure if you want to match the scaling with scaling, but if that is the decision they want to make, that it is. And Chris, well, is confident on this pick.
We saw earlier in the day how a Victor into Veigar matchup went, and if you're playing that first strike and if you're trading well against the Veigar, then Victor can get off the ball sooner, have that priority, and really get around the map and have an impact before Clonky is able to. So I don't mind it. It isn't the best thing we could have had for this game state, but it works with everything else we just asked for. Now it's just going to be a blind Jace for Repulsive.
Yeah, bringing the Arcane Former duo together here with the mid and the top side. See how that one goes. Of course, Jace, another lane-dominant champion for the most part, having that ranged form and then being able to swap to an entirely new set of abilities makes for a lot of pressure. Wait for the R5 in the top side.
They play Irelia. They do play Irelia. It would be a big confidence move and not one I feel like helps. That is a safer move. Emu is built different.
He is literally built
the
different.
choice. You have the choice of Malphite and Irelia, two of the hardest counter picks in the world to Jace. And they decide to go for the team-orientated one who looks at Sadidi's Vayne and raises them rock. Combined with the Nocturne dive, I think that this is going to be nigh impossible for the immobile backline that you've got right here from UDL to survive. And all that comes online at level 6. I expect to see a lot of attention paid down to this bot lane because mechanics is your only early game real priority. And, well, Gabosh and Ebu can facilitate that like heck in this game.
I mean, if anything, like last game was to go off of your bot was your major early game weakness, and trying to alleviate that in a game where they've picked Volibear and clearly want to try and do something through bot because Vayne Lulu is a carry outplay duo, maybe not the most dominant lane phase, but that is still what they are stylistically. I think that would be a good decision.
And especially from how we saw stylistically Hidden approach the game. Last time around when they were playing the Jarvan into the Volibear, they camped bot. They never left the bot lane. They didn't farm their top camps. I don't think a Raptor or a Krug camp died from their side after the first clear. They were non-stop in the bot lane, and that meant that Gabosh got a lot of free farm. Whenever their lane was safe, whenever Mechanics and QTKT were actually playing far back, it meant that this Volibear accelerated in levels. Now, it's a Nocturne, which is even worse. You don't want to give a Nocturne a free trip to level 6 without getting ganks done. So, for me, most important place to watch is Hidden's first 3 levels. If they do not get ganks done before level 6, then Gabosh is going to be able to match no matter where they go.
Yeah, and the other problem with that is we saw it last game. If you don't get that early lead, and they did get that early lead, in fact, it just wasn't large enough to overcome the simple, I guess, just the skill checking that Netherlands were able to put out within team fights. We saw it from Mechanics, you know?
Yeah, quite literally. We saw the Mechanics from Mechanics and got a bit too nutty. Clonky now on a more facilitator role of the Veigar, but it does mean now that they can throw out that Primordial Burst to finish off anybody that gets chunked out. UDL this time being the team that sprints down level 1, hoping to blow an early summoner.
Of course. And all this, again, just to reiterate, provided to you by our sponsors, Twitch Student and Intel. Check them
30
out if you
seconds
haven't
until
already.
minions spawn.
As we load in, making the bush. Again, 5 people in there, all recalling together.
Not going to get anything. As of current, we do get very standard opening itemization. No runes really screaming out as abnormal. We do get Chris opting for the Airy, which is a much better early laning trading rune, because you could constantly proc that with your auto attack and with your Victor Q. One of the best trading tools in the game in these early levels, so Clonky is going to have their work cut out for them. Post level 6 though, well, it pivots entirely, because Chris will be stuck in a cage against a Nocturne, meaning every time they do not have flash, they should be dying.
Alright, well, seems like relatively regular starts for each of them, although Mechanics and QT in this bush, the level 1 from Lucian Nami is so strong. They have the damage, ignite, exhaust. Student's still alive. Just one auto away, maybe Nami can do it. QT going for first blood. Over to Nami, can Sadidi get anything in response? The flash is there, there's the Volt, and there's the kill.
Vayne level 1, very good, because they just get that massive AD steroid whenever they Q, proc in the lethal tempo. The fact that this is an even trade, and the kill goes over to the ADC on one side, massive win. However, and the biggest however, Mechanics this time gets to level 2 and has both summoners.
Alright, a trade. I mean, the volatility in this bot lane is going to be so noticeable this game. Level 2 on the Vayne, Lucian having to pay their respect. Nocturne still up in the top side, so no jungle pressure able to be exerted in this lane.
Gonna be significant because Kabosh needs to get something done to at least balance out this lane if Sadidi is allowed to stand up, because it's very difficult to punish, right? This is a bot lane that has no summoners for UDL. However, Nocturne Pre-6 can't really do much about that. They can't come down there and punish the fact you don't have flashes unless you get a really good wraparound gank or manage to establish a lane gank. So this is all on Hidden to have the impact in the early game. It's level 3, they're ganking top, exactly what we wanted.
There it is, get something on there. Muse only level 2 and a Malphite without any resources. Hidden, taking the tower, give it to Repulsive,
Beautiful.
flash away. Oh no, the minion!
I hate to say it, but I don't know if Repulsive had potions popping, as they managed to barely go down. That will be a lot of minions dying to the turret. So this is still going to be over to the favor, kill and assist for UDL. It is what we want them to be doing. Yes, it wasn't the cleanest execution we could have dreamed of. Doesn't matter, it's still going to put them in a decent position now. As Gabosh, looking to invade this bot side, he knows Hidden CS, he knows he had buffs. He wants to look for him and potentially even steal away this bot lane.
Alright, they do have the visions, they will know in advance. Student still level 1.
Student, you can't walk up there. Okay, at least your Vayne has levels, that's all you care about, right? Sadidi is able to do something as the minion wave comes back into them. Really nice, patient play from the Twente bot lane. As Hidden saying, alright, we got to make sure that this Jace is far enough ahead that they survive a Malphite combo at level 6.
Alright, well, he's here again. Repeat ganks galore. There's the shock blast. There comes the follow-up with the Jace. This
Crispy
time,
clean.
much cleaner.
This is all we wanted. They could hear, UDL know that they are on a hell of a timer. They do not have any moments to spare. As soon as you have finished your camp, Hidden needs to be back up ganking lane. And while they can't punish bot lane because Mechanics still has both sums, they sure as heck can punish a Malphite without flash.
Yeah, absolutely. Malphite this early on doesn't have the items, doesn't really have the armor or the health to provide the survivability. And, of course, there is no mobility either attached to that champion at this point, so very easy to dive.
I really like what Clonky is doing here, is they pulled the minion wave so it walked around a little bit, and now it's stacked up. So there's a lot more minions of Chris's going to push in, and it means that Clonky is going to basically deny an entire minion wave away from this Victor. So, really good play from this Vigor. Just the little things. You did have to spend your TP to get back to lane in the first place, but when you're playing two scaling mids, these are the kind of things that make the difference.
Especially when you're considering that Vigar gets to stack these with his Q as well, each one giving him a little bit more AP, allowing him to reach those really inordinate numbers later on in the game, which can definitely make a difference in terms of executing this Vayne.
One of the few champions that still consistently can hit 1000 AP in a game. Night Blue would be proud.
Alright, mechanics with the engaged bone plating propped off student going to take half.
Wait, they were seen.
health.
They were seen because a minion died near them, right? At least, unless that was a spectator bug. Now they're being pinged, they know. Chris is top lane. Okay. If it's not the jungler, it's the damn mid laner roaming up. Completely denied. Oh, I love this. This is so unplayable for MU. They can't walk up because Jace has enough damage now to kill them before they reach the turret. This is going to be plates going down. This is going to be massive XP deficits. Look at this. It's just going to be a hard trade onto them.
Yeah,
They're not even allowed in.
With 2 levels up, there's nothing you can do here as a Malphite. I mean, you're going to take a lot of damage because of the minion wave as well. And of course, taking 1 tower shot. But, I mean, look at the CSD.
Oh my god, Hidden is coming up this top lane, and it can't come soon enough. MU will not be getting level 6 quick enough. They managed to walk back to lane and pick up a sliver of XP. CS, that's not the name of the game for Malphite.
Oh, they're just going to do it again. At least attempt it. There's the stun, there's the damage. It's just too easy.
It's not an attempt, it's impossible to mess it up at this point. You have the point and click of the volley bear. This is why it's been such a prized champion in the tournament, as Sadidi being extremely zoned off. Student picking up an extra 3 levels since we last saw them in the bot lane is going to be an even matchup now. First one to level 6 though is the important part, because culling and final hour are massive for how this 2v2 interacts.
Oh, wait, Bush, that was not the right bush though. And so Repulsive will get away.
Damn. You ever miss out on a shutdown because you lose a best of 3? Literally. Lost the best of 3 bushes right there for Gabosh. So we chuck over to the gold lead and we see 2,000 gold, literally over double of MU's money in Repulsive's pockets. Exactly what they need, as this is a heavy game.
Well, Clonky can just press R once they get to that health threshold, and there just isn't able to kite away from mechanics and QTKT.
Deja vu! Clonky's just come bot again and received another kill. However, this time, Chris able to respond. Sped up Bear will get the stun.
There's the stun, there's the flash away in response, there's the flash, another response from Chris. Can he get it?
Oh, it's
One
so
more
close.
Death Laser. It'll just do it. Volley Bear with the move speed, and really need to get this Vigar kill now with the paranoia as well. It just becomes a goose chase. Can Clonky get away?
Oh
answer is
my
no.
god. But Gabosh gets the top lane, and they will manage to secure that kill for the Nocturne. That is going to be massive for accelerating this dive threat. The Jace, the Victor, the Vayne, if they are on their own, they are sitting ducks for Gabosh, and we see the first example of it here. Hidden will manage to match with a Dragon. They match with at least 1 traded kill in the bottom lane. So, overall, a pretty net even game, which is not what you want if you're UDL. We're talking about how many dubs they need to find in the beginning. They have to have spilled their alphabet-y spaghetti on the floor.
That was the plan, but of course, 1,000 gold up and a Drake. We kind of saw this last game with the advantage that they had. How can you push it? How can you exert this now? You really do need to start stepping up the pace, because it was around that 15-minute mark when we started to get out of lanes that Twente really came alive.
It is the pressure that is going to be sitting on UDL Esports' shoulders, knowing this is for your region's pride against the team that beat your region in this exact same spot last year. How much pressure is on their shoulders? It must be incomprehensible.
There it is, really wants to get the kill onto Clonky here. You have the damage as the Volley Bear, you have the health from the Stormbringer. It's just not enough though.
Nothing but shoes and a Bami Cinder to go. Sadidi finding Gabosh firsthand.
Alright, fleeing away, the Blast Cone gets Gabosh to safety.
Well, I think that's going to be the one time that we see those two champions in melee, and we're going to say it's Vayne favoured. For the rest of this game, I imagine that Gabosh is going to be pretty hard to deal with. It looks like they're building towards the Stride Breaker. which is really good on the Nocturne. Since you ult in, you always get to melee, and this happens.
Alright, going for it again, abusing the fact that this Jace keeps on pushing in to pressure the Malphite. They will get a Rift Herald, however, but the Lucian just doing so much damage, culling with the Aqua Prison combo. It's just so clean.
Cutie Katie really deserving to pick up the kill on that one. The bubble securing the enemy ADC's life, securing multiple plates, and adding insult to injury. Both side lanes at the same time managing to get kills down. This has got to feel so suffocating for UDL.
Certainly as right now. We said that they had the lead a moment ago and it come 11 minutes. Well, now it's Twentas. It is a minor one at that, but the fact that they've closed the gap and are now ahead is the main point to be made.
Hidden at least have a chance to swing back. They have the Rift Herald in inventory. They could use it top to secure first blood tower, but Gabosh is up here once again, looking to back up their rock. Who's the real rock of the team? It's a no flash Jace. This has to be a kill.
There's a lot of damage right now, but I don't think you can make the 1v2. Repulsive's going to have to try it, though. There's the Unstoppable Force. There's the Nocturne. There's the Flea. And there's the kill for Gabosh.
One of the reasons that this is so damn oppressive, I was waiting to see what the commit was going to be there, as Repulsive, is because the Nocturne spell shield just denies your safety. Because when you're in melee form to try and swing the hammer and knock him back, well, the spell shield obviously blocks that. But the only way in melee you can proc that shield is by jumping onto the Nocturne, which is exactly what he wants.
Yeah, not what you want to do, but Mechanics' damage is ridiculous right now. Sadidi able to stay alive with the Wild Growth, but in comes the Paranoia and a free Hando Nocturne as well in your way. Keeps going, flashes away from the Stormbringer, hidden now, next on the menu. And I think they're going to be having bear for dinner because it's a double kill for the Nocturne.
Doesn't sound very tasty, but Chris is here looking at 3 tasty health bars. Has the ultimate, does not have flash. Oh no.
Oh well, the silence out from the Chaos interrupts it, but it's just too much damage from the Lucian.
No double if redo in this Victor Lucian matchup, as it will be Mechanics getting the better end of that. With friends in tow, they will get to base. Dragon is up in 1 minute's time. Rift Herald still in Hidden's inventory. They could try and use this to get something done. Repulsive looking to attempt to secure this first blood tower on their own. They don't want to have to use a Rift Herald for that. It would seem like such a damn waste with the amount of time that got put up here in the early game. Just the question is, how can UDL try and leverage this top lane lead that still exists to win the rest of the game? It's going to be tough.
Well, now with the tower down, Jace has a few more opportunities to move around the rest of the map. And given the fact that he does have the lead and Jace is just high damage burst potential, you could probably just kill Mechanics or Cutie Katie in a team fight.
Definitely will always have the damage to be able to do that, especially once they finish off that cull and start building towards the Mirror Mana. Halfway to stacked once the item is complete. Mechanics not going to overstep. Wise decision, Summoner. You have the face check tool with that Ardent Blaze. You know for a fact the enemy team has just stood around there. UDL are not trying to make it subtle, as they're going to presumably use this Rift Herald to open up the bot side and then turn onto the Dragon with 5 people. Will Gabosh get baited in?
There's Paranoia and there's the Tidal Wave. It is a 3v4, but in comes the Malphite out of nowhere. A double kill for the Rock in the top lane. The patience on this player. Clonky comes in, another kill for Twenta. And this team just looks unstoppable.
Oh my god, the turn the lights out combo, so good. Repulsive, no chance to get out here. The lights go out by Gabosh, and the teleport play from Erwu finally comes online, going from the furthest behind in the game to 5, 3, and 3. Absolutely disgustingly accelerated now. Dragon gonna go down, bot lane tower gonna go down, and the Rift Herald didn't even finish it off for UDL. Absolute domination in an instant from the Netherlands squad.
And you can't help but feel you just have to completely body them in the lane phase to be able to come out with a win. And this is the way that AIX beat them, but clearly that is the only win con versus this team, because I haven't seen another team manage to beat them through different means.
Don't mean to look too far ahead, but knowing that if this is a win for the Netherlands squad, their next opponent will be Yenelmelzer. Oh, that's exciting. That is exciting to think about. But we still have this one to go. UDL, they are not out of the game yet. They have to try things wherever they can.
There it is, hidden. There's the flash. There's the stun. Should be enough alongside the Chaos Storm.
Chris picks it up.
Oh no.
Will be a pick onto the top side as Repulsive isn't allowed to play the game anymore. The benefits of Jace versus the reason this is a Malphite counter pick. Yes. It's actually almost just an example of how the game needed to go. You needed to win that lane and the game so hard the enemy team had no recompense, no ability to play. But it wasn't possible, it wasn't done, and now UDL have to try and pick up the pieces of the left game.
Alright, the lead firmly in the hands of the Netherlands right now. Currently looking at about 4,500 even. Keeps accelerating in their favor. Yes, there aren't that many Drakes done this game, but it does feel like an inevitability at this point when Gabosh can simply click R and assassinate one of your backliners.
They are level 11 to Hidden's level 9. This was so much worse now than it was in the previous game. When you have a Volibear with levels over a Jarvan, it's meh. The Volibear won the fights anyway. When you have a Nocturne this far ahead of a Volibear, it's awful. Hidden can't do anything. They are just a speedy Q button right now.
So they're going to try and do Unstoppable Force away to safety. Denies the play.
Will just be a pretty safe Rift Trail pickup now. They do have Mechanics and QTKT in the wings waiting for them. UDL looking for something.
Alright, the dive onto Klonky. Student lives with a sliver and a nice pickup onto Zadidi, giving a little bit more money to that carry alongside the objective bounty.
That's really good. That's not so good. Yep, that's Nocturne. That is Nocturne with friends as well. As rough as it gets from this point. It is good to see that UDL have not fallen down yet. They are still trying to fight. They know they have a Vayne Lulu, right? No matter how much you could dive on top, there is always that montage moment that could save a game. And the French fans need to believe in that montage. They need to see the moment coming. Because this roster at least has the tools right now to stop the incoming Netherland Storm.
Almost feels like they might actually just have to bank it on a team fight at this point, despite the odds, because playing like this... Oh, look at this right now, culling Gabosh, Tidal Wave, forcing away the Volibear, fleeing to safety.
I mean, I wouldn't call that bad because you got the tower. I mean, if you didn't have to invest summoners, that would have been fine. Dying and getting a bounty goal at this point in the game, sure. You're giving whatever resources you can to Sadidi. Only level 10 though. He needs that level 11 to really start to have a chance in this next fight, especially with Emu waiting, lurking over the wall. As soon as this vision is on the Vayne, I feel like this is going to be it.
Alright, they're waiting for it.
No need to rush. Twente don't need to rush, and that's the worst part. This only gets more oppressive. The only player who is behind is Klonky. And they're a Vigor with Predator. So who on earth cares?
You keep stacking up the AP. I mean, they are behind in terms of stats, but they have farmed relatively well, and if they farm relatively well on this champion, then they've got a decent amount of phenomenal evil power, and therefore a decent amount of AP.
Okay. Okay, Sadidi. That's something that we need. Summoners committed out of the bot lane. Money in the Vayne's pocket. Can we quickly tag over to the gold and just see? Because there are a lot of shutdowns still accessible for the taking. It's just if you can facilitate it. Okay. We have 7.6k for the Vayne. They are still quite far behind. Basically everybody on the enemy team that matters. All three of the mid, ADC, and jungler. But, Nocturne, their effectiveness definitely starts to wane after 2 items. The best benefit we could see from Gabosh in the late game is kind of what we've already had the teaser for, of turning the lights out and letting Emu get a flank on the Malphite, which is very significant. Won't deny that.
Oh yeah.
But at least for itemization, it doesn't get much better for Gabosh.
Fortunately, they do claim the objective bounty and the Ocean Drake here, but now that means that BTT have the opportunity to start up this Baron, which they will do so. UDL
No blue
will
trinket.
have the time to match, hopefully, when they make their way over there. Alternatively, they can just give this, but
I don't think they realise at the end of
yeah.
the day. We're not seeing spam pings come down as they've now started to notice the fact that it's very dark and they haven't seen anyone for a while. But this is going to be UDL ending up losing the Baron. And the question is now, final plays you're going to be able to make, final moments potentially of this game, of this series, of your tournament, UDL Esports. Where do you set up and how do you try and stop this incoming dive? You know what the enemy team wants to do. They want to kill Sadidi. How on earth can you save this 2-item Vayne?
Oh well, you really need to make some sort of team fight miracle happen because it is your only opportunity.
I think it's got to be a cheese pick.
Has to
They've
be.
got flash on the volley. They've got flash ult. And you know for a fact that the flashes, at least, for the bottom lane of the enemy team are not available. That has got to be the one avenue as Repulsive is waiting. You have enough damage to kill one person. 4? Most likely not.
Play with the vision if you can. I mean, as long as ETT play it safe, they're probably okay, which they are doing right now, but need to capitalize on everything. Group up, get your damage in one place and see what you can do with it, because there isn't much else. It's just as simple as that.
You say group up, but you can't even stack up because of the Malphite. Okay, Hidden tanking up here for them. Chris isn't going to go down. We'll be able to waddle away. They'll have to forfeit this mid lane tower and the top lane one. This is where it starts to become a bit scary. You're defending at your base. You die here. That could be an inhib tower. That could be an inhib. Could even be the game if it's an ace.
Trying to
Twente.
systematically deconstructing UDL right now, bit by bit with the... I mean, they pop it right now. There's the unstoppable force. And the rest of the engage towards him, you're going to go golden and pay for that engage. It will be a shutdown over to Chris, and that might mean that they have a window to get something back on it. But the Baron wave is still there.
Whole lot of cooldowns invested. The 2 important ultimates are gone from Twente. As we see that now Chris has nigh equal gold to Clonky. Hidden looking for something. Will get that Q reset because they were CC'd midway through. Mechanics doesn't have the flash still. I'm not going to say they're vulnerable because at the end of the day they're being chased down by a Volibear and a Lulu, so I don't think they're in a massive amount of danger. I know typically a bear mauling you is a bit scarier than that, but right now I think Chris is definitely the most terrifying person still active on the map for the UDL squad.
Got a lot of pen online between the Ludens and those Sorceries moving their way up until that Shadow Flame.
I'm going to point out, on the enemy team, if we take a look at Twente's squad, no magic resist. Actually, at all beyond one shoe. It is only Mechanics that has built magic resist on the entire roster. I know that the Mythic for the Frozen actually does convert a little bit over to Emu, but it's not enough, right? It's not a massive amount. They're not stacking it.
No.
They're going for a Zhonya's now for this Malphite as opposed to full MR. So if the dive ever goes poorly, if Flash is used reactively from UDL, the counterpunch is doable. It isn't just a complete wash.
Alright. See if they get the opening. Twente, fortunately for them, and unfortunately for UDL, are playing this incredibly restrained, making sure that they just keep shoving in the waves, and not necessarily taking any sort of risky confrontations that have a chance to go south. And this is just good play in general from this team, and you know what? It's bringing up the expectations for this semi-final matchup, potentially.
Just gotta make sure that they execute on the rest of this game cleanly. It's in a winning position. It's not in a 1 position, though. When you have somebody with this much shutdown of Gabosh, even though they are quite tanky, it doesn't mean that you can't accidentally hand that over to a Vayne. And a Fed Sadidi with a Lulu in pocket has unlimited potential in this matchup.
Another tower down, just left with their inhib turrets just remaining.
Oh,
They
it's so close.
slowly falling, bit by bit.
This game looks like it should be all but over, but you have to remember, this is the 2nd dragon taken for Twente, which means they can't be moving up to Seoul for a minimum of 10 minutes, right? And this team is playing as reserved as possible. that could start to backfire quite significantly. If you do not end off of the next Baron, or drop enough inhibs that you can end on a whim, then suddenly, looking at this, you've just got a Victor and a Vayne continuing to scale. And even a Jace who, outside of the super engage potential from Twente, can really poke down Clonky and Mechanics, who are your carry mechanisms. They are the ways that you win the game, right? Gabosh and Ebu are annoying, and they do a lot of damage, but if Mechanics is being zoned off by Victor, or if Sadidi somehow doesn't get caught off on the initial pick, whether it be by going invisible, getting over a wall, anything like that, then it becomes quite difficult for you to play an elongated fight against them.
We get increasingly difficult. Especially considering the fact that you are just giving them farm by continuing to push in these waves. So there does become a point in time where you have to consider, well, we probably need to pull the trigger or else we're giving them too many chances to come back.
I mean, you have a stopwatch on the Malphite, right? You could go in and then cancel the play at any point. It's just a question of when they want to. This is going to be Twente now, starting up the Baron on spawn, no reason not to. It's not going to be supremely quick. It's a Veigar and a tanky Nocturne, who does actually have an Anathema's Chains. I'm going to put money and say that's probably on Sadidi. Would have to find out by looking around who's actually got the Chains animation on them. It's in this bottom lane. Chris attempting to zone off the Malphite. You're fine. We already discussed that without any magic resist to speak of, Emir is not actually that strong against Chris, even though there's a 2-level lead.
There it is, Nash is secured. Now they have the opportunity to start amping up these waves and pushing them in to actually siege with some effect. Because the thing is, they aren't a particularly long-range comp, so you can't siege towers very easily without this buff. Now that you have it, you should be able to do so, but with these reset timers, you are sort of, I don't know, not using the buff to maybe your best advantage on this timer because you're having to wait for the waves to come back in again, but plenty of time to be able to work.
Plenty of time to work with, and at the end of the day, Twente only need to hit once, and if they hit correct, they win. There are 4, count them, 4 members of the Twente squad that are level 15. Everybody bar QTKT is level 15, so they might actually just be a case where Twente are saying to each other, alright, do we actually just want to straight up wait to 16 and then go in when we have insane level leads? Because I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily, it just means that it's a risky maneuver. Which sounds odd, because you're being patient, but if you don't get the right punch, then suddenly there's a Vayne running amongst you, who is currently sat in base waiting for their Wits End gold. There we go, they got it now. 3-item Vayne, 2-item Victor with a stopwatch, both have flash. There is outplay potential on UDL, and they need to do it, because if they lose this, they are out of the tournament and France is gone. Netherlands will advance to the semi-finals. How do you stop them, UDL? How do you repel this push in every front?
3 lanes being sieged, apparently the answer is to engage onto Clonky, but instead it'll be hidden. The engager being taken down. Sadidi, the next target. Paranoia going through. You have Vayne's worst nightmare, but apparently Nocturne is not gonna be the nightmare for Vayne because Sadidi's just gonna kill them. Now with the wild growth, it's all Sadidi. Sadidi has to execute on this to be able to save France. It's not enough though, Mechanics there with the damage, and that's just gonna be the game.
Was damn close for a minute there. 3-item Vayne, not going to be enough. Too many engage tools available for Twente, and they will take a clean 2-0 victory. Heading into the semi-finals to face off against Nina Milsler. Wow.
Wow. What a series from the Netherlands. Really showing the dominance. The fact that they haven't fallen off from groups. They are still the dominant force to be reckoned with, and there was a reason why they came top out of the group of death. Let's relive that with some of the replays.
Oh, goody. We get to see another attempt at the early game where it looked like UDL actually had the right plan. I like what they were doing. We saw Repulsive getting insanely far ahead. 3 kills, getting the first tower on their own. Yeah, that was a little whoopsie, but it was the only whoopsie that happened for them in the early game. But watch. This is just Clonky coming to the bottom lane. Same thing that happened, but there was a bit of a counter punch this time around. They weren't just given 2 free kills as a cast-in. They were actually caught off by Chris. At the end of the day, though, as soon as this Nocturne and Malphite duo hit level 6, it really became a 2v1 in the top side with no respite for the UDL squad.
I mean, every time this Nocturne comes waltzing in with that Paranoia, manages to secure 1 or 2 kills out of it. It's just so much pressure, so much engage that is just simply unavoidable for UDL after a certain point.
Mechanics, yeah, they had a pretty good game. They were personally offended with losing, and I saw a 4-person stride breaker there that led into the Malphite ult. That was just something that I have never seen that many people hit by the item before. Completely set up, perfect combo. Gabosh, you know, we said in the first game that they weren't exactly the highlight player. This time around, definitely the case. Massive performance on the Nocturne with their top laner.
Alright, I mean, if anyone gets the MVP for Game 2, it has to be Gabosh, absolutely mitigating the top side issue with the fact that your Malphite was just taking so much of a beating until the Paranoias came through, and then you just returned the favor onto Jace.
It was brutal, to say the least, to be Jace in that game, and so that means it's time to say commiserations, as UDL Esports will drop out of this one now. Unfortunately, Repulsive, Hidden, Chris, Zadidi, and Student will be popping off. I'm ashamed that we couldn't see a better one of those matchups, but at the end of the day, it just goes to speak the volumes of how good Esports Team Twente are, managing to keep themselves going after winning out in the group of death with an incomplete roster, moving on to this stage of the tournament now, having a good game after a bye, so they didn't get any warm-up on patch 12.8 or 12.9, and performing like that. How good is this team? They could genuinely be setting up to be our first place contenders, considering our top 4 is solidly locked in now.
I mean, we can take a look in terms of what we have for offer in terms of coming into the semis. On this side, it is Turkey versus Netherlands. We have a look at the bracket now. We've got the graphic up. Yanamilza with Twente. And then on the other end, it is Poland versus Germany with AGH and AIX. Now, those are 4 incredibly dominant teams. I mean, both AIX and AGH have had a history in UEM, and so has Twente. Yanamilza being the, Mesler even becoming the only team that hasn't had a tradition.
And I'm excited to see what this matchup on our side of the bracket that we've just had there will actually be like. Because the 2 games that we saw that were wins for Yanamilza were completely different. Completely different. One, complete early game stomp, shellacking, no way in the game. The second time around, after dropping that second game, they were a different beast. They played a scaling game, they played the Vayne, they played safe, they played slow, they played just a smart game combined with their insane mechanics. Esports Team Twente, as soon as the lane phase ends, this team comes online in a massive way. But I think that there is actually the potential for this to be a top-notch series, because we know that they could get blown open. We know that Esports Team Twente can lose in the early game, so the question is, and the person I will be speaking to find out, is how are they going to deal with that relentless aggression?
Exactly that. I mean, Mesler has won games just off of the back of snowballing lanes, level 2 ganks, better outplaying from the likes of their ADC and mid laner. We saw it today, and well, being able to exploit Twente's weakness pre-15 minutes? Let's see.
Let's find out, as I think we have got a amazing top 4 teams coming into this tournament. The fact that Kit will not be returning to try and claim their 3rd title in a row means we will get a new winner, to say the least, and potentially a new region with an even split 2-2 right now. Netherlands raising up to try and compete up there with Poland for the new dynasties that they want to set up.
Alright then, if I'm not mistaken, we should have an interview of the support of Twente coming through. QT Katie. Hello, how are you doing off of that win?
Hello, yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Of course, happy with the win.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if you're able to catch any of the first games. It's understandable if not, considering you had a match to prep for. But out of the top 4 teams, I would say that yours was the most decisive of this quarterfinals. So what's your overall impression moving forward now to the semifinals? How do you want the team to kind of develop and prepare ahead of the next set of challenges that you have to face?
Of course, the durability patch just hit, so
Mhm.
we have to look for a lot of scrim partners that want to scrim on the last patch, because it feels really awkward to play on this patch now. But yeah, we're probably going to scrim and try to practice as much as possible. Like, we want to hold on to our strengths that we have always shown in our competitive matches, and yeah, so we're just going to move forward with the same direction.
All right then. I guess another thing would be just again we've been sort of hyping up the matchups for the next round, and of course you'll be facing Yanel Melsler in the next round of the tournament. So, any thoughts coming into that matchup with Turkey?
Well, we already beat them once with my incredible set performance. Uh, so we should be able to beat them again, I hope. We were probably going to watch their games back, but I think I saw some highlights and it didn't look good for them. So I think we'll be able to clap them. Yeah.
Do you see yourselves as the tournament favourites, having beaten every other semi-finalist at some point so far now, and looking the most confident by far out of the rest of them right here? The challenges still come to wait for you, but how do you feel? Do you feel like your team will be confident walking in and taking the first UEM for the Netherlands? Is that something that you come in as an expectation for the tournament? How are you really feeling to have got to this point?
Well, you never know for sure, but we were in our mind we were going to face Kit in the finals, but they got knocked out. So that was our counter last year. We lost to them in a close 2-3 series. But I'm not sure if we're going to win, but we will try. We are going to try really hard, and we'll make it a banger series, I hope.
Excellent.
Yeah, humble as always was a lovely performance from the entire team today. Have there any sort of shout outs or thanks you'd like to give to the people out there watching?
Well, thanks to all my fans. I have some super fans. So Elke and Yada, your shirts will come with a cutie Katie on the back. So also shout out to my mom. Hello, mama. And yeah, have a good day.
Excellent.
Sounds
We love to
wonderful.
hear it. Very humble,
Congratulations.
and best of luck for the next round.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it.
All
Day's
right.
done.
Those are your two best of threes, two amazing results. Have a very solid set of best of threes, best of series coming in for the semis, leading up to the finals. All four teams absolutely capable of taking the prize and the title of the 2022 Amazon University Esports Masters. Do you have anything to add, Melvinism?
Feel like giving you a question that can't really be answered right now, but I'm going to do it anyway. Out of the four teams we have left, which one are you favoriting to take it all? Now that Kit is gone, we don't have our easy default answer. Despite not casting them since the first week or so, we have said Kit's name probably 20 times on the broadcast. So who on earth are you looking forward to seeing in those finals and potentially taking it all away, while I now get the benefit of thinking about that after you've done it?
All right. I have been quite... I think on the whole, gameplay-wise, I've been most impressed by Twente and AIX. However, the narrative coming in with that Turkish seed, LCQs, didn't even make it to groups in the first place, with his absolutely explosive game style in every best of three. It's just so exciting to watch, and I can't help but feel like I want to cheer for Turkey.
That's fair. I think that on this side of the bracket, we have two very different teams that, looking at both of them, offer such a dynamic series of styles that it's going to train you for whatever will be happening on the other side of the bracket. So while I think that, for me, AGH look quite scary, I gonna lean over to the Netherlands, but I'm not completely certain on that. I'm not happy with it, I wouldn't ever bet money on this tournament now.
No, I think it's way too
really
tight to
good with how
even be able to say that. Well, regardless, that is going to be it for us today. A massive shout out and thank you to the production crew and everyone behind the scenes, as well as our sponsors TwitchTune and Intel for making all of this possible, because we wouldn't be able to provide this without them. And well, stay healthy out there, stay safe, and we'll see you next time.